Chapter 24. The dreadnought's conference chamber fills with argument. My eyes are red and puffy, and everything hurts. Just breathing hurts. Losing my home island, McGill, the people I knew. Many of them treated me lower than dirt, but they didn't deserve this. I'll never be able to return to Homestead. That thought swallows me into a despondent embrace. Reminds me of my failure. And really, failure's all I've accomplished since I won the gauntlet. Failure after failure after failure. Several masters, including scholar, politics, and mercantile, jab angry fingers at Uncle. My head lowers into my hands. We had months to prepare for the Giga's return, and we fared little better than the first time. I sit in the shadowed corner of the chamber, away from the king's platform and away from the masters who joined us in person. Bryce grips my hand, but I don't squeeze back. Her touch is normally a comfort, but everything's dull. Uncle was furious that I chose Bryce as my advisor, as were several of the masters when they realized who she is. But I don't give a damn. Bryce knows about the below, and she knows what I'm going through because she lost her home too. Besides, the master's real quarrel is with Uncle, and they let him have it, shout at him, blame him. As difficult as this moment is for me, none of my pain compares to Pound's. After we deposited our refugees on Frozen Vale, we unlocked the chains around Pound and stepped back as they fell to his boots. He stood to full height, wiped the snot from his face, and scowled at me for several seconds. Then he stomped to the hatch and went below decks. I haven't seen him since. Roderick told me later that Pound tried contacting his family on the comm-gem, but no one responded. Still, there's a chance some are alive and that they're on another island, planning their rise to Archduke, which may not be possible anymore, with Homestead gone anyway. Bryce squeezes my hand again, pulling me back into the dreadnought's conference chamber. The masters are still shouting at Uncle. Bryce's warmth is the only thing that tethers me to reality. She makes me feel that I'm still alive, that there's still something good left. Part of me wants to get up and leave, and just crawl into a corner somewhere, because I can't deal with this bird shit. Can't deal with knowing that I failed thousands of homesteaders. Can't deal with what Pound and I have become. Uncle watches his critics from his platform, his fingers delicately playing with the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 at the end of his cane. He meets the eyes of any direct challenge. "The highest high is meant to be strong," the master of politics says to Uncle. "Your rule has been nothing of the sort. Are you suggesting there is someone else who should be leading?" Uncle's voice is soft, dangerous. "Tell me who is better. I will meet their challenge this instant." Regina, the politics master, straightens her purple robes and makes a show of standing before Uncle. But Uncle's a world-renowned dueler. As a master, she could challenge him to a duel for the right to steal all the power that the Irwin family wields, but her fingers are twitching. She's like any politician. They talk loud, make big boasts, but when the storm winds howl, they're the first to cower below decks. Father always told me that politics is the trade for lodgers, weaklings who have no actual power unless it is delegated to them by an island's ruler. They're the people who never accept responsibility and always look to take credit for the good and to blame others for the bad. Uncle massages his eyes as the masters continue ranting about the lack of progress in the war. "What have we done to strike back? How can you lead us to victory?" Several gems light up on the table beneath the king's platform, each colored to match the trade, representing the masters who are joining us from another location. Because after the war began, Uncle declared that all 12 masters and the highest high must not be in the same location at once. If something were to happen to the dreadnought, the Skylands would lose all their leadership. One master suggests that the real reason Uncle doesn't want the masters together is because it would be easier for them to vote. "Have your damn vote, then," Uncle says. "If you are so weak that you don't believe anyone can beat me in a duel, then vote." He leans forward. "Vote!" A uniform vote from all 12 masters could unseat Uncle. But the Master of Agriculture mumbles some sort of excuse because he knows that Master Coco, who joins us remotely, is on our side. Loyal not necessarily to Uncle, but to me. And she's not one of these finger-pointing 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘠. She recognizes that winning this war won't be as simple as changing leadership. Suddenly the door bangs open, and the captain of the dreadnought comes rushing in. She's got a roll of paper in her hands. The king stands, and the masters whisper as they rise to get a better glimpse of the captain. "What is the meaning of this?" Uncle hisses. "Your Highness," the captain says, "you must see this." She climbs the platform, hands the paper to Uncle, then steps back. The room quiets as Uncle unravels the paper. He reads over it, his brow twitching, then tears it in half. "What is it?" the Master of Mercantile asks. "There will be no surrender," Uncle growls. "The Lantian Council offered a truce?" Regina asks. The masters glance at one another, perhaps thinking the same thing. "Well," Regina says, "what did they offer?" "For peace," Uncle says. "The Lantians want my head, and the Skylands unconditional surrender. They also want my heirs." The room goes quiet. My head rises. Bryce squeezes my hand more fiercely than ever. Perhaps she realizes what I'm thinking, that I can't live through what happened at Homestead again, can't continue carrying the burden that I get to live while thousands have died. 2 islands gone, and we've shown no signs of being able to stop the gigataun or win this war. The giggle will come again and again until we have nothing left. At what point do we give up? 1 more island? 2 more? 10? Father taught me that only a 𝘠𝘪𝘬𝘠𝘦 would surrender. But Mother taught me that true leaders are the ones who lead because they're meant to. I'm about to stand. We can negotiate with the Lantians. Uncle and I will go willingly. Maybe we can spare Ella. Then this war will end, and lives will be saved. But before I rise, the Master of Order, Adeline of Lucrosse, stands from her position across the chamber. She's tall, narrow, and strong in her admiral uniform, decorated in various badges. "King Ulrich, you will not surrender?" Uncle's face turns venomous as he meets her eyes. "We do not surrender." She nods, and I sense what she's about to say next. She straightens her white jacket and strides directly before the platform. "Then for the sake of the Skylands," she says, "I challenge you, King Ulrich of Erwin, to a duel, for status and right to the seat of the highest high." The room breaks out into chaos. Chapter 25. We only have to wait 3 days for the duel. Uncle's face is hardened granite as he exits the arena tunnel and steps under the pale light beneath snow clouds. 1,000 spectators murmur as he marches. People from all over the Northern Isles have come to Frozenvale's high dueling arena to watch because it's rare for such an important duel to take place this far north. Many in the crowd of lows, mids, and highs lean forward, waiting for Uncle's challenger. I stand on the wet, heated ground of the square, and my eyes dance over the crowd. There's anguish above me, anger, frustration, sadness, and a little fear too. Homestead is gone. These people, They haven't come just to watch a king's duel. They're here because they're looking for something to yell about, something to make them feel like they still have some control. They're looking for someone to take the fall. Uncle opened this duel to the public because he wants it to be a spectacle. The Skylands will remember the strength of Erwin, he told me over dinner last night. Snow collects on my brow, chills my skin. Ella stands beside me, quiet and stoic, her red cane hanging from her hip. We haven't spoken about Homestead, but when I first arrived and walked through the tunnel to the square, I found her in the shadows, leaning forward against her knees and breathing hard, like she was trying to let something out. Maybe she'd been crying, but I couldn't tell because it was dark, and once she noticed me, she went rigid. She told me that today the Irwins would rise again. Then she walked into the square in silence. I glanced at her, trying to think of something to say, but I'm still mad as hell at her. Uncle stops inside the painted circle on the pavement. Only Severina joins him. It's strange seeing him accompanied by only one other person. No team of advisors from various trades. But he's a sinking vessel. His popularity has not been helped by the whispers that he could be a traitor, that he eliminated King Ferdinand as a way of weakening the Skylands before the Lantian Republic attacked. I hate Uncle, but that notion is preposterous. Severina grips her cane, ready for a duel even though it's not her time. Then she looks at Uncle with admiration. I stare in amazement, realizing that there's actual love between them. For so long, the women attached to Uncle's arm were the type who wanted him to carry them to the peak of high status. Still, Severina and Uncle keep a distance between them. They nod at each other, and then she marches toward us, the falling snow crusting her hair. Uncle meets my gaze, and I glimpse Father's face and his expression. His gaze is cold iron. As much as I hate Uncle, hate what he's done to me, we still share blood. If we fall together. The crowd silences as another figure appears in the mouth of the dark tunnel. Several people stand to get a better look. Adeline of Lacrosse is elegant, thin, and powerful. She wears the white uniform of Order, and she brings support. Multiple members of Order, wearing the same uniform, follow in her determined wake. Adeline stops in the square across from Uncle and waves off her entourage. No dueling official here. Not necessary, because a duel for highest high has no points. The only judge is death. Uncle's breath steams in the wintry air. He pops his neck, then lowers into his dueling stance. Adeline carries a traditional Venatorian staff. She's the daughter of a previous master of hunter, and, from what I've seen, has a smug but no-nonsense attitude. Her family was tested on gargantuans, and her skin is pure steel. But she's also the leader of Order, and her posture displays the grace and decorum of the most respected trade. Adeline lowers into dueling position. The crowd goes absolutely quiet. My heart thumps in my fingertips, and an icy scorpion skitters down my back. If Uncle falls, the Skylands will surrender, and Ella and I will be handed over to the Lantians. Uncle's face is focused rage. He meets Adeline's eyes. No one speaks. Without warning, he charges, and the duel begins. Adeline raises her staff in a rigid, defensive posture. Streaks of water kick up from Uncle's boots. He sweeps past her defenses, his body spinning nimbly, and jabs her chin. She stumbles back, blood dripping from her jaw. Uncle keeps at her. She slides in retreat, blocking with her staff, her face wild with fear and desperation. She's immediately realizing what a horrible mistake she made. Uncle and Father were trained by my brutal grandmother. Isabella of Erwin. Father told me stories of her. Isabella became ill and died well before her time, but though her years were short, they scorched the north. My mother broke my leg in a duel when I was 6, Father had told me, and locked me in a cellar for a week with only a bottle of water to make it through. She explained that our enemies will do worse to us, that there were 𝘍𝘳𝘪𝘬𝘦 who would eat us if we let them. The only way to prepare ourselves when we live in our rich, decadent mansion was through challenge. I'm glad I don't remember her. Uncle trips Adeline, and her back slams into the earth. She coughs. He leaps over her, about to stab his cane into her eye socket, but pulls back at the last second. The crowd murmurs. Adeline stares at the end of his cane, eyes wide. Often, Father had explained, your grandmother pitted me against my own brother. Ulrich was so much smaller than I, several years younger. If she thought I was softening my attack on him, she'd make me suffer. Neither of us got dinner until we both bled on the Erwin Square. Uncle stands over Adeline. My brow knits with confusion. You've got her. Finish her. And then my heart starts hammering, realizing his plans. Mercy only gives our enemies opportunity, Father had said to me once as I cried beneath him in the square, holding my bruised ribs. You think I'll go soft on you because you are my son? What kind of father would I be to you, Conrad? I am not a 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦. I will prepare you for this brutal world, for meritocracy, and one day you will respect my teachings because they will keep you safe. They will keep the Erwin family safe. Uncle stomps the ☓𝘓𝑦𝘮𝑒𝑎𝑔𝑡 into Adeline's arm. A sickening crunch follows, and she cries out. He steps back smoothly, water spraying from his boots, then lowers into a defensive posture. Snow falls while he waves her toward him. The disquieted crowd stares in horror. Coughing and shaking in pain, Adeline uses her staff to climb to her feet. Blood spills from a head wound down over her chest, but she rises into her order-like stance. Then, despite her unsteady feet, she screams and charges Uncle. She swings wildly and nearly hits him, but he nimbly sidesteps her attacks. When she jabs again, he thwacks her ribs. She drops to her knees, wincing. Uncle glides back, effortlessly, and lowers into his defensive crouch again. My stomach twists with disgust. Even some of the strongest highs above are looking away. Finish her! Someone in the crowd yells. Uncle remains in his defensive position, snow building on his shoulders. I glance at Ella. She's studying the scene, and I'm not sure what she's thinking. Is that admiration on her face? Or revulsion? The duel continues for 15 minutes as Uncle strategically breaks Adeline one bone at a time. Eventually, she's not even able to stand. Both legs shattered, chest heaving, and her ruptured, bruised arms spread away from her body as snow melts on her purpled face. The crowd's roaring at Uncle. Finish her! But this isn't a lesson for Adeline. This is a lesson for the Skylands, and Uncle will remain patient in teaching it. Adeline moans in a pitiful display, unable to even clutch her staff. The Master of Order, one of the most powerful people in the islands, laid low by Uncle. Her supporters watch with tears in their eyes as she lies flat. Is that her husband in the crowd? Her daughter? Just finish her, Uncle. You've proved your point. He remains in position, the snow now clinging to his hair. When it becomes clear she cannot even move, he finally strides over to her, doesn't even look at her. She's beneath him, and not worthy of a final glance before death. He steps onto her chest with one boot, leans into it, then he lifts the other onto her, and he stands, all his weight crushing her sternum. She groans, tries to breathe, but he looks up at the audience, daring any challenger to meet his eyes. His weight compresses Adeline, suffocating her. She can't do more than squirm beneath him. Her broken, flailing arms hit his legs. I look away. Even Ella does. Everything about this makes me sick. Uncle should win with dignity, with grace. Adeline's not his equal. He needn't punish her. He could have ended this duel within seconds. She's only doing what meritocracy taught us. Once Adeline goes completely still, Uncle brushes the snow from his shoulders, steps off her, and glowers at the members of order who supported her. Their heads lower, shamed. Then he marches around the square, looking up into the audience again. "If there's anyone here who wishes to challenge me," he shouts, "to prove they are the stronger, then let them come down and face me." He wants to secure his reign today. Under meritocratic law, a king or queen only has to accept a challenge once every 2 months. Otherwise, they'd never have an opportunity to lead. But Uncle offers to break this rule. Snow falls as people stare at him. A couple people drag Adeline's body from the square. "Come!" Uncle raises his arms. "You blame me for the fall of Ironside of Homestead? Are you not stronger than I? Are you not ready to lead us in this time of war? Face me. Anyone, no matter your status, defeat me and become the highest high of all the islands. Even the lowest low may take my role." No one moves. Perhaps before Uncle so thoroughly embarrassed Adeline and proved his strength, many would have leaped at this wild opportunity. But now, "Are you all watchers?" he cries. "Meet me in the square." Finally, a low man with tattered clothes stands. The crowd turns to look, and a shock wave of disgust spreads. The man hobbles through the crowd and comes down the steps. Uncle watches the man, amused. But a high woman's mouth opens, aghast. If this low man somehow defeats Uncle, he'll become king, just like that. The crowd's whispers turn into soft boos that build into a crescendo of hisses and shouts. This low man could become the king? This isn't meritocracy. They're right. There are steps to follow, low to middle, to high, to duke or duchess, to archduke or archduchess. Only then has someone earned the right to challenge the king. It's a right earned through blood. The low man carries twin dueling batons, cracked from many duels. Perhaps they're inherited, maybe stolen. The low man steps onto the square and dances and plays to loosen his gaunt muscles. He flexes a couple times in a bizarre attempt at intimidation. Then he squares against Uncle and roars, ready to fight. Uncle stares at him, then kills him with a toss of his dueling cane. It punctures the man's trachea and sends him twitching onto the arena floor. The silent crowd watches Uncle pull out his cane. It drips red into the snow melt. Uncle looks up at the audience. "Who else?" All's quiet. Uncle meets the eyes of anyone who dares focus on him. The wind makes his graying black hair flutter. Sunlight, piercing through the clouds, crests upon his shoulders. He is king. Finally, Uncle turns toward the tunnel and starts making his exit. His strength is proven. His rule is absolute. Except someone stands. Uncle doesn't notice at first, not until the murmurs in the crowd turn into gasps and applause. I squint toward the benches, and once more I recognize the standing man. My heart stops. This man is perhaps the one person here who could legitimately pose a threat to Uncle. "I accept your challenge, King Ulrich of Erwin, and I shall meet your cane with my own in honor." Excitement explodes from the bleachers. Few knew Adeline well. She'd only been the master of order for a few months. But everybody knows this man. Scion of Nimyuntalo. The crowd chants, "Scion, Scion, Scion." His technique's famous, but more than that, he's well regarded for being a high who shares his training secrets with everyone. Father respected 𝘊𝘮 because he doesn't waver from challenge. He is a true high, one who's willing to let others rise over him, if they can. He personally trained the 𝘍𝘪𝘵𝘩 and many other powerful families along the eastern rim. 𝘊𝘮's bald, brown head shines as he exits the crowd. Uncle stops, and his eyes narrow on the thick man approaching the square. 𝘊𝘮 dwarfs Uncle. His shoulders are thick and knotted with muscle. His legs are tree trunks. But rather than lowering into a dueling stance, 𝘊𝘮 marches across the square and reaches out his hand to Uncle. "To the end," he says. Uncle squints at him, then takes the offer. 𝘊𝘮's hand practically swallows Uncle's. 𝘊𝘮 steps away. Despite his height, he moves with smooth grace. 𝘊𝘮 removes his dueling weapons, all except a dueling cane. Then he unbuttons his jacket, rests it on the wet ground, and rolls up his white sleeves. Whatever respect he had for Uncle evaporates. His brow furrows. His eyes go wild, and he lowers in a dueling stance, his cane held by one hand. Uncle studies him. Duelers from the Eastern Rim are known for the blitz, an unorthodox assault that's wildly unpredictable and dangerous. It requires tremendous hand-eye coordination and focus, but when acted out properly, it's devastating and often leads to deaths, intentional or not. Uncle lowers into his stance. The crowd's buzz grows to a din. And within a blink, the two world-class duelers are at each other. Uncle spins the cane, thwacking away at 𝘊𝘮's defenses, shifting around counterattacks. Uncle's a magician with the cane, whipping it around like a hissing propeller. The crowd leaps to their feet, shouting with excitement. 𝘊𝘮 deflects everything Uncle throws at him, and lows in the upper edges roar with approval. 𝘊𝘮 goes on the offensive, his eyes furious. Uncle anticipates 𝘊𝘮's move, pivots, and swings a rib-crunching attack, except 𝘊𝘮 shifts away, and Uncle's assault merely grazes him. 𝘊𝘮 slides back and smiles at Uncle. Actually smiles. Uncle pauses, standing erect as he considers the taller man. Erwin duels are not meant to last long. "Meet them, beat them, go home," Father used to say. 𝘊𝘮, however, is a slow burn dueler. He comes forward, pressing the cane like an annoying tick toward Uncle over and over until Uncle retreats. "It's the eyes of the dueler you must focus on," Father once told me. "They give away everything. Moves, emotion, fear. Use their eyes to win." But 𝘊𝘮's eyes only betray focus. I've never seen anyone chip away at Uncle like this. Uncle retreats again and again, their weapons making the arena thunder. 𝘊𝘮 and Uncle meet for a moment, pressing their canes against each other, but 𝘊𝘮 uses his weight to shove Uncle backward. Uncle hits the ground, and the crowd loses it. They leap to their feet, hollering. Severina keeps a hand on her tense stomach, a glimmer of fear in her eye. Ella nervously fiddles with her fingernails. I stand in shock, considering for the first time that my uncle might fall today and that I won't be the one who caused it. Uncle rises, icy water dripping off him. 𝘊𝘮 comes at him again, but this attack's different. Ella grips my wrist. The blitz. 𝘊𝘮's incredible. His cane whirs and spins without any predictable pattern. The whole crowd quiets, awed at the sight. Attacks come at Uncle brutally quick. Uncle's eyes are pure concentration. Posture correct, but his balance teeters from the onslaught. Finally, 𝘊𝘮 strikes Uncle across the jaw, and Uncle goes spinning into the hard ground again. The crowd roars. The lows are jumping on one another, just a swarm of chaos. My heart stops. Never once considered that someone could defeat Uncle. What does this mean for me? For Ella? Will 𝘊𝘮 give us up to the Lantians? No, he won't want the power. He'll give it to someone else. I'll be entirely at their mercy. Uncle lies motionless on the ground. "Father!" Ella murmurs. "Father!" But suddenly Uncle laughs. His palm hits the wet ground, and he pushes himself back to his feet. Sion watches him perplexed. The crowd quiets, confused as Uncle laughs again. Uncle reaches into his mouth, pulls out a loose tooth, and tosses it. "My turn," he says. Uncle charges. Sion lunges, but Uncle leaps and parades around Sion's attack. Then, with both hands, he brings the ℕ𝘰𝘮𝘬 across Sion's face. The giant man falls. Uncle tucks into a roll, springs back to his feet, and whirls on Sion. The large man stands, wipes the blood from his cheek, then thumps his chest viciously. He rushes for Uncle and swings with such force it'd split a boulder. But Uncle tucks into a slide and bashes his cane against Sion's knee. A horrible crack follows. I wince just watching it. The crowd is dead quiet. Sion moans, his trembling fingers cupping his leg. But Uncle's at him, attacking viciously with speed unknown to man. Sion tries to pivot away, but his balance falters on his bad knee. And now Uncle's the one carving Sion's statue. Sion stumbles backward, blocking, wincing, and hobbling from his injured knee. Finally, Uncle jabs the man in the belly, and Sion falls. The crowd goes absolutely still. Not even the lows whisper. Uncle's on Sion like a starving prowling on a deer. Attacks come left and right. Sion rolls and blocks until, suddenly, the ℕ𝘰𝘮𝘬 snaps Sion's cane in half. The crack thunders through the arena. The ℚ𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘯 cane. One that had been with Sion since the meteoric rise. One that had never seen a defeat. Pieces of it float in the puddles of ice water beside Sion's heaving body. Uncle beats in Sion's ribs, mashing them with thunderous attacks. Sion becomes soggy, red pulp, as he spatters on the arena floor. The snowmelt turns pink. Sion, in desperation, kicks Uncle off. His chest is rising quickly. He struggles to stand. When he can't, he rolls over and crawls for the largest chunk of his cane. Uncle follows him like a stalking predator. He needn't make Sion's death a spectacle, not like Adeline's. She didn't have Sion's pedigree, and she lost Uncle's respect. But Sion? Uncle frowns as he stands over the man, a frown that says Uncle's almost disappointed, knowing what he must do. Knowing that killing Sion will only weaken the Skylands. But there's nothing Uncle won't do for power. Uncle cuts off Sion's path. Sion rises to lean on his haunches, his stunned expression focusing on the man above him. He pulls in one noble last breath, then closes his eyes. "To the end," he gasps. "Yes, yours." Uncle grips his cane with both hands and swings the ℕ𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘮 directly into Sion's forehead with an agonizing crunch. Then the famous dueler from the eastern rim drops, motionless. For a long while the crowd is quieter than the snowfall. Uncle turns to the faces above him and wipes his red mouth. His voice is soft, calm. Anyone else? No one speaks. Breath mists from the dazed audience. But something else grows on the benches. The way the people look at Uncle now, it's changing. The disgust is gone, replaced by admiration. Suddenly a woman stands. Her gaze meets Uncle's eyes, and she raises her dueling cane. "Hail King Ulrich! Hail!" the crowd chants in unison. Without hesitation, the crowd bows in deference. Everyone from the masters to the highs to the lows. Uncle turns, and his jacket whips behind him as he storms from the arena. As he goes, he motions for Ella, Severina, and me to follow him into the tunnel's darkness. Ella and I glance at each other as we pass Sion's broken body. Uncle's not a good man, but he's a strong man. Maybe to win a war against an enemy willing to murder countless innocents, you don't need a good man. You need the one you fear, the one you hate. Chapter 26. Uncle's never satisfied. Perhaps that's why he is the highest high. And perhaps that's why, regardless of whatever happens during this war, I'm not sure he'll ever lose his position as king. Only a fool would think the duels yesterday did anything more than buy us a few months' time, Uncle says to me. The challenges will continue so long as the Giga remains a threat. We're inside his office on the Dreadnought. His forehead is wrinkled with furious exhaustion as he watches his fleet through the window. We're flying south towards central skies. We are losing Conrad. He motions me to stand beside him. For several seconds we watch the dozens of ships trailing behind us in the blue sky. You must embrace that inner Erwin fury, he says, because this is war, even if you do not want it. We will not wait around for the gigataun to return. When it comes back, we will be ready for it with a plan for its destruction. He pauses and looks at me. You will bring glory to the Erwins. The wind will echo our name through every current, from Dandan to Venator. It is our responsibility, Conrad, to ensure the legacy of Erwin is eternal. I nearly laugh at the expectations he just lowered onto me. Make our name echo in the winds? This isn't a Class 8 gargantuan we're worried about. This is the damn gigataun. It's 5,000 feet long. It is time for you to learn of the mission I have for you, nephew. He strides to his desk and lowers into his seat. You are the only one I can trust with this. The dirt eaters sense our blood in the wind. He glances at the door, perhaps wondering if he should open it to ensure no one is listening, then motions toward the chair before him. Sit. Once I lower into the chair, he writes out a series of words on a paper and slides it over to me. I blink at the information, incredulous. Order, hunter, scholar, agriculture, architect, law, politics, disposal, waterworks, art, explorer, mercantile. The 12 trades, Uncle? This is a lesson for 6-year-olds. Look deeper. The roles, Conrad. The roles. What does each trade do? What is their purpose? I sigh and recall a chant my tutors taught me as a child. Law, to provide judgment and justice to the islands. Disposal, to dispose of or recycle the waste of the islands. Hunter, to hunt the beasts that harm the islands. Explorer, to seek out discoveries and secrets that will enrich the islands. Each trade's responsibilities are narrow, Uncle says, focused. They were designed by our forebears to keep the Skylands safe, to protect us should the below discover a way to bring war to us. But Order's responsibilities are broad, not specific. Recite them. Uncle, recite! I stare at him, unsure where he's going with this. To provide order to the fluctuation of power, to police the masses, and to protect the islands. Uncle stands. Broad list. They're the most powerful trade. Not in the beginning, before Hunter. My brow knits. The beginning? He stares at me, almost excited that he's piqued my interest. Another trade was more powerful? Uncle presses his hands on the desk and leans forward. Order's original role was not military supremacy, but ensuring the peaceful transfer of power among the lows, middles, and highs. Order's strength only grew because of the trade that betrayed the rest. His words play in my head. Another trade betrayed the rest? Who? And is this another one of Scholar's secrets? Like when they hid the 𝘍𝘪𝘵𝑩's existence? Or when they tried convincing the masses that steel-plated gargantuans and prowlans were as natural as the elk? Uncle's eyes meet mine. This is the secret to our victory, Conrad. His gaze is deadly focused. The original 12th trade. I breathe out. What trade? Weapon. I pause. Something about the word chills the air, as if it has power. I blink, considering the word and its connotations. 300 years ago, Uncle says, there was no hunter. Weapons' role was to protect the islands, but weapons rebelled. It took a united Skylands and 5 years of war, but eventually the Skylands won. We broke the propellers of weapons' great flying machines, and weapons' territory shrank until its home island was bombarded to dust. Nothing left but plants, ruptured buildings, and skeletons. After that, Order took on the additional role of protecting the Skylands, and Hunter was created to fight the beasts from the below. He meets my eyes. Conrad, this is your mission. You are going to Weapons Island. We have reason to believe that something there will turn the war in our favor. Like a weapon that can kill the Gigantuan? That's the hope. He pauses. However, the Lantians might be aware of this weapon too. If they get to it before we do, the war will likely be over. I sink back, letting the information digest, thinking about the enormity of my task. So you're only sending me and my crew? Why don't we send the whole fleet? The fleet must protect the Skylands, he says. Besides, this mission must remain a secret. If the Lantians are not yet aware of the weapon, an enormous fleet could tip them off. He leans back. You will not go to Weapons Island alone, however. He taps his comm gem and speaks through it. A second later, a man in his early 20s appears in the doorway. Nephew, may I introduce to you Magellan of Cabral, the star pupil of Explorer. A brown-haired young man strolls into the room, dressed in a red jacket and the yellow uniform of his trade. His shifty eyes calculate the room as if he's checking for enemies or places to hide. His left arm has a blue claw that spins and taps its pincers, almost like a nervous tick. I've heard rumors of mechanical arms, replacements for missing limbs, but never seen one. In Hunter, an artificial limb or hand is often just a blade or spear. Maybe his claw is something unique to Explorer. Then again, I've not met many explorers. They are an odd and rare bunch, isolated from the rest of the Skylands because they're off seeking discoveries, not settling down and raising a family. Please, call me Mage, Your Highness, the young man says to Uncle. His eyes, made huge by the thick lenses inside his golden goggles, travel to me. Ah, Prince! My face sours at the word. Conrad doesn't like being called anything but Conrad, or Captain, Uncle says. Mage studies me, then nods. And why wouldn't he? Conrad earned his ship in the gauntlet. It was given to him by his inheritance. Uncle's eyes twinkle. This is why I like explorers. They understand people even better than scholars, doctors. Mage's trade, Conrad, specializes in uncovering secrets. Humans are not much different from a treasure map, I'm afraid, Mage says. His giant bug eyes watch me. You just have to know how to read them. I hate the way Mage looks at me, like he thinks he knows who I am. Explorer is the smallest of all the trades. They only choose a handful of new selections each year, highly respected and coveted. When I was younger, I used to imagine the excitement of being an explorer. Their adventures, finding treasures on islands long lost in the western skies, or remote isles never touched by humans. But if rumors are true, it's not all fun and exciting. Not with pirates, gargantuans, and acidons out there. Furthermore, Explorers have been known to steal one another's discoveries. To an explorer, a discovery is everything. Probably something equivalent to a hunter taking down a Class 6 gargantuan. Conrad of 𝘓𝘰𝘮𝘮, Mage says, I mean to take you to the uncharted airs beyond the eastern rim of Far East. The Far East? I stare at him. Does that mean someone has made it beyond the cloud wall? Mage smiles coyly. We leave tomorrow. You will follow my ship, the Rimmer. Prepare your crew. Before I can reply, he turns abruptly and slips from the room, not even dismissed. And when I turn to Uncle, he's got an amused grin on the corner of his mouth. Uncle opens a desk drawer and reveals a hunter badge. He strolls around the desk and stops before me. I squint at the black badge in his palm, and then my eyes widen. It's nothing more than a stripe, but the significance is so much greater. Master 𝘠𝘠𝘠 is busy planning for the next gargantuan attack, he says, but I ask that she provide this for you. This time it is official. You have been promoted to the rank of Hunter Lieutenant Commander. I stare in shock. The last time I commanded multiple ships, people died. I lost ships. A colossal failure. Master 𝘠𝘠𝘠 made that clear when I returned in disgrace to Venator. 𝘠𝘠𝘠 certainly wouldn't do this without pressure from Uncle. I almost step back. Everything I have in life must be earned. That's power, strength, proving that I should lead because I'm meant to lead. But I haven't proven a damn thing. I haven't earned the right to lead other ships, I say. Uncle is surprisingly patient with me. You are true 𝘓𝘰𝘮𝘮. You want to earn everything. But we all must make sacrifices, son. I cannot send you into the uncharted airs with ships that won't follow your command. It's not right. It goes against meritocracy. You had a squadron before, and look what happened to them. Sometimes, he whispers, we must go against meritocracy to maintain our power. Without us, Conrad, the Skylands would fall. We are the strongest, the ones meant to lead. He looks to the window, at the various ships following us under the afternoon sun. You will command multiple vessels, a larger squadron than before. Furthermore, he says, that little ship of yours, it is now yours entirely. You paid off the 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘮? No, he can't give it to me. I have to be the one to pay it off. Me. He slides me a paper, emblazoned with the Hunter Harpoon insignia and signed by Master 𝘠𝘠𝘠 herself. I stare at it. Master 𝘠𝘠𝘠 allowed it, he says, considering the importance of this mission. No one can steal it from you in a mutiny. They never could, Uncle, I say. I still have more than 8 months free of mutiny because I won the gauntlet. Again, I admire your desire to earn everything, Conrad, but sometimes you must accept a gift too. You will not move forward if you have to check your back. Paying off the 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘮 was a goal I'd set for myself. An ambitious one too, especially since I was splitting more of my earnings with my crew. I sink deeper into my seat. Uncle reaches the paper toward me again, and I grudgingly stuff it inside my jacket. Will I command Mage? Mage is likely to become the heir of Explorer, their next master, Uncle says. He only follows me or his master. Furthermore, he's rather stubborn like you, so I doubt you'd have much success commanding him. But the rest of the ships joining you? You'll have 2 order vessels, 4 hunter vessels. You'll even have a high-profile scholar aboard the 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘮. This expedition, he says, is where you will prove your 𝘓𝘰𝘮 leadership. Stand. I consider ignoring his command, storming away. This bastard has dictated so much of my life, but resisting means he'll apply pressure to me, and I won't risk my crew. This was the deal I made with him. I must do what he asks, without question. Once I'm up, Uncle brushes aside my jacket to expose my silver hunter uniform. He pins the black stripe of lieutenant commander next to my other hunter badges. "Find weapon," Uncle says, stepping back. "Discover their secrets, and bring us back what we need to defeat the 𝘵𝘮𝘮𝘮." "What if I can't find anything?" He pauses, then meets my eyes. "Then there is no reason for you to come back at all. We are already dead." Chapter 27. As we make our final preparations for departure from the dreadnought, I stride across the Gladian deck, open the hatch, and slide down the ladder. Once I'm in the darkened corridors, my heart hammers, because I'm thinking about what to say to Pound, how to repair our relationship. Perhaps there's nothing I can say, but I've got to try. Pound's door is slightly ajar. I push inside and find a sparsely decorated room. In the past, we didn't have our own rooms, but after the gauntlet, I used some of my winnings to upgrade the ship and turned some of the spare storage rooms into individual quarters. A poster displays the punching fist of order. Pound told me he'd wanted to be in order when he was younger. He dreamed of being an order commander and entering Skyfleet and winning Sky War, bringing honor to the Atwood family. Beside the poster hangs a black and white flag with his family's emblem, the Rock of the Atwoods. My eyes narrow on the open drawers, and a brick drops into my gut, because on his desk, where he often scribbled out plans for our next gargantuan hunt, is a letter addressed to me. I don't feel I'm in my body as I approach it. My legs carry me forward. After a shuddering breath, I open the letter. "Elise, I resign my position on the Gladian." The letter shakes in my hand. Technically, Pound can't resign, not without my permission. The one exception for that is when there's an open hunter draft. Still, Pound's never been one to ask for permission, and it'd be a mistake on my part to force someone like him to stay. I lower onto his cot, and my body goes cold. Pound's gone, leaving at a time when things are broken between us, and now leaving me without a strategist and one of my fiercest allies. I tap my comm gem, hoping he's close enough to send a message. The light remains on. He's nearby. Still on the Gladian? Doubtful, but maybe the dreadnought. I escape into the corridor and run. My heart's panging in my chest. I race past Erica and Roderick, who shout questions after me. Pound's my friend. We broke a generational feud with our friendship. He can't leave. Can't. We need him. I need him. I'm back up the ladder, on the deck. Keaton watches me, sees the worry in my expression, but I rush past her to the railing and peer over the dreadnought hangar. And then I find his bald head on a distant walkway, his luggage gripped in his hand. With his height and wide frame, he's hard to miss. Pound's now hiking the gangway of another ship. It's an expensive passenger vessel that came to resupply. For a moment, he looks our way, and his eyes find mine. I raise my comm to my lips, thinking how to convince him to return. But as I see the frown on his face, I realize that there's nothing I can say. For Pound, being on my ship was always temporary, because he, like me, would chase his goals to sky's end. He'll never get to rise if he's stuck on my ship. Never get another opportunity to become captain. More than that, though, despite his family being a bunch of assholes, they are his family. They disowned him, but he must win them back, and like me, he'd chase his family to his death. He'd never rest without knowing if they're still out there somewhere in the sky. My wrist lowers from my mouth. Pound pauses. A man behind him urges him to keep walking, but Pound turns on the man and squeezes his nose. The man winces and backs up. Then slowly, Pound starts up the gangway. Fear stabs me. This may be the last time I see him. Can't leave it like this. Pound, I say through the calm, but I don't know what the hell to say. Once, I hated him almost as much as my uncle. He did awful things to me, hurt me in the alleys of the lows, stole medicine from me. But when we became allies, friends, well, that was proof that everything wasn't all bird shit. Proof that we could, in fact, be better than what the world had intended for us. Pound, I'm sorry. He doesn't answer. Not that I expected him to. If there's one place you don't want to stand, it's between Pound and his family. But when we evacuated Homestead, we had no choice. Now he needs closure with the fate of his loved ones. Perhaps he's headed to Stonefrost. We'd heard rumblings that some of the Atwoods might have gone there to challenge the Duchess. If any Atwoods are still alive, that's where they'll be. After he finishes climbing the gangway and stands atop the deck, I tell him something different over the comm. You are not my friend, I say. He turns and watches me. You are family, even if you're a colossal bird shit. Pound? My mouth shuts. The words hesitate on the tip of my tongue, but I have to tell him. Have to. I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I don't. I love you like a brother. We watch each other. For a glimmer, his wrist rises a little, as if he'll reply, but he merely nods, and the comm goes gray. My head falls. The Gladian's about to go into some of the deadliest airs in the sky, and my strongest warrior won't be with me. The gangway on his passenger vessel slides up onto the deck. Pound turns away even before his ship disembarks. Then he steps onto a platform that lowers him inside the interior of the ship. And he's gone. I stand for several minutes, watching his ship, wishing that this war didn't exist, wishing that meritocracy didn't force us to split, wishing that this crew could have stayed together forever. But the truth is, at some point, this crew will separate. Not just Pound. Keaton wants to become captain. Erica wants to become a cook on Venator. In meritocracy, sometimes the strong must go their separate ways in order to rise. I breathe through the stitch in my chest and tap my gem again. And soon my crew gathers around me on the deck. I tell them the news about Pound. My crew listens with wide eyes. Roderick takes it the hardest. His face splotches, and he keeps blinking hard, trying not to cry. Roderick doesn't understand the venoms of meritocracy the way the rest of us do, because he doesn't care about rising. He's happy being the master gunner. Furthermore, Pound became one of his best friends, trash-talking brothers, always making bets about who was the better shooter. Pound didn't even say goodbye to him. Erica's also quiet, and I wonder, with a bit more time, if she and Pound would have found a connection. Her brow furrows. He left without a word. Bryce rubs Erica's back. Pound wasn't always easy to work with, but the crew respected him, and he was the best damn strategist I'd ever met, even if his plans were always a little crazy. Are we telling the king? Bryce asks. We need a new strategist? I rest my hands on my hips, consider for a moment, then shake my head. I'm not giving Uncle another opportunity to throw someone else loyal to him on my crew. Worse, there's no way anyone could stand in Pound's boots. Not on my ship. So I look at Keaton, and she understands. Because for a time, she was our strategist. A good one, too. This is her chance to rise again. I take out the copper strategist pin that Pound left with his resignation letter. Keaton will be the new strategist, as well as mechanic. I pin it to her chest, next to her white mechanic one. Ysnia raises an eyebrow. It seems that I've joined a very unique crew. I hope you understand, Captain, how strange it is. I do. Pound's vessel launches into the distant sky. Roderick steps beside me at the railing. Goodbye, you big ugly cuss. Then he lowers his voice, as if he's worried his mother will somehow overhear him. You stupid ass. The wind from the open afternoon sky is in my hair again. I stand at the bow, directing my squadron. The ships follow mine. 3 Predator-class hunter vessels, the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦, 𝘚𝘩𝘪𝘵𝑒𝑚, and 𝘺𝑰𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑟, all mirror-like and sleek, copies of the 𝘵𝘪𝑚. Meanwhile, trailing behind them is the largest, most powerful ship in the fleet, a Hunter Titanium-class ship named the 𝘊𝘪𝘵𝑒𝑚. The monstrosity has omega cannons. Those things can hit targets from a mile away. Flanking on our sides are 2 order cruisers, the Intrepid and the Dauntless. These powerful mid-sized ships are smaller, smoother versions of the order battle cruisers. Each carries 12 Sparrows, 24 aviators, and short command towers from where order pilots operate their vessels. Those ships are as white as the clouds. The tiniest ship in the squadron zips ahead. It's composed of wood, topped with a glass dome that exposes Magellan of the Cabral inside. The Rimmer is a blue B-class explorer vessel, a class of vessels so rare that I've never seen one until today. I can't help but feel a surge of excitement as the squadron moves toward the unknown blue sky. But that excitement's tempered by the memories of my failures. I lost 3 ships in my last squadron in a single week. Even losing 1 ship is a damned horrible mistake. Now I've been given responsibility over even larger ships with larger crews. Those are order cruisers. More than 100 people in this fleet are counting on me getting them back to the Skylands and to their families. But not just them. The whole of the Skylands' fate may rest in my leadership of this mission. How the hell am I going to get everyone through this? Worse, if I tell anyone about any of my fears, they'll find me weak. Think that someone else should be leading the expedition. And I can't stop thinking that someone else should be leading this mission. I exhale and grip the railing. Where we're going, we won't be able to communicate with the king, so every decision falls on me. The success or failure of this mission is entirely mine. I stand in silence for several minutes, the crisp wind numbing my cheeks. Soon, though, the air will be hot and arid. Soon we'll be in the eastern skies. Roderick stops beside me. I've finished modifying all the turrets. I thought you were just giving them a tune-up. Wait, I didn't ask you first? I shake my head. Oh well, I had an idea for how to make the repeaters quicker. 60 harpoons a minute. My mouth practically drops. Talking to him relieves some of my tension. You're a genius, Roderick. I know. Are you mad I didn't ask you first? Yes. He stares at me. I'm kidding. You're still bad at jokes, he says. At least I'm not ugly. Still not a good joke. Everyone knows I'm wicked handsome. Your mother's opinion doesn't count, Rod. That's better, he says. You're improving. I'll teach you humor someday. Like you taught me how to duel. You're a terrible dueler. I was a hopeless cause. And you're a hopeless cause, too. So it works. I smile, then meet his eyes. Roderick, you have complete autonomy on my vessel. Anything munitions related. You don't even need to ask. Oh, I knew that. I just wanted to give you the illusion. Make you feel like you were in control. We laugh. But Roderick's face turns serious. He glances behind us as if he's checking to see if the others are around. Conrad, I know you have a lot in your mind, but... He breathes out. This mission. Something doesn't smell right. My eyes narrow. Explain. I don't know, he says. I guess I'm just nervous. We have a squadron here with us, but it's not a perfect one. If the Lanteans discover... They won't. Conrad, Sebastian knew about this mission. I pause, forgetting I told him that. Sebastian has always had a way of discovering things. He's a little rodent that way. We are ready for anything, I say, pushing through the unease, forcing the words out, because I must remain strong and prove I'm the leader that I must be. Roderick bites his lip. Well, I've done my part. Our turrets are more powerful than ever, and I contacted the other master gunners in the fleet. I gave them detailed instructions so they can update their turrets as well. You shared your secrets with the other ships? Of course. I blink at him in amazement. Roderick's inventions, calibrations, they're his earned secrets. Ones that he could use to help him gain a higher status within the trade. Or perhaps, one day, move on to be a master gunner for a famous vessel, like Master Coco's ship. Instead, he freely gives them away for the benefit of the squadron. You're a good person, Rod. You don't need to tell me. Then he pats my shoulder and steps away, presumably off to the munitions room below. Probably has other blueprints to work on, new inventions. I glance around on my ship. Otto's scrubbing the clean railings. Yesnia's pushing the strings with ease. Bryce is talking with Keaton about something, going over numbers on a notepad. And Erica, I think she's below decks, preparing lunch. My crew members are each so unique, but as I consider them, another worry nags in the back of my mind. A fear. Still, I try shaking it off. Yes, we're going to the uncharted airs, but we're coming back. Every single one of us. I'll not let anything happen to my family. 3 days pass. As lieutenant commander and head of a squadron, I am almost never alone. I'm either meeting with the 2 other commanders, or I'm meeting with the 4 hunter captains, or I'm followed around everywhere by the scholar advisor Uncle assigned me, 𝘓𝘪𝘵𝘍𝘳𝘪, and I rarely get to savor moments with my friends. Even though my crew's preoccupied by the eastern skies, we haven't gotten over Pound's absence. Pound always had a way of saying something bluntly that other people skirt around. But now, meals are quieter, less funny. We all know we have a mission to focus on, but it's hard when you're missing someone as big as him. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I take advantage. I lean against the bow's railing, just breathing and enjoying the warm breeze that flutters through my curls and splashes against my goggles. These airs are so much warmer, I don't even need my jacket. As we've flown through this region, I've glimpsed arid desert islands, some with a beautiful oasis among the dunes, others with shiny dome-covered buildings that create the skylines of the cities. My scholar advisor suddenly joins me. I almost sigh. 𝘓𝘪𝘵𝘍𝘳𝘪 is young, only a few years older than me, maybe 20, and she's already philosopher, a rank only given to the master of scholar and to the heir to scholar. Her red hair billows around her, and she stands barely taller than Otto. Hell, he might be taller than her in a couple months. She's no fighter. Likely will go below decks whenever our mission becomes dangerous. But this doesn't matter because her mind is her true power. The red robes of her trade flutter over the deck, and the emblem of scholar, an open book, spreads across her chest. Like every scholar, she doesn't carry a dueling weapon. In fact, when she ate her first meal with us, she said that part of her initiation rites into scholar was the destruction of her dueling cane. Her trade holds the philosophers, the educators, the medical healers, and the propagandists. Tara stands beside me, and she doesn't even say a word. My head shakes with irritation. The Gladian is a big enough ship. Go elsewhere, Tara. I need time to myself sometimes. Ahead of us, Mage of Cabral's ship, the Rimmer, zooms around like a small blue insect. It really is an odd, orb-shaped ship. Broderick has been going on for the past 2 days about getting a look inside. He's even sent a couple comms to Mage asking for a tour, but Mage hasn't responded. Tara rests her small hands on the railing, and together we watch in silence as the first glimpse of the cloud wall appears. Sky's edge. I stare in amazement. I've never been, although my maternal grandmother, Cheryl of Hale, used to be quite the traveler when she was young and told me about it. Sky's edge is an enormous, vertical wall of swirling clouds that behave like no other clouds in all the Skylands. With Mage's help, somehow we're going to fly through it. We scholars, Tara says suddenly, have studied Sky's edge for generations. The cloud wall spans the distance of a part of the globe. If it were gone, people from Dandon could reach Venator in half the time. Scholar has an island just south of here that measures the cloud wall and tracks its expansion. The cloud wall expands? Sky's edge always snaps back in place, but sometimes it grows enough that the neighboring islands must evacuate. The powerful winds will churn through cities, hurl people into the sky. Sometimes islands even disappear. Disappear? Where do they go? She raises a finger at the cloud wall. I blink, considering an island sucked into that storm, and that we're going to have to fly through it. But our island is the farthest away, where the cloud wall's expansions don't swell with as much power. She continues. We've carved tunnels deep inside the rock, all the way to the island's heart. Whenever Sky's edge expands, we hide. I stare at the angry gray wall of clouds. I don't understand how it exists. No clouds act this way. The likely theory is it originated from the Defector War. I turn to her. She stares, her blue eyes studying the cloud wall as if she peers hard enough, it'll spill all its secrets. But there's more she isn't telling me. Her trade is well known for hiding their knowledge from the rest of the Skylands. Explain, Tara, I say. She still focuses on Sky's edge. With defeat looming, Weapon became so desperate to protect the territory it had left, it tried to make a new barrier. Some within Scholar believe Weapon tried to duplicate the acidic wall below us, making it vertical to stop the pursuing Skylanders from coming for Weapon's islands. However, something went wrong, and instead of a wall of acid clouds, we pause and watch the torrential cloud wall that shoots straight up, high into the atmosphere. So high that the air's too thin, too cold for anyone to fly over it. Why would Scholar keep this secret from the Skylands? I say. It makes no sense. Tara meets my gaze. This has been argued among scholars a half a dozen times. Winners write the history. Ultimately, it has been decided in each case that the masses don't need to know, either for their protection or the protection of meritocracy. Though if you want my opinion, the Skylands were so furious over Weapon's betrayal that it wasn't enough to simply destroy them. No, they burned them from history. We stand in silence a moment. It is impossible to traverse through Sky's edge, Tara says suddenly. Scholar has tried for years. Mage knows a way. Her face scrunches, skeptical. We will see. Of course, we will need to wear filtration masks. The cloud wall isn't acidic, but it has sucked up some of the black clouds. If we survive, we might have some terrible rashes for a few days, even if we wear the special suits we brought. Mage claims he discovered a secret path 6 months ago, and he returned to the King's fleet to bear the news only a month ago. Hence our mission. It's foolish to blindly trust Mage, Tara says, but seeing as how we do not have much of a choice, and that I will be stripped as heir to Scholar, if I do not join you on this mission, we can only hope he is truthful. I try imagining Uncle's displeasure if Mage of Cabral taken us all this way for absolutely nothing at all. But Mage must have taken evidence back with him, something that would make Uncle willing to send me. I'm about to contact the other ships, tell them that within minutes we'll need to get into protective suits before entering the cloud wall, but I get a special comm message. My brow wrinkles. It's from the king. I tap the gem, about to tell him where we are, but he goes first. "There's been an attack," he breathes. A knot ties itself around my heart. What kind of attack? The gigantuan? But it's too early for the creature to come back. Uncle continues, explaining that more than 100 gargantuans came after the king's fleet in the night. A quarter of the fleet fell from the sky. I shut my eyes. Uncle pauses. "Something worse." What could be worse? "Conrad," he says, his voice strained. "Ella is missing." My body sinks into ice. Is she alive? Unknown. I'm suddenly left with a thought that my sister might be dead or stolen. I'm thinking about living without her in the world, and that I turned my back on her in the end. "Conrad, where are you presently?" I swallow a breath and give him our coordinates. "Then this will be our last communication for a while," he says. "What about Ella? You have a mission to concern yourself with." "How can I focus when my sister's missing? Maybe dead." "You don't have a choice." My teeth grit. I hate this unfeeling man. We speak for a few more minutes, but I'm tucking it away for later because all I'm worried about is Ella. Finally, Uncle bids me good luck and disconnects. Tara stares at me. "I do not understand why you are upset," she says. "Ella is gone. That's one less competitor for your way to the throne." I suck down a breath to keep from shouting. She's absolutely not one of the healing scholars. "Quiet." She raises an eyebrow. "Oh, I did not realize you were close with your sister. I have heard the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 are not a very loving family." "I'm not just an 𝘓𝘪𝘬." "Of course," she says, nodding. "I will leave you a moment to compartmentalize this information. It always takes the mind a moment to adjust to shocking events. But do not spend too long. The king has a strict timeline for us to follow, and if we are destined to die today, we are supposed to die within the cloud wall." Once she's gone, I growl and almost punch the railing. What can I do for Ella? Maybe she was taken to �̬𝘪𝘵's fleet. Maybe they're trying to make her flip sides. My mind plays over my options, when a horrible thought tells me I can't go back for her. There's too much at stake. And Uncle knows it. Why the hell did he relay this information to me now, right when it'd distract me before a dangerous mission? My brow furrows, and I strangle the railing until my fists turn white. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 must face challenges. Always. It's not enough that I'm on a mission to penetrate the cloud wall. I need to be broken while it happens. Because muscles, when torn, come back stronger. I shove my concerns about Ella down deep. It's up to Uncle to find her. I tap the comm on my sleeve and make the announcement to my squadron. "Prepare to enter the cloud wall." My ships follow the rimmer towards sky's edge. The cloud wall's intense winds threaten to rip me from the deck. Rain drenches my face, and the exterior of sky's edge is so misty it's like breathing water. Worst of all, I'm wearing a thick rubber suit that's supposed to protect my skin from the black cloud's toxins caught in the torrent. We bought them from Scholar. Apparently they wear these things when they're studying the cloud wall. A hood squeezes tight around my scalp. A glass visor covers my face, and the suit's so rigid that it squeaks when I move. But Mage says these will help us get through without awful skin irritations. I breathe through a filtration mask. It's suctioned to my skin, wrapped tight around the back of my skull. My squadron got a full complement of these for the mission. They're not perfect, but they'll prevent lung rot from the low levels of toxins caught in the cloud wall. Unfortunately, the mask makes my face soggy as hell, and the suit so muggy, my skin's soaked. Another gust of windy rain slams the 𝘠𝘮𝘮𝑠 hull. "Lockdown!" Bryce shouts, her voice muffled by her mask. She looks like a lake seal in her suit. In another circumstance, Roderick would probably laugh at how ridiculous we all look. We grip the metal railing. I crank my belt, intensifying my mag boots. Can hardly take a step with them set so high. Then I fiercely squeeze the safety belt that connects my torso to the railing. Bryce grips her safety belt too. Roderick's strapped to the turret, equally protected by his suit and mask. He's on deck just in case we run into anything inside the wall. Erica, Keaton, Tara, and Otto are below decks. The fewer people above, the fewer chances for an accident. Torrents spill toward us and crash against the hull, and we haven't even entered the cloud wall yet. The wind flattens my suit against my chest. Another blast slams the ship, threatening to turn us or blow us off course. But 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 maintains her steel-eyed focus, her strong arms keeping us rigidly straight. "Don't exert too much, Yez," Keaton says over the comm. "I've got the engine humming, but we might need the power if the storm rips us in the wrong direction." "Understood," Yez says. The rimmer leads us closer to the wall. Another blast of wind shudders our underside. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦's arms shake from within the helm bubble. "My compass is off." Bryce taps the compass, strapped to her wrist. "It won't stop spinning." "We have to follow Mage," I roar. "He has his own instruments." His ship bobs and weaves along the wind, as if it's riding a wave. It shoots ahead, leaving the rest of us behind. "Mage!" I shout into my gem. "Stay with us!" "Other way around, Prince," Mage replies. "Stay with me. I know the way in." I glance back at 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦. Rain slides over the helm bubble. Fortunately, the glass is coated in a water-repellent substance, or she might as well be flying with her eyes closed. "Follow him," I say over the comm. Yez nods. "Eh." We cut through the unpredictable gales. The other ships follow. The larger order cruisers and the Hunter Titanium-class ship fare better under the winds. But Mage's vessel, the smallest by far, seems to have no trouble. It shoots forward, directly at a dark patch in sky's edge. A sudden hail of rocks and debris peppers the deck. A pebble stings my back and I wince. "The hell?" "Careful," Mage says over the comm. "The storm carries debris. Quickly now, we're almost to the entrance." "We're going there?" Bryce says over the comm, jabbing a rubber finger at the dark patch in the cloud wall. "But that is the most intense part. If we go that way, we'll be pulverized." "It's the only way in," Mage says calmly. "At least, if you want to keep your ship in one piece." My teeth grind. We've come all this way, placing our faith in a strange explorer. But we don't have a choice. There's no backing away now. I tap my gem to send a message to every ship. "Launch right at the dark patch." A series of confirmations follow. I stop, glance back at Bryce, then Roderick and my squadron. We're going to make it. We have to make it through. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 shoves her hands forward. The wind punches my chest, tries to tear me from the safety belt and scoop me overboard. Maybe I should have gone below decks too, but it's almost impossible to give orders from the captain's cabin. Mage's ship dives into the dark patch, and it's swallowed up by churning clouds and jagged cracks of lightning. Within 2 heartbeats, we crash into the black spot and slip into darkness. My skin itches like hell, even with the rubber suit. Already under attack by the tiny amount of acidic particles caught in the storm. Worse, I can't see a thing. The 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 rumbles beneath me, and my stomach rises from all the jerking movements. Sudden lightning illuminates the inside of the stormy tunnel around us before we fade into complete blackness again. The suit dulls my hearing, but I can breathe. The filtration mask keeps the water out. I hang on to the safety belt. What about the other ships? What if Mage's ship was sucked away? My gut clenches. "Status!" I shout into my comm. But there's no response. Maybe they can't hear me. Or maybe... Suddenly a glimmer of light appears through the wild blackness. "There!" Bryce shouts. "Ysnia! I see it!" We rocket against the gales, and suddenly we burst from blackness through a wall of mist. The winds weaken to a gentle breeze, and the air clears and brightens. Water drips off every part of me, but my skin's no longer stinging. "Welcome to the calm inside the mist," Mage says. A ray of sunlight pierces the mist, exposing this bright gray corridor caught between walls of furious gales. It's like a canyon of winds. The Rimmer floats ahead of us. I turn around, checking for the other ships. One by one, they escape the dark black patch of the clouds behind us and enter this place. I wipe the foggy visor of my filtration mask. The narrow corridor of calm air leads to another thick wall of clouds that blocks the view beyond. Shadows dance among those clouds. Above, a thin layer of clouds forms a roof. "What's going on up there?" Keaton yells over the comm. "Why have we stopped?" "We're inside the sky's edge," Bryce answers. "It's calm inside?" It's unbelievable. Roderick's strapped in his repeater turret, all soggy and dripping. He's looking rather relieved to be alive. After tightening his mask, he adjusts the controls of the turret, and a stream of water ejects out of the base. Then his eyes widen in shock, and he points over my shoulder. I spin around and gaze at the stormy wall directly before the bow. A sudden clash of lightning illuminates an enormous shadow beyond. What is that?" Ysnia blurts out. Oba, the lead order commander, speaks over the comm. "Prince, we have a problem." I don't even have to ask. I know what it is. But they're not supposed to be real. We weren't even trained on them as hunters. The wind suddenly picks up again. Not as explosive as before, but it makes me grip the railing. Harsh rain splatters the deck. Peppers my skin. "Octolun," Oba says. "But they're a myth," a hunter captain says on the comm. "Not a myth," Mage says. "Just incredibly rare. They live in storms, travel in them." As I stare, I recall a moment from when I was young. I'd heard Father and Mother getting debriefed about a storm that struck in the far north. It destroyed most of a city. One of the survivors, a ragged man who had lost everything, claimed something in the storm had been alive. At first, he thought it was a pod of gargantuans, but then it had just vanished all at once. The wind calms inside the corridor again, and another clash of lightning exposes more of the beast's shadow. My adrenaline kicks in. 8 arms splay out from the Octolun's great bulbous head. Each coiling arm stretches as long as a Class 3 gargantuan. The damn thing's enormous. I raise my gem and call out to the ships. "Someone talk to me. Any suggestions for how we proceed from here?" The comm goes quiet. These are all highly accomplished hunters, veterans who have been hunting for decades, and not one knows a thing. This is all going to fall on me. "Bigger problem," Mage says suddenly, taking over the comms. "The Octolun's blocking the exit. That is the only pathway through Sky's Edge." "There has to be another path," I say. "I mean, sure," Mage says. "There are plenty of paths we could take, but they'd all kill us." I wipe the rain from my face and lean forward. Bryce, Ysnia, and Roderick watch me. The fate of 8 ships and their crews depends on my decision. It's a ton of damn pressure. I could kill everyone and fail the Skylands. Mage, I say, what can you tell me about the 𝘓𝘓𝘪? Can we kill it? He laughs. I've got a single harpoon launcher on my ship, strictly for emergencies. This is your domain, hunter. My skin flushes hot, almost embarrassed, but I've got to ask questions, even if I'm admitting I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay, Mage, how do we evade it? He laughs again. Go really fast. If one of its arms gets in your way, turn. I shake my head. We could have the order cruisers and the Hunter Titanium send a barrage, Keaton suggests over the comm. That'll irritate it, Roderick says. Make it come for us here in the corridor. Right now, it's just sort of floating there behind the clouds. I pull my spyglass from my belt, try to squint my way through the mist. For the barest moment, one of the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦's arms surfaces through the storm, and I see the long, gelatinous suckers, metallic scales, like a gargantuan's, protect the beast. It's probably better to try to get past it peacefully, I say. If we attack, we're guaranteed to have a battle. It's your call, Mage says. I glance at my comm gem. My hands feel clammy as we rest on the precipice before the gray clouds, before the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. It feels like we're about to tip over a cliff. We fly past the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦, I say, peacefully. But Prince, another hunter captain, ℚ𝘪𝘬𝘮 of Rebecca, says over the gem, do you really? Battle stations, I command. Arm your cannons and turrets. Have your deck personnel get in the spare toxic suits and come above just in case. The comm line goes quiet, until finally a series of aye ayes come across. Roderick contacts Erica over the comm to suit up and come on deck. Otto's too small to come above. Tara would get ripped from the ship, and Keaton has to manage the engine. Ready when you are, Prince, Mage says over the comm. A few minutes later, once people start arriving on the decks in their suits, Bryce squeezes my shoulder, hops onto Pound's turret, and kicks a lever, switching on the enhanced harpoon repeater. I snatch a shoulder cannon from the munitions platform and clip back into my safety belt. My friends gently nod at me. Then I look over the other ships and the people standing on their decks, armed and prepared. Erica arrives, snatches a weapon, and straps herself into a safety belt. I let out a long exhale, gathering my will to face this challenge with the survival of not just us, but the whole Skylands hanging in the balance. We don't stop for anything, I say to the whole squadron. If one of us is hit, we keep flying. Our mission's too important. I swallow a breath. Let's fly. Chapter 28. After we launch through the churning wall of vertical clouds, we enter a stormy tunnel. But the torrential winds steer the squadron close to the sleeping 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. It's just off our starboard side. I'm hardly breathing. Not that the beast could hear me through the mask or over the powerful gusts anyway. My eyes adjust to the growing darkness. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦's a giant, bulging creature with flexible scales and thick, gargantuan-sized tentacles. It hovers in midair, its tentacles flowing with the winds. Steady, I say over the comm to the ships. Steady. Mage's ship is well beyond the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 now, waiting for us to join it near the tunnel's exit. Get there, and we're out. My squadron's all armed and ready, just in case something goes wrong. But I don't want to fight this monster. Not when we know so little about it. Not in this gloom, and certainly not in these winds that have slowed us to quarter speed. Erica is deadly quiet as she watches the giant monster. We continue soaring near the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦's tentacles, just a few hundred feet from us. The tentacles rise and fall as it sleeps. A metal beak shines beneath its torso. This creature has a strange, dangerous beauty. Multicolored scales that seemingly mimic the storm around it, blending it in. It almost has a glowing hue. Yes, Erica says, you're too close to the monster. Back off. The winds! Yes grits her teeth while navigating the strings. It's like we're being pulled toward it. Another gust slams into my chest, slowing us to a crawl. Keaton, I say over the comm, can the engine handle? No, she says. It's at capacity. The creature sleeps, but we're right on top of it, only a couple 100 feet separating us and the spiny ridges above its eyes. We just have to get past this thing. Come on. My jaw clenches. Come on, just a little farther. Another sudden burst of wind slams into us, and we slide across the sky. Only a few dozen feet away from the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦 now. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘬 fights the strings. No one shouts or makes a noise, but Roderick's frantically throwing his hands in the air, urging us away from the monster. Suddenly, the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦's giant black eye opens. I freeze. The massive pupil contracts, then dilates, inspecting the storm until it stops directly on my ship. Fly! I yell. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘬 throws her hands forward, but we don't launch because of these damn winds. The beast thrashes tentacles into the air and one slams into us. My vision spins. Whole body rocks. And in the next moment, I'm blinking in disorientation because blood's rushing into my skull. My safety belt's digging into my body. My ankle strained from the pressure of my magnetized boots. We're upside down. Oh shit, we're upside down. Right the ship, Roderick cries. Yes, right the ship. My magnetics are holding. I flex my toes, hoping I don't slip from my boots. But my left foot's no good. I lost a pinky toe to the cold when I was alow on Homestead. Just then, my whole left foot slides free. Holy hell. The veins on my hands bulge as I grip the safety belt. The winds intensify, and my sock flaps, threatening to tear loose from my foot. I try shoving my foot back into my boot stuck to the deck, but miss. Jesnia shouts, and using all her strength, she twists the strings. Finally, the gladion rights itself. I shove my foot back into the mag boot and tighten the damn straps so tight they'll probably cut off my circulation. Get out of there! Mage cries over the comm. It's coming again! Roderick squeezes the turret triggers, sending harpoons at an approaching tentacle. The 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦 snatches the Intrepid. We're supposed to not stop for anything, but I can't do that. We can't leave them. Attack! I roar. Save the Intrepid! The other ships encircle the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦, maneuver slowly against the gales, and swerve around the tentacles. They spray the creature with explosions. The 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬 fires its omega cannons, and the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦's head ripples from the blast. The dark storm erupts in gold light. Suddenly, the Intrepid pulls free. Part of its hull ripped away and stuck on a tentacle. This way, Mage yells. We must escape through the tunnel's exit. We soar away after him, but the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦 tucks its limbs in and darts for us, cutting through the winds like they aren't even there. Faster, 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬, Roderick cries. I'm giving it all I got, 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬 snaps. The 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦 nears. We can't outrun it, not against these winds. I reach for my shoulder cannon, but it's gone. Must have slipped off when we flipped. Out of nowhere, a giant chunk of rock comes flying right at us. Duck! Bryce shouts. Jesnia pulls back. I slam into the railing and wince. The rock spins past us. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬 throws us forward, away from the rock and 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦. Where the cuss did that come from? Roderick yells. Erica jabs a panicked finger ahead, and I spin to look. Islands, a whole group of them trailing debris, are caught in a dark patch of the storm that swells on the port side. And more than that, ghost ships. Ships from every era, some no more than rusted metal husks. They're caught in a horrifying wave that rolls toward us. "Dive!" I yell. A jagged metal hull flies at us. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 shoves the strings downward, and we plunge beneath it. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 navigates us between pieces of earth and dead ships. A chunk of debris crashes into the railing beside me, and the ☠𝘪𝘮𝘦 groans from all the intense winds. The ☠𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 nears. The intrepid and dauntless fire massive explosions into the monster, but the beast bursts through like they're nothing. It comes for our stern, ready to reel us in toward its snapping beak, until a careening island slams into the monster. The ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘦 screeches. 𝘊𝘮𝑚 fights the strings to create distance, moving us toward the exit, and Roderick sends thick harpoons at the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮. Each one spears into the tentacles. The ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮 catches sections of an island and hurls them. The storm breaks apart the larger pieces, but I duck and cover my head as small rocks pepper the deck. "Ah!" Roderick cries. He clutches his shoulder after a rock smacks him, then roars as he swivels on the turret and starts shooting again. "Eat your dinner!" Harpoons and golden explosions fill the sky. Bryce squeezes her triggers. The harpoons stick better than they ever do with large gargantuans. Erica fires a harpoon, and it sinks into the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛's head. Even so, our projectiles are pine needles compared to this thing. Not even the giant harpoons from the 𝘝𝑪𝑚𝑚𝑚 are causing enough damage. We keep on toward Mage, getting closer to the exit, but the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛 soars overhead and overtakes us. My skin crawls. It's blocking our path. We'll have to fight our way out. "Kill it!" I roar over the comm. My squadron encircles the monstrosity and attacks. 𝘊𝘮𝑚𝑚 deftly navigates us around angry tentacles. We dip and swerve. Bryce switches her turret to explosives. She fires, and her shot hits the closest tentacle, sending waves up its body. I can only watch. I'm unarmed and feeling so useless, but I can't risk rushing across the deck to the munitions platform. Not with these winds. A deadly thought crawls into my mind. We'll have no way to reload the turrets once they run dry. It's too dangerous to run across the deck right now. The ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛 soars beside us, its left eye tracking our every move. Roderick rotates the turret, peers down the barrel, and fires. His harpoon cuts through the gale and stabs the monster's eye. It shrieks and white blood sprays into the storm. "Can't see us now, can you?" Roderick fires again, but the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛 raises a tentacle to protect itself, then launches all the other tentacles at us. "𝘊𝘮𝑚𝑚, get us!" But the tentacles sweep in from all directions. Within a blink, blackness surrounds the ☠𝘓𝑚𝑚. The tentacles block the storm, and everything becomes eerily still. Panic pulls inside me. We're engulfed by approaching tentacles. Roderick and Keaton desperately fire explosions and harpoons. The explosions sting my eyes and ring my ears. With each blast, we get glimpses of the advancing suckers. Worse, we see the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛's silver beak, just a few dozen feet away from the starboard side. It's eagerly snapping, waiting for us to be pulled to it. I stand in place, horrified. I got us killed. All my friends. The ship. Suddenly, an explosion erupts from outside the tentacles. The 𝘝𝑪𝑚𝑚𝑚𝑚 The ☠𝘓𝘓𝘮𝑛 shrieks. Stormy light grows in my eyes, and a narrow opening appears between two retracting tentacles. "Go!" I cry. "Go, 𝘊𝘮𝑚𝑚!" She shoves with all she's got. We rip forward, and I squeeze the railing, willing us to make it between the passage. "Come on, come on!" Just before the ☠𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑛's tentacles close the path, We rocket between the gap and plunge back into the fierce winds. I breathe out. We can't kill this thing. We can only hope to outmaneuver it. Now we have a free path to the exit. Retreat! I shout over the comm. Follow the rimmer to the exit! The squadron launches through the gales. The retreating order cruisers continue firing their powerful cannons at the beast. The 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 fires another ray blast from its omega cannons, just hoping to slow it down. Each sends rippling vibrations up the octalon. I'm low on harpoons, Roderick yells. Bryce and Erica confirm they're low on ammunition too. Conserve, I say. Emergency use only. We're starting to approach the rimmer, just a few thousand feet. This way, Prince, Mage says over the comm. We must continue through the corridor. Quickly, before it closes. It closes? Bryce shouts over the comm. You could have mentioned that before we entered. Yes, well, I didn't think we'd dither around the octalon all day, Mage says. Dither? Roderick roars. The thing cut us off. Yez's arms are shaking, tired. The wind comes at us from everywhere. My body shakes as I hold on. Behind us, the full squadron follows. The order cruisers fire another volley into the octalon's head as it shoves an island aside. The beast lifts its giant tentacles to block the attacks, and the ensuing explosion lights up its scales. Wait, Bryce says. The octalon. It has some kind of camouflaging system. I stare in horror as the beast's body shifts colors. Grayish, blue, ripples across its body until suddenly the creature's gone, invisible amid the gloom. It's camouflaged itself, Oba yells over the comm. Flak! I yell to the squadron. Fill the damn skies with it! Golden sparkles shoot into the storm, but the descending twinkles are ripped away and extinguished by the fierce winds. A giant shadow swipes through the squadron, and an invisible force suddenly sends the tellum spinning. The order vessels veer apart while the 𝘵𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘬 turrets send harpoons right into us, digging into our hull. Cease fire! I cry as I duck. Cease fire! The Gladian shudders from the 𝘵𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘬's harpoons. A single one could puncture our gas pipes, make us sink. Yeznia struggles against the strings. She's on the brink, thoroughly exhausted. But we can't replace her in the middle of this storm. We're almost there, Yez, I say. Just a little longer. Her brow furrows with determination. The octalon's shadowy figure moves through the haze, illuminated whenever a flash of lightning spreads across its tendrils. The beast reappears and attacks, sending tentacles at us before it vanishes once more. It's too fast, Erica says. It moves in this storm like it commands it. We fly hard after the rimmer, every ship, but the octalon's tentacles slash through the middle of the ships. Roderick shouts in terror as a tentacle coils around the Dauntless. No! The order cruiser's yanked, pulled like a toy boat in a bath, and sucked backward. My whole body prickles. Leave them, Mage says over the comm. We have to get out. We can't, I yell. Fire! I roar over the comm to the squadron. Fire! We attack with all we've got. Despite the storm and winds, and the fact that it's as stupid as hell, I unclip from the safety belt, then clench my jaw as I race to the munitions platform. The wind crashes into me, threatening to lift me right off, but I dive to catch a crate of weapons. While grimacing, I lift a mobile launcher and attack the beast's head. Roderick squeezes the triggers, sending harpoons until his turret whines on empty, and Bryce peppers the beast until her turret runs out too. My squadron sends everything. The octalon glows orange from the assault. Harpoons dig into it. Explosions make its body ripple. Gushes of flame from another hunter ship blacken the beast's suckers. The storm flashes under the attack. Even so, the Dauntless is pulled deeper into the tentacles. "More!" I say, hugging the munitions platform. "We've got to free the Dauntless!" "Prince," Mage says quietly, "they are gone. You said we wouldn't stop for anything. The corridor is closing." I hesitate. It's one thing to say we won't stop for anything. It's another to leave people to their deaths. Suddenly, the gladian jerks. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 tumbles, her dangling arms held up by the strings. Passed out, likely from sheer exhaustion. Her feet slide off the helm tile. The strings slip away, and the helm bubble opens and slides into the deck. 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦 drops off the platform and tumbles across the ship, landing in a railing net. "Yes!" Erica cries. Roderick and Bryce shout in panic. Shit! I lower the magnetics in my boots and run for the railing. The winds attack me, threaten to rip me off, but my hands catch the metal. 𝘊𝘮𝑗's body lolls in the net. A fierce gale pushes her out, and just before she flies across the deck, I snatch her hand, pull her back into the net, and attach a safety belt around her waist. "Conrad!" Roderick points. I look back, and can only stare as the Octolon pulls the Dauntless to its beak. Nothing we can do. Just like I could do nothing for the people of Homestead, for my other ships, for Pound, for Ella. Bryce leaps onto the helm bubble, attaches the strings, and rotates us away from the Dauntless. I don't have the energy to tell her to go back. We can't go back. We're low on weapons. Our best flyer is unconscious, and we'd be risking everything. I shut my eyes. We must leave them. "Help us!" the Dauntless crew begs. "Please!" My throat tightens. I promised myself I wouldn't lose ships again, or people. And now an entire crew's going to vanish. My head sags. "I'm sorry." "Please!" someone on the Dauntless begs. "I have a family! I suck a long breath and reluctantly turn away. "Follow Mage's ship," I say to the squadron. "We must escape, or all is lost." Pleading voices cry after me, and I almost reach to shut off my comm. But no, I won't. I'll stay with them. I'll listen so I'll never forget. Bryce launches us, and as we're rocketing away, the Octolon's giant beak begins to crunch into the Dauntless deck. The ship's crew fights for their lives. They shoot explosive blasts into the tender underside of the Octolon. The beast roars, then expels some type of black gas that spreads along the deck. And within an instant, all the soldiers tumble to the ground, paralyzed. The Octolon brings its tentacles close, crushing the ship. A series of metal and glass tubes, escape pods, shoot from the Dauntless. Then the cruiser collapses under the weight, squashed like a paper ball. The Octolon catches several escape pods in its suckers. The wind steals others. One pod slams into a chunk of rock. People inside them shout for us, but we keep flying. Can't slow down. The dauntless sacrifice gave us time to escape. If we stop, their deaths mean nothing. Miraculously, one escape pod manages to launch farther than all the others. Close enough that Roderick launches the claw gun after it. The chain ripples through the air until it chunks onto the pod. He cranks the pod in, toward our deck. Finally, we reach Mage's ship and follow it into a stormy tunnel leading toward calmer skies. Bitter rain wets my lips, and my heart beats hollow. Even over the howling winds, the crunching of the Octolon's beak is audible. We continue in somber silence, until we at last burst from the cloud wall, abandoning the living dead to the Octolon. It makes me sick. Chapter 29. Erica unstraps 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝘦, and Roderick lifts her from the railing's net. They rip off her rubber helmet. 𝘊𝘮 is pale and dazed as she leans against him. We're about to gather around her, but we stop at the sight before us. Our mouths fall. "Welcome," Mage says from his ship directly above us, "to the uncharted airs." Pink skies, gorgeous puffy clouds, and countless unknown creatures surround us. Multicolored birds, scaled in metal, squawk in orchestrated loops. Beyond them, a group of enormous animals float in the distance. The breathing holes above their heads make gushing noises, and they release low, rumbling moans, almost in baritone song. But the beauty of this new world barely registers on my weary heart, because I'm haunted by the pleading voices of the dauntless crew. I pull off my rubber helmet, and the winds cool on my skin. Otto climbs atop the deck and hurries to the railing. "What is this place?" he says. "We made it?" Around the giant, gentle singing creatures, every manner of Pishin zooms in their schools like golden dust in the wind. Tara and Keaton come above too. Keaton hugs Roderick, then checks on Bryce and 𝘧𝘧𝘧. But Tara marches toward me, staring at this untouched ecosystem. She says something about some hypothesis, but I can't listen to some scholar theory right now. 𝘧𝘧𝘧 leans forward and vomits. "Oh, Yes," Erica says, holding 𝘧𝘧𝘧's hair back. "You probably have a concussion. I'm taking you below." 𝘧's eyes are dilated, and she leans woozily on Erica for support. The two take the storage platform below decks rather than testing the hatch's ladder. Otto unhooks multiple rags from his belt and hurries to clean the mess, but he screams and nearly trips because suddenly one of those singing creatures, as thick and long as a Class II gargantuan, rises from beneath our ship. Its humid breath gusts from its breathing hole, and several of its friends join it, their enormous blue eyes studying us, like we're the strange thing in the sky. Roderick hops onto a turret and raises the barrel, his fingers close to the triggers. "Rod!" Keaton raises a hand to stop him. "Stop!" "What? It might attack us." "A gargantuan would already be eating our hull." He hesitates before his grip relaxes. I turn away from the bizarre creatures and focus on the cloud wall. The rest of the squadron floats outside it. I've been so preoccupied that I didn't even think to check their status. Dents and holes cover the ships. Many of the crews have come above to find debris, broken rocks, and even chunks of old ships lodged into their decks. "Status," I call over the comm. A series of reports comes in. I breathe out with relief when I learn none of the ships lost crew members. Unfortunately, there are numerous injuries, broken bones, and filled medical rooms. I stare at the empty space where the Dauntless would be. My eyes grow warm, and I don't know what to do, what to say. So I raise my comm gem and start to sing. My crew looks at me. The song of falling slips from my lips. The sorrowful notes hit me with power, constrict my chest, and make my voice quiver. But I must be strong in front of everyone. Can't show weakness. Despite my best efforts, my voice won't stop shaking. Keaton and Bryce join my side and sing. My voice strengthens. The comms fill with song. Hardened soldiers from the other ships join in. Finally, the last note trails from our lips, caught in the wind, taken off with the dead. Keaton stares at me, frowning, and the words are there, but she won't say them aloud. Not here. She'd tell me it wasn't my fault, like Drake's death wasn't my fault, like Homestead wasn't my fault. Even if none of these things are my fault, what kind of leader am I if I can't do a single thing to prevent them? Suddenly, the escape pod that Roderick cranked in hisses open. We turn around, and just as the pod's glass bubble slides away, I freeze. Bryce gasps. We all stand in complete silence, staring at the person stumbling out of the pod. He's dressed in the garb of an order soldier, but he's no order soldier. He's only a boy in appearance. Dark black bangs drape over his face, partially obscuring his yellow smile, and seeing him fills my heart with dread. Sebastian of Abel. "You," I say, unclipping my dueling cane and stomping toward him. "What the hell are you doing here?" Sebastian backs up, hands out. "I've come to save my best friend, Conrad of 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦." I catch him by the neck, my skin burning hot, and push him until his back's braced against the railing. I'm ready to squeeze his throat. This little bastard's back on my ship? How? Why? "Physical conflict isn't the hunter way, Captain," Sebastian says. "We're not in Skyland territory anymore," I snarl. Sebastian cackles. "So does that mean I don't have to follow your orders, Your Highness?" My friends gather around me, coaxing me to release Sebastian. But once Bryce gets close to him, he yips. "Don't touch me," he whines. "You Lantian traitor! Murderous dirt eater from below the acid clouds! Back! Back!" Bryce stares at him, her eye twitching. When she moves away, Sebastian relaxes and straightens his dirty ordered jacket. Seems like he's been rolling around in some type of gunk. Then he smiles that unhinged smile of his. I breathe with unease. Sebastian's the darkest side of meritocracy, the side that warps people into something demented and wrong. "You're probably wondering what I was doing on the Dauntless," Sebastian says. I scowl. He grins, loving his audience. It's best to ignore him, but we need to know how he got here and why he was on an order vessel. "It was a simple thing, really," Sebastian says, looking over his filthy fingers, then wiping them on Roderick's suit. "I infiltrated Order so I could join this mission." "You infiltrated Order?" Bryce folds her arms. "That simple?" "Yes, quite like you, dirt eater. I infiltrated. It wasn't too difficult. Only had to kill an order guard and steal his papers. I pressed his eyeballs into his skull." He chuckles. My hands ball into fists. With Sebastian, it's impossible to separate a truth from a lie. Sometimes he says things just to get a rise. "Your Royal Highness," he says to me, "I warned you not to come on this mission, that this mission would break you, but you've always been stubborn, so I came to save you." Oh, how I want to beat that smile off his face, hurl him over the railing to be eaten by the black clouds. But I won't become a murderer, not even for him. I tap my comm and explain we have an infiltrator to the other captains and commanders. "We have plenty of space in our brigs," says Oba, the order commander. "We shall take him." "Don't tell me our grand reunion will be so short-lived, Prince," Sebastian pouts. "I was hoping we'd catch up." Without warning, he taps his comm gem. "The Prince is broken. He will doom you all." Roderick slams him into the deck. Sebastian grunts, then laughs. "Rod, you've been eating your protein." Keaton rips Sebastian's comm gem away. I growl. Can't believe the snake is back, and I have to deal with him again. If I don't, his venom will spread just like it did in the Gauntlet. He could turn the other ships against me. Losing the Dauntless will probably make it even easier for him. He's a venomous serpent. Sebastian touches the back of his head and shows us the slip of blood. I thought Pound was supposed to be the uncontrollable physical one. Speaking of which, where is our big ugly friend? My lips twitch. Sebastian watches me, studying my face. Then he starts laughing so hard that he's wiping his eyes. He tries to lean on Roderick's leg to steady his balance, but Roderick steps back. "It's funny," Sebastian says, regaining his composure and rising to stand. "For a while, I thought this crew was special, full of people who had risen above meritocracy. Thought they cared more about one another than their own rise." "He left for his family," Roderick says through pursed lips. "His family? The ones who abandoned him? The ones who all died on Homestead? Have you no feeling at all? Roderick says, his face red. That was your home island, too. Sebastian yawns. Yes, well, it treated me lower than dirt. Good riddance, I say. Eh, Prince? He nudges me, but I snap. My fist plunges into his gut, crumpling him over. He falls onto his knees, wheezing, trying to will air back into his lungs. And once he breathes again, holding his stomach, he laughs. Oba's cruiser, the Intrepid, pulls alongside us. Several order guards run across their gangway. They shove Sebastian to the ground. At first he flops around, not resisting. But I see something cross his face. The same look when he broke Samantha's neck in the duel at the academy. Get back! I shout. But I'm too late. Sebastian throws a quick punch into a guard's throat. Strategic. The man snaps back, holding his throat, eyes wide, unable to breathe. Sebastian broke the man's trachea. Meds! Keaton shouts. I slam my cane into Sebastian's face, and he falls. Meanwhile, his victim flails on the ground, mouth opening and closing silently as he kicks his legs. Everyone's shouting. Sebastian woozily watches the scene, but he's cognizant enough to grin. Evil little bird shit. A scholar doctor rushes over to provide aid and meds. The other guards swarm Sebastian, kick him, make him bleed. They cuff him and lift him roughly. He sags forward slightly, his hair draped over his face. He blows the bangs away, showing me his purpled face. I will not stop, Sebastian whispers to me. Good things are in store now that I'm here. Don't you worry, Prince. Then he's dragged across the gangway onto the order cruiser. The injured guard is carried across too. I stomp away, my skin hot. Sebastian's return can't be a coincidence. He's up to something, but I don't have time to figure out what. My boots rattle on the darkened floor of the Gladian's corridors. I'm out of the rubber suit and back in my hunter uniform. Even though it's been hours, my skin's still clammy from that rubber thing, and I'm itchy despite the protection the rubber suit gave me from the toxins. Erica told me, and everyone else, that we all will likely have rashes, but the medicinal cream should clear it up overnight, hopefully. My wind goggles bounce against my chest, and my black hunter jacket whips behind me. We've anchored tightly against the gray rocks of an island for the evening to recuperate. The Intrepid will be on watch duty tonight. My body's running on adrenaline. I need nothing more than to sleep in my warm bed. My legs slog beneath me like heavy stumps. Suddenly, Keaton and Roderick appear around the corner, stopping me. Roderick's biting his lip, anxious, but Keaton's eyes are determined steel. Conrad, about Sebastian being back, Keaton says. He can't be trusted. Do you remember what he did to this crew? He lied and manipulated his way to becoming captain. When he lost the role, he tried to murder people, including you. I say nothing. Get rid of him, Keaton says. I raise an eyebrow. How? Roderick scratches the back of his head. But Keaton's got an edge about her. Fighting a war will do that to you. Fighting for your life will do that. Maybe not kill him, she says, not directly, but we've left prisoners on islands before. We can give him supplies, Roderick says. When this is all over, Keaton says, we'll send someone for him. The longer we keep him around, the more likely he'll enact some plan. She steps closer to me, because we all know that bird shit always has plans. Roderick pats my shoulder. We'll support you, whatever you decide, but please consider it. He'll hurt us if he stays. Then they leave me standing in the darkness of the corridor. I exhale and lean against the wall. Mother would want me to be merciful, but could she have ever predicted someone like Sebastian? Father's voice invades my mind. When mercy overwhelms you, think only hate. Well, I hate Sebastian with a fierce passion, but leaving him out here on an island by himself? This is certain death. It is murder. How likely is anyone to return from beyond Sky's Edge? Outside of Mage, we're the first to be here since the end of the Defector War. I continue down the corridor, trying to purge Sebastian from my thoughts, and finally get some damn sleep. But just before I enter my cabin, my gem lights up. My eyes shut. It's from Tara. Never a moment's rest. The more important you become, the less time you have. I could ignore her, but it's better to get it over with. I head to the 3rd level and stand in the doorway of her immaculate room. She waves me in while speaking about the uncharted heirs into a recorder gem like the one Erica has. I glance around the room. Her books are organized alphabetically along a wide bookshelf, held in place by a retention bar. Above her steel desk, magnetic pens stick to the walls, and the papers on her desk are filled with notes. She even has a crude map she's working on, tracking everything we're doing. Tara's dressed in casual wear. Well, casual for a scholar, that is. Her red hair's tied back, and she's in a loose crimson uniform with scholar's emblems of an open book on her chest. Uncle's portrait hangs from her wall. She stops recording and catches me looking at the portrait, perhaps thinking I'm impressed. Your uncle is a great man. I say nothing. Many do not understand what he has done to reach his status, but his steady leadership is what makes me believe we have a chance. I didn't realize you were such a supporter. I support those with strength, she says, as should all in meritocracy. Are there many stronger than him? I don't answer. It's interesting that she's the heir to scholar because her master, Shang of Li, does not provide much support to my uncle. I swallow down my distaste for uncle's image and meet her eyes. You wanted to speak with me? Oh, yes, Prince. Then she pauses, a slight hesitation in her voice. This is something you must consider. It is vitally important for the welfare of the islands. What is it? The Sky's Edge hypothesis. The what? Within Scholar, it is theorized that the cloud wall protected an entire ecosystem from the gargantuan threat. These creatures, she says, motioning to the crude drawings she's tacked on the walls. The below created them to be part of the gargantuan's food source. This is the last thing on my mind right now, but Tara plows ahead regardless. The cloud wall has been a protective barrier. Now, she pauses. It appears these creatures have adapted to life up here. They are thriving. This is likely a strategy the Lanteans had hoped would work. Build a self-sustaining ecosystem for the gargantuans that would weaken the Skylands without a single Lantean death. She breathes out. The creatures of the uncharted heirs must all be destroyed. Well, as far as we know, they're entirely peaceful. True, but if these creatures were able to escape, if Sky's Edge ever falls, they could spread across the skies and feed the gargantuans. If we were concerned about the pods before, imagine what would happen if they had more of their natural prey to hunt. Predator levels rise and lower depending on the scarcity of food. It would be years before they'd be able to spread throughout the Skylands. We've seen what happens when invasive species are introduced. The Skylands didn't always have gargantuans, or blobins, or acidans. I stare at her. You can be like the other generations before you, she says, the ones that pass it on because it's not an immediate problem. Or you could be proactive and solve it before it becomes one. I exhale and wipe my face. Tara, even if you're right, we don't have the supplies. We must ration our ammo and weapons. Well, somehow they must be destroyed. Do not let your emotions get the better of you, Prince. We must have no mercy. The familiarity of the message annoys me. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss? That is all. I say good night, then step back into the hall. I'm irritated that she brought this information to me now, right after we lost the Dauntless, and right after Sebastian returned and broke a man's trachea. She's worried about things that are 10 steps ahead. And worse, I'm frustrated that she added more to my pile of worries. Why am I the one mercy or death always falls upon? Should I destroy a whole ecosystem simply because it's the food of something more dangerous? Should I throw Sebastian onto an island to fend for himself? I finally push open the door into my cabin, kick off my mag boots, pull off my wind goggles from my neck, and gently slip out of my hunter jacket. My skin's still itchy from the toxic air, so I uncap Erica's medicinal cream and slather it over my neck where I itch the most. Oh, my stomach feels warped. I leave my comm gem on the desk, thinking I'll soon slip under my blanket and doze for as long as possible. But as I start toward my bed, at the end of the hall, I find someone on the couch. See her out of the corner of my eye. Bryce? I turn to glimpse the figure and realize it's not Bryce at all. My whole body tingles. Can't believe it. It's impossible. Hello, brother, she says. Chapter 30. Not sure whether to hug Ella or scold her. For several seconds, I just stare at her, disbelieving that she's even here. It doesn't make sense. How did she get here? Why? Uncle is looking for you, I say finally. He thinks you were captured. I stowed away here. No hello? I blink. Ella, these are the uncharted airs. It's dangerous. I pause. There's a strong chance we won't get back to Skyland's territory. We will. We are Irwin. I'm not in the mood for that Irwin bird shit. We are not invincible, and the comms won't penetrate the cloud wall. Uncle's spending resources looking for you. Resources that could be spent on the war. Why did you come? She pauses, mouth opening and shutting, hesitating because she's been taught to hide emotions. Still, her face betrays her. There's an admission there that maybe, just maybe, something I've told her connected with her. I don't trust Severina, she says. You stowed away because of that? She goes quiet. She is ruining everything. I'm not interested in Uncle's wife. Ella, look, you've come all this way. I need to communicate in a way she understands. It shows strength to speak plainly and honestly. She meets my eyes. Unconvinced, but she unclips her cane. The ugly red thing Uncle gave her. The blank one without a story. Then she pulls a necklace from her collar. It's a light chain with an emblem of the Irwin eagle and our initials, COU and EOU, etched in the back of a hanging pendant. It's the same gold necklace I gave her years ago when I'd promised we'd be together forever. I'm here for Mother, she says. She exposes a new capsule at the end of her necklace, a little fragment of Mother's cane inside, just like mine. This chip was all I could find, she says. I went back for the rest of her cane, but I couldn't find it. Uncle threw it out. He must have tossed the stag out the window. Something about this revelation cracks me. Guilt. Ella did something because of Uncle's pressure, but she regretted it almost immediately. I open my desk drawer and pull out something that glistens under the light of the crystal lamp. Ella stares at the black stag of hail with relief. There's sincerity in my sister's eyes, but it doesn't make sense. Ella's stubborn as hell. There's no way she flipped this easily. You destroyed Mother's cane, I whisper. Ella, you broke the legacy she left for you. I'm stuck, she says. My eyes narrow. What? I'm stuck, she repeats, visibly chewing on a thought she can't quite get out. Like, Uncle's part of me, but Mother is too. I'm stuck between them, pulled in two directions. She nibbles her lip again. Does that make any sense? I know this feeling better than most. but I don't know what to say. Her face is wrinkled with conflict. I deal with this all the time, being pulled in 2 different directions. But I try to be myself. The problem is, I don't think Ella even knows who she is yet. I sink into my seat behind the desk. She watches me, and her fingers nervously twitch. What am I supposed to do with her? Send her back with one of my ships, with no guarantee they can cross safely through Sky's Edge without someone like Mage to guide them? Weaken my squadron to protect her? What message would I be sending if I push her away now that she's finally reached out to me? So am I staying? She asks. I meet her eyes. Even though I'm not convinced about why she returned to me, I make a decision. One that I hope I won't regret. You're staying. Uncle can search in vain. I don't give a damn. I wait until morning to reintroduce Ella to my crew. Roderick and Keaton are speechless. Bryce blinks in utter amazement. Yesenia folds her arms and looks Ella up and down. But Otto, his face flushes pink as he glimpses my sister. Something about that look makes my brow furrow. Erica's the only one who smiles at Ella. She offers her a tray of breakfast. While my crew eats and asks Ella how she managed to stow away, I walk to the window and contact the other ships to inform them of the situation. We are willing to take the princes back to the Skylands, Oba answers. We can't lose another ship, I say. Besides, if you go back, you may have to face the 𝘓𝘂𝘮 alone. Worse, you'll need Mage, and we can't spare him. We'll do whatever you decide, Your Highness. She will remain with us, I say. The comm goes quiet for a moment. Oba's voice returns. As you wish, Prince. I can assure everyone in the squadron that none of you will be blamed for this unexpected arrival, I say. I will bear full responsibility. I shift the subject. Mage? His voice comes over the gem. Yes? We should depart soon. How long will it take us to get to Weapons Island from here? He says, voice hesitating. May we speak in person? Something about his tone fills me with unease. In person? Yes, I have information for your ears only. My brow wrinkles. I can't deal with another surprise. We've had too many. Bryce and Keaton watch me as they eat their egg boat toast. Better make it quick, Magellan of Cabral, I say, forcing my voice to remain calm. We have a sky of people to save. A few minutes later, Mage stands in the doorway of the Gladians' command room, staring at Bryce, Roderick, Keaton, Erica, and my sister. Roderick picks at the warm potato puffs and dips them in lemon sauce. The others brought their breakfast too. Prince, Mage hesitates, I was under the impression we'd be alone. His blue robotic pincers fiddle with his jacket's buttons. I change my mind, I say. He remains standing in the doorway. My crew would discover the truth either way, Mage. I lean forward, hands on the desk. I'm assuming you're here with bad news? Well, I haven't been entirely honest. I exhale. Tell me. He blinks at my crew, feet shifting. I trust everyone here, Mage. That's the thing, Prince. I don't. You don't have a choice. This mission hinges on you. My crew will hear about it from me now or later. Might as well be now. He eyes Bryce. I only speak if she is gone. Bryce's arms fold. Keaton and Roderick place supportive hands on her shoulders. I trust Bryce, I say. She is a Lantian. We are all aware, Keaton says, a bite in her voice. She's still here. That should tell you something, explorer. Mage blinks and enters, careful to shut the door behind him. Soon he's sitting opposite me, and it's strange that now he looks so small, narrow shoulders, a jaw that could crack from a single punch. The first time we met, he seemed to be able to read me, had an obscene amount of confidence. But now I'm realizing that although he's great at uncovering secrets, his eccentricities, the way he talks and laughs, it's all a mask. Deep down, this Mage of Cabral is a bit of a coward. "How did you lose your arm, Mage?" Ella asks. He shifts. "A Mashton." "Mashton?" Roderick says. "How the cuss did you tangle with one of those?" "Well, that brings me to the reason I'm here." We stare at him. He breathes out. "I should have given this information to the king, but I was protecting my discoveries." His face splotches with heat. "I didn't recently find a way through the cloud wall. I've been navigating these uncharted airs for 2 years. We go silent. "I wanted to be a traveler. It's the highest rank in my trade." "So," I say, leaning back, "you were hoarding the discoveries." He clears his throat and nods. "This damn meritocracy, making people selfish even when the fate of the islands themselves is at stake. In his trade, there's no greater honor than being the one to uncover new secrets. The discovery of gold is worth more than the gold itself." "But the uncharted airs have changed," Mage says. "It wasn't like this 2 years ago. The below, I think they're here." I shut my eyes. Uncle said that was possible. But perhaps if Mage had really emphasized this to Uncle before we left on the mission, then maybe we'd have more ships. "Are you taking us to Weapons Island or not?" Bryce asks. "That's the thing. It's not that simple. I've made some discoveries." Mage looks like he'd rather jump overboard, but he forces the words out. "We need to go to another island first." The room falls silent. "In my travels here, I've discovered that Weapon had a secret island called Salentus." Keaton and Roderick glance at each other. "I have mapped out 7 islands in these airs," Mage says, "made numerous discoveries, all with the hope that when I revealed them all at once, I'd become a traveler." "You haven't revealed this to your master?" I say. "Marion knows I found a way in through Sky's Edge," he says. "She credited me with the discovery. Then she made me come before King Ulrich. But I didn't tell her everything because I'm not done yet. The next discovery could put me in the history books. It's just, I need your help with Salentus." "So we're going on some errand of yours to help you become famous?" Erica scoffs. "Isn't our mission to save the Skylands?" "Of course, we're here to save the Skylands," Mage says, irritated. "But I deserve credit now," he says. "Weapon created something, a device of unimaginable destruction. This is information I told the king. Conrad knows this too." I say nothing. "But this next discovery, no one knows except me." He slides out a tattered journal from his jacket. The pages are frayed and partially rotted. "The Journal of the Master of Weapon." He lowers the leather-bound book on the table. We lean forward and stare in amazement. In these uncharted airs, a massive, wide-open space, Mage managed to find a journal that belonged to the final master of Weapon. He might be dishonest and selfish, but that doesn't mean he isn't exceptionally skilled at his trade. "I'm guessing," I say, "you have a whole set of discoveries aboard your vessel." "And I'm guessing," Roderick says, stuffing another sauce-covered potato puff into his mouth, "that's why you haven't let me on your ship." "Yes," Mage says. Roderick chews and grumbles. Mage flips open the journal. "The thing is, Master of Weapon, Brone of Atlan, planned to use his weapon against the Skylands and reverse the war. But Brone grew tired, old. When his weapon was finally operational, he realized that if he used it, it would change the world forever. He says here," Mage flips open the journal and points at a line, "What's the point of winning a war if there's nothing left remaining?" An icy tendril coils inside me. What kind of weapon did Brone create? Seeing as the Skylander Armada had defeated the last of Weapon's flying monstrosity, Mage continues, it was too late for Brone to destroy his weapon, so he locked it in a vault on Paradiddeo. Weapons home island. But 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘩 was blown to dust, I say. The city was destroyed, yes, but the tunnels below the island's surface are intact, Mage says. Okay, so why do we need to go to 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘃? Bryce asks. Let's head straight to 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘩. Not that simple. Yes, the vault is on 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘩, but Bronn? He buried himself with the key to the vault on 𝘓𝘓𝘃. Unfortunately, 𝘓𝘓𝘃 is flooded with Mashtons. We stare at him, mouths gaped. That's how you lost your arm? Ella says, and that's also the moment when you turned into a coward. Mage turns scarlet. Roderick gives me a wary glance. Mashtons, giant steel-plated gorillas. We fought the beasts of the air, but Mashtons are the rulers of the islands. Not even prowlans take on Mashtons. Can't we just break through the vault on 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘩? Keaton asks. It has a destruction mechanism attached to it, Mage says. Tamper with it, and all the contents inside will be destroyed, including the weapon. Keaton swears and sinks back. Wait, did you say that Bronn buried himself? Erica says, confused. What do you mean when you say he buried himself? Meaning his body rests underground, Mage says. Roderick and Keaton share a strange, confused look. Bryce suddenly gasps. He buried himself. We look at her, perplexed. She taps her chin. If Bronn buried himself, it might mean that the last master of weapon wasn't from the sky. The room falls silent. We turn to Mage for confirmation. He reluctantly nods. Bronn was a Lantean. And we sit, blinking at this information, realizing the Defector War was actually a Lantean attack on the Skylands. Not even Bryce knew this. This war really has waged for centuries. So, I say, we need to go to 𝘓𝘓𝘃, find Bronn's body, and collect this key of his. Mage nods. Can you give me the coordinates to 𝘓𝘓𝘃, Mage? I ask. Draw it on the map for us? No, Mage says, a sudden forcefulness in his voice. This is the right of an explorer. I'm not required by anyone, not even you, to reveal my discoveries. You will have to follow me. My eyes narrow on him, annoyed. Fine, Mage. Set a course and we will follow. He nods and stands. 𝘓𝘓𝘃 is dangerous, Prince. The Mashtons there are abnormal. I suggest you prepare your people accordingly. He leaves before I can respond. Chapter 31. I lean over my bedside, unable to sleep. I must know why that little bird shit infiltrated the Dauntless and came here. So I slip on my boots and contact the Intrepid, and soon I'm crossing the gangway with the cool night wind at my back. The order commander, Oba of Amanduli, waits for me. He's a barrel-chested man with brown skin, a thin mustache, and bushy eyebrows. He bows as I drop onto the white deck of his ship. The Intrepid stretches twice as long as the Gladian. It's covered with mountable cannons and other weaponry. Guards bow as we pass them. Oba and I climb the ivory command tower stairs and enter a small room encased in glass. Inside, the order pilot stands near the ship's strings, studying a map, and beside him is the order protector, the woman in charge of the Intrepid's security and defenses. On order ships, every position has at least one assistant or junior officer, besides the commander or captain and the lieutenant, because order ships must always be ready. In order, one person will rest while the other is on duty, except for in times of battle. Then everyone's on deck. Oba guides me to a platform at the back, and after tapping a button, we descend into the musty ship. He takes me down a corridor far narrower than any on my ship. We pass a mess hall, where a couple of off-duty soldiers enjoy a coffee in a windowless, lifeless room. Next, we pass an exercise room filled with weights and a short track, where a few sparrow aviators jog. Finally, we approach the munitions locker. The munitions expert stands behind a glass case. Behind him is a locker filled with order weaponry, automuskets, explosives, and even a few electric spears that have been swiped from the Lantians. "Are you sure you'd like to meet with him, Your Highness?" 𝘍𝘳 asks me. I nod. "Very well." He takes me left, and two men stand at the end of the hall, guarding a single door. "Would you like me to join you in the interrogation?" he asks. "I can handle Sebastian." We stop at the door. 𝘍𝘳 looks me up and down, considering, perhaps even skeptical. But he doesn't really have a say in the matter, so he motions the guards aside, then stuffs a key into the lock. "When you are ready to leave, knock twice." He pulls open the door, and I step into a familiar, acrid smell. It's only been a couple days, but it takes me back to the gauntlet, when he marinated in his own sweat in our brig. Sebastian has never been hygienic, but that issue is exasperated when he's trapped in a cramped, contained space. Sebastian rises from his cot as I enter. The door shuts behind me. The room's sparse. A sink, toilet, and a cot. But it does have a small library of books, several of which, it appears, Sebastian tore up in boredom, leaving tattered pieces about. "Prince!" Sebastian says, grinning widely and raising his arms as if to hug me. "I feared you'd never come." He approaches me, perhaps expecting me to flinch or step back. When I don't, he stops a foot from me. "What can I do for you, Your Highness? Why are you here?" "Oh, it's so blunt, Prince. We have so much catching up to do. I bet you enjoy being the prince, telling others what to do." "Just answer the question." Sebastian chuckles. "I told you I came to save the Skylands from certain extermination. When I realized you had accepted this mission, despite my warnings, I knew I had to come and save you." I stare at him. "It's funny," he says, strolling away and lowering to sit on the cot. He crosses his legs. "You should be concerned with how easily I managed to infiltrate the Dauntless. Real lackluster security on your ships, Prince." "You should be concerned with what happens to you at your next hunter tribunal," I say. "Next time when I provide testimony, I won't tell them to spare you." "That was you who told them I shouldn't be killed." He pauses and presses a hand against his chest. "Prince, I'm touched." Oh, I hate him. "You attacked an order guard, Sebastian. Nearly killed him. Not even I have the authority to step in and protect you from the tribunal." He shrugs, unconcerned. "Enough of me. I haven't expressed my congratulations to you yet." I stare at him. "Congratulations?" "Your new stepmother, of course. What's her name? Severina?" "Sebastian, why are you really here?" "Severina's a strange one, you know," he says very conversationally. "Powerful. A high on her island. Some were thinking she might challenge the Duchess of Rutland, Samantha of Talbot's mother." I stare at him, disgusted that he'd mentioned Samantha. "You remember Samantha, yes?" Then he lowers his voice, as if he's sharing a secret. "That stupid girl whose neck I broke in the day of duels?" He laughs. "Underestimate me at your peril, Prince. I know perfectly well what you're capable of." He wags a finger at me. "But you don't know what I know about Severina." There's no point in engaging him. It is his game, and I won't play. Sebastian, bored that I don't take the bait, uncrosses his legs and slaps his thighs. "This mission is doomed to fail. The thing is, Prince, the below has been in this area for quite a while. Months, in fact." I squint at him, trying not to give away what I know. "How would you know that?" "Connections." "Like your aunt?" "My dear aunt is merely Master Coco's assistant, Captain. She doesn't know everything, though maybe her connections will grow someday." "Okay, so you have connections and don't want to share them. Fine. You're not going to dig more?" he asks. "I have all sorts of information. All you must do is ask." He pauses and meets my eyes. You didn't have to come see me, you know, but your curiosity got the better of you. He laughs. It's late, and instead of sleeping, you're here with me. We're like young lovers. Just can't with this bastard. Sick of looking at him. Sick of smelling him. How's your sister? He says. I'd love to meet her. My hands ball into fists, and my gloves squeak. Overheard the guards talking, he says, waiting for my reaction. You're complaining about me not being forthright? He chuckles. Communication goes two ways, Conrad. Prince, I say. He laughs. Look at you, sounding more like an Irwin every day. You've always seemed like the type who would only appreciate something if you earned it, but I suppose I was wrong. Soon you'll be just like your uncle. He laughs again. The thing is, Conrad, I exposed how weak your ships are by infiltrating one. Now you are stuck behind the cloud wall, outmanned, outgunned. Why didn't you report what you know about the below being here to a superior? Your aunt has easy access to Master Coco, I say. If you believe your connection, that is. He just smiles. My teeth grit. I'm considering leaving you on an island. Speak honestly. Conrad, I'll give you one bit of information. Something, I think, that shouldn't come as a surprise, considering how easily I managed to stow away on here. Someone aboard these vessels has a symbion. My eyes narrow. Who? Free me and I'll tell you. Won't even consider that. I'd rather rub sand in my eyes than free someone like him. Still, I must substantiate his claims, even if they are coming from him. I tap my gem, connecting it with all the captains and commanders, and their second-in-commands, just in case, and advise them of the report. Sebastian walks around the cell, humming while we wait. He plays the drums on his thighs for a moment, listening for the results to pour in. My heart thuds as the other ships check the necks of everyone in my fleet, but it's not long until I'm getting all clear messages from all the captains and all the commanders. Sebastian just laughs, knowing that I woke everyone up for nothing but his amusement. The bastard. I tap the door twice, and the guards let me out. Sebastian's still laughing as I stomp away. Talking with him is always a complete waste of time. Cut his rations, I say to Oba, in half. The morning breeze makes my jacket flap. The wind comes from multiple directions at once. One of the drafts is warmer, more active and consistent, while the other is gentle, sporadic, and cool. The rimmer shoots ahead. Bryce stands beside me. A cloud of tiny flying creatures, crab-like with tails, zooms past us. One stops to land on Bryce's shoulder. She laughs. When she reaches to touch it, the creature jets backward, then joins the rest of its kind. Do you know anything about this place? I ask her. She shakes her head. I wasn't around the designers. This is all new to me. Minlands, Tara says suddenly, standing behind us. She's got a notepad out, and she's quickly sketching the creatures, giving credit to Mage for the discovery, but taking the chance to name them herself. That's what I'm calling them. They will require further research, but I believe they are of the same genus as the Sultans. I watch her. If Scholar knew how to get through Sky's Edge earlier, they'd have immediately dispatched their academic ships to record everything. But the responsibility falls entirely to Tara. I imagine she wants to record the existence of these creatures now because she believes that they all ought to be destroyed. A trio of Balnians, also named by Tara, the singing beasts with the breathing holes atop their heads, burst through the white clouds beneath us. Their wide mouths open, and the Minlands scatter, but not before the Balnians suck the little critters into their mouths. Well, I know about these creatures, Bryce says. The Balnians, as Tara calls them. We call them sky whales. Sky what? I say. Whales. We have them below, in the ocean. Tara's listening, intrigued. But we were told the sky whales were a failed creation, Bryce continues, that they died out. Perhaps the Lantians are not aware of them, then, Tara asks. I doubt it. 𝘸𝘪𝘵 has something on his ship that allows him to control every designed creature. That must be how he controls the 𝘵𝘮𝘮𝘮. She shakes her head. Well, he and the Lantian Council, they have to be able to control the beast in the below too. Otherwise it'd destroy the colonies whenever it wakes after its long slumber. Plus, the Lantian Council knows that if 𝘸𝘪𝘵 were the only one with control, we'd only have to destroy his ship. Tara's no longer drawing. I suddenly wonder whether she might have one of her recorder gems in her pocket. So I send her off. She steps away, irritated. But not even the heir to the scholar dares go against a prince. Bryce and I stand alone, the wind in our faces. I look over the edge of the ship at the swirling black clouds that blanket the sky. "How did you come to the above?" I ask. "Remind me another time and I'll show you. It's strange that we cut your symbion, but it still works." "My experiences are still in it," she shrugs. "It just doesn't transmit or tell me when other Lantians are around. Not without touching them." We go quiet, enjoying the beauty of this strange place, and a moment of peace. I glance at her, remember the moment when we kissed, and recall the joy and excited twist in my chest. "What?" she says. "Nothing. You're thinking something. Just reminiscing." "Oh, yeah?" She smiles coyly. "About what?" "I was wondering if you could show me that first kiss we shared from your perspective." Her skin flushes. "I'd rather you not know what I was thinking at that moment." "Was I bad?" I ask. "Was I?" "No." "Well, neither were you." "If I said you were bad, would you have said I was bad?" She laughs. "Yes." We stand close together, our hands almost touching, and gaze out at the sky. As we watch some type of metallic bird rest atop a ballion, my pinky grazes hers, gentle enough to make it seem an accident. But when she doesn't move away, I bring the rest of my hand onto hers. She meets my eyes, her blue ones always managing to drown me. My heart thuds anxious energy, and my stomach does a backflip. She opens her mouth to speak, but I'm afraid that if she does, I'll have to respond, and my voice will shake. "What are you two looking at?" Ella steps between us. "Oh, I've never seen creatures like this." Bryce and I glance at each other over Ella's head and frown. Ella unclips her spyglass and peers at the distance. "Captain," Bryce says, clearing her throat and straightening her jacket, "I have duties to perform. Let me know when 𝘍𝘪𝘵 comes into view." I nod, a little disappointed. When she's gone, Ella turns to look up at me, and her face is serious. "Conrad, Bryce is a Lantian." My eyes narrow. "You are the Prince of the Skylands," she says. "The Skylands will never accept her. If you get too close, they'll accuse you of being a traitor." I want to argue, but her words cut because of their truth. Whatever's growing between Bryce and me, it's dangerous out in the open. Part of me doesn't give a damn. Let the world think what they want. But we're at war, and the Skylands have already been challenging my family. Furthermore, there's no telling what my support is like on the other ships. We've already lost the Dauntless. What if ships keep falling? I shut my mouth. Despite how I feel about Bryce, I must keep it buried, deep inside, and not let it out. Chapter 32. 𝘍𝘪𝘵 appears in the distance, floating among a bed of thick, fluffy clouds. Tara studies the island through her spyglass. Her eyes are wide, wild even. Her previous formality and decorum gone. Now all she can do is frantically document her observations about the creatures, the strange winds, and the erratic island behavior of these airs. 𝘍𝘪𝘵 is a rainbow of colors. Blue leaves wave under the wind. Red grass flitters, and white tree trunks blanket the yellow hills. "Strange place," I say. "Indeed," Tara says excitedly, hastily adding new sketches to her notebook. "It's likely the 𝘍𝘪𝘵's designers created not just fauna, but flora to support their gargantuan ecosystem. She stops drawing and looks at me. Whatever their plan was, they never completed it, since this is all isolated behind the cloud wall. Trapped here for hundreds of years? Yes, and it has done quite well. It is remarkable. I look at her. You admire their work. Of course. How could any academic not be impressed with what the below accomplished here? If not for weapons erecting Sky's edge, this ecosystem would have spread throughout the Skylands. Brone of Atlan's cloud wall inadvertently saved the Skylands, but it was not enough to save himself. She pauses, slides her pencil into her notebook, and meets my eyes. Your Highness, have you considered what I told you about these beasts? I shut my mouth. I'm a hunter. I've killed many creatures created by the Lanteans, but thus far they've all been creatures bred for death and destruction. Here, nothing has tried to attack us since the 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦. I will inform the king of the ecosystem when we return to the Skylands. Uncle can decide what to do with them later. Right now, I need to focus on the mission. She nods. Thank you, Prince. That is wise. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦, I say, turning back to the helm bubble, bring us to 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦. Aye. She pushes the strings, and we soar for the island. The other ships follow. As we approach 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦, tiny metallic lizards dive off orange bushes and scurry into the red grass. Somewhere, among the waving white trees and dark shadows of the blue forest, something moans. It's a low, threatening rumble. Ominous. My jaw sets. I faced a prowlin alone on an island when I was 10. Killed it too. But even prowlins flee from what faces us here. Everything on land does. My fleet hovers above the island, but not too close. Mashtons are known to hurl boulders at passing ships, or leap onto them. Then again, Mage mentioned these beasts are different from the ones we know in the Skylands. Perhaps they've evolved or changed. This is part of the reason we cannot simply drop into the jungle, near the burial location. It's too dense there, and we'd be dropping in blind. So we find a clearing, wide and open with plenty of light, just a few miles from Brone's supposed location. We hover high enough, hopefully, that nothing can reach us. If you don't mind, Mage says to me over the gem, I'd prefer to follow the team while floating in the rimmer, just above, safe distance. Impossible, I say. You'd lose track of us. But if you want to be credited with any discovery here, Mage, I say, then you must be present in person. He goes quiet. I understand. Roderick kicks a roped ladder over the Gladian's edge, and it drops into 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦's red grass. Around me, my crew scurries about the deck, collecting weapons, ammunition. I hoist a mobile harpoon launcher, drop it onto the weapon crate near the pulley system, and stomp toward the helm bubble. 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬𝘦, I say, you have command. No one leaves the ship. Understood? Yes, Captain. I'd prefer to leave command with Erica. I just know her better. But it'd go against meritocracy. Erica is the cook, a low. And as navigator, 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝑬𝘦 will be the only remaining high on the ship after my group drops onto the island. I walk toward the ladder, but a small figure stops me, her arms folded and a determined look on her face. Take me with you, she says. Ella, we can't have both heirs on the island. We don't know what dangers 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘦 holds. Well, we still don't know what dangers the uncharted heirs hold, and we're together now. We're together now because of a choice you made, sister. But now we have a choice. Her face sours. Apparently I don't. I pat her shoulder. I'm sorry, Ella. She scowls, then marches away. Men and women from Order and Hunter climb down the roped ladders of their ships. I step out through the open gate, in the railing, and climb onto the ladder. The wind makes my jacket flutter, and the ladder sways as I descend. I hop off and squish soft mud beneath my boots. The muggy air is so thick I could drink it. I squint from the sunlight as the others join me in the clearing. Tara watches me from the railing above, her head shaking. Earlier today, she tried to convince me that it wasn't logical for the prince to go on such a dangerous mission. But I'm a hunter, a good one too, and I'd never force my friends to do something I wouldn't do myself. Roderick, Bryce, and Keaton drop beside me. Erica, Ysnie, Otto, Tara, and Ella will remain aboard the Gladian. I directed every captain and commander to leave behind enough people to operate their ships in case of an emergency. Roderick stares at the shadowed jungle ahead of us and clutches his shoulder cannon tight. "Mashtons," he murmurs. "Everyone ready to go die?" He laughs, but no one else does. Hunters from the 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘠𝘍𝘪𝘠, 𝘚𝘠𝘠𝘠, and 𝘃𝑀 join my crew. They're seasoned people. Some have limbs replaced with sharp, gargantuan steel blades. Their eyes, like their bodies, have seen too much. Ysnie and Otto use the rope and pulley system to lower our chosen weapons on a crate. Erica's not helping them, though. She's below decks, preparing a meal for when we return. Something special, she'd said. My gut tells me after what we're about to do, we'll need some comfort food. Keaton and I snag the mobile launchers while Bryce collects a flak cannon. We have a good balance of weapons. Finally, Mage descends from the rimmer, his gangly, uncoordinated feet nearly missing each bar of the ladder. He slips the last few feet and lands on his back. He stands quickly and straightens his jacket, like nothing happened. A few hunters chuckle at him. Mage approaches me, marching through the grass, his pincer claw twisting as he glances at the harpoon's point in my mobile launcher. "Captain," he says, "you know the way?" He pulls the journal from his pocket and taps it. "Could the journal lead us to a trap?" Bryce asks. "Doubtful," he says. "This journal was meant to be found by Lantians. Brone wanted them and no one else to recover the key. Guess he didn't expect me to show up. We all ready?" Everyone's geared up. A band of 50 people or more. "Let's go," I say. Mage nods and points us toward the jungle. Kersey of Rebecca, captain of the 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘠, and her crew head out first, using blades to cut through the red grass. They have the most island hunting experience. Mage follows them. The ground squishes beneath us. A thin layer of fog hovers above the plants. As we crush grass, metallic insects roll into balls and shoot away. A faint odor lingers in the wind, like decaying flesh and corroded metal. We quietly enter the jungle's shadows. Trees fly up hundreds of feet and the canopy above sways, dappled with bits of sunlight. The odor grows. We trudge through the undergrowth, mostly in hushed whispers. A small arachnid, just a few inches across, scurries along the bark. It hisses, then pounces at us. Roderick yelps and leaps back, but Keaton backhands it and squashes it beneath her boot. We watch her use a stick to free the squished metal spider from her heel. She shrugs and moves on. "Those things are so poisonous," Roderick whispers to me. We all watch the tree bark a little more closely. The stench in the air intensifies. Eventually, we splash across a narrow stream, and chilly water numbs my toes. A few silver fish with golden eyes watch us from beneath the water. Suddenly, a burst of squawking birds jets over us. Mage jumps in panic. The birds soar through the canopy before landing on the branches, and they watch us, their little eyes shining, their metal beaks clicking. The jungle grows darker, denser, and shadows dance among the vine-covered trunks. "This place is so creepy," Rod mutters. Mage taps the comm on his wrist. His voice comes in soft and low. "Quietly now. We're entering their territory." Everyone slows. The odor's so pervasive. It's stinging my nostrils. Roderick's breathing through his mouth. "Ugh," Rod says. "What's that stench?" "Them," Mage says. Rod clutches his shoulder cannon a little tighter. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘍𝘳𝘃 steps beside me. She's well over 6 feet tall, square shoulders, powerful legs, and built like a bear. Her head is shaved except for a single black ponytail. She carries a harpoon like it's a spear. "Your Highness," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬 whispers, looking down at me, "we should recap the tactical brief for the ranks." I nod. I'd asked her to be my advisor for this trek, and I spent a few hours last night studying her notes from her many Mashton hunts. "Mashtons are intelligent and dangerous," she whispers into her gem to the group. "The armor on their shoulders, their back, and their foreheads is as thick as the scales of a Class II gargantuan. Aim for the armpit, the forehead, and just below the sternum. A well-placed harpoon is all it takes. But," she pauses as a cool breeze rattles the trees, "they move fast, faster than anything that big ought to move." An order guard beside me clears his throat and squeezes his automusket. "Can we avoid them?" Roderick whispers, following behind us with Keaton. "No, we can't avoid them," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬 says. "They likely know we're here. Mashtons communicate on a high level." "Like they talk?" Roderick's brow wrinkles. "Why didn't you send us notes about that?" She stares at him. "I did." Rod's face reddens. Keaton nudges aside and hisses, "I told you to read them." I shake my head, a little irritated. Roderick's an incredible master gunner, but it's just like him to not read her notes. Back in the Hunter Academy, he spent more time eating desserts and ogling girls than studying the flight manuals and engineering textbooks. Suddenly, the Explosio hunters raise their fists, signaling us to stop. A strange silence has swept over the jungle, and the smell burns my eyes. My finger reaches toward the trigger on my launcher. Beside me, Mage fiddles with his jacket buttons again. Then we hear it, barely audible over the flowing wind. It's low, like gruff whispers, but not any language I've heard. Grunts. "Prince," Mage whispers in a panic, "I'd really like to be on my ship for this." "Quiet," I mutter. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬 motions her hand, telling us to lower. We all kneel. The sharp grass stabs into my thighs, and tiny metallic insects scurry away and dig into the dirt. Suddenly, the grunting whispers stop. We wait several minutes, listening to the soft crushing of vegetation in the darkness. Bryce kneels on my left, her eyes intently focused on the jungle. Something hisses to my left, and 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬 jabs her harpoon. We all jerk, ready to fight, but 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬's pressing her boot against the skull of a 15-foot 𝘰𝑛guan, a metal snake, and dislodges her harpoon from its head. "Lucky it was a baby," she whispers. Blood drips from the end of her weapon. She raises her comm. "Keep moving quietly." We stand and continue. "Mashtons are clever, but they're still animals," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬𝘬 whispers to me. "They'll spring traps and communicate, but they are not us. Our brains remain our greatest advantage." Mage points out the raised, rocky formation at the apex of a hill before us. A series of caverns awaits, veiled with purple vines. "There," he whispers, "Brone's buried in that range." "About a 20-minute walk," Bryce whispers. We enter denser foliage. Bushes and branches claw at me. Insects with tiny, sharp pincers bite at my exposed flesh where my sleeves are rolled up. I swat them away, scowl at the bumps growing on me, and correct my sleeves. Bryce smashes another aggressive arachnid from the butt of her flak cannon. Until now, the uncharted airs have been peaceful. Solenta seems to have everything. I wouldn't be shocked if it had prowlins, borlins, and lupins too. It makes sense that Brone would leave the key here. Who in their right mind would explore this place? I glance at Mage and his robotic arm. We continue for 10 minutes, approaching the slope that leads up toward the rocky ridge. The grass grows like trees here, and 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘬𝘬's hunters go to war on it, slicing a path for us. Finally, we start up the incline toward Brown's rock formation. The canopy darkens so much, it's like we stepped into night, and the horrible stench returns, sharp and overly sweet. My throat goes dry. The neighboring order guards activate the crystals on their auto muskets, and several of the hunters tap their comm gems to light them up. I squeeze the grip of my launcher. If I were looking to ambush my prey, this would be the perfect place. "Keep moving," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘬 whispers. "Don't stop." The incline burns my calves, making my forehead perspire. The weight of my launcher digs into my shoulder, and the damn bugs keep biting me. "They're everywhere." Roderick slaps the back of his neck. Then he coughs and spits. "Ugh, I got one in my mouth." "Shh," Keaton hisses. We glimpse a break in the canopy. It exposes a clearing among the trees. I'm about to point us in that direction, but 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 grips my shoulder. "Stop," she whispers over the comm to the group. "Not another step." Everyone freezes. She points, and almost completely hidden in the darkness is a slight hint of silver. It's a chest, thick and powerful, and 3 times as wide as the strongest man's. The whispers among the trees come again, gruff. Bryce, Keaton, and Roderick bunch closer to me, inside the ring of order guards. We're all supposed to be these tough bastards, people who have hunted the most terrible beasts in the sky, yet we're shivering like children. The guards grip their muskets. One blinks rapidly, probably because she's sweating into her eyes. Mage's face has turned a special shade of pale. A stick snaps behind us. We whirl around. "Shit," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘬 whispers. "What?" Roderick asks. "We're walking into a trap." Mage moans. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 nods toward the clearing. "They want to lure us there. A band of them waits in the darkness, but they don't know we've seen them." Another stick snaps behind us. Then another, and another. Gruff whispers follow, as well as the sudden beating of a chest. "Stand your ground," 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘮 whispers over the comm. "Everyone stand—" "Ah!" A hunter is ripped away, his fingers scraping the dirt. He cries out desperately as a long, silver hand drags him into the darkness. The hunters panic, stumbling over one another. We fire into the jungle. The air echoes with explosions, and harpoons twang against trees. The jungle swells with golden blasts. More people are dragged into the darkness, screaming. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑬𝘮 roars. "Stop!" The jungle darkens again. My entire body's trembling as I reload from the hovering crate behind us. Holy damn hell. We go quiet and listen. The stolen hunters shout in the distance, pleading for help. But their pleas turn to screams, and then to the sickening sound of snapping bones. "Look out!" Roderick shouts. Something flies toward me. I dive into the grass, and a second later, a man's mangled corpse hits the ground inches from me, his body bent backward. "Move!" 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑬𝘮 cries. We run. More corpses fly into our ranks, hitting some of us and steering the rest toward the clearing. That's where the beasts want us. 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑬𝘮 redirects us each time. I stare at the dead bodies as we run, wishing Madeleine de Beaumont trained me more on Mashtons, wishing I didn't feel so helpless and didn't have to rely on 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑬𝘮. People are dying, but I can't operate on instinct when I know so little. I've no choice but to trust that 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑬𝘮 knows what she's doing. Suddenly, another hunter cries as he's dragged into the jungle, pleading with us to help him, but we can't, and it cuts me. We come together in a tighter formation and run up the hill, away from the clearing. The Mashtons crack branches and trees around us, still trying to spook us into the clearing. But as we hike higher, I realize that the clearing's actually encircled by tall rocks, hidden in the darkness. Only one way in or out. We would have been trapped. Finally, we slow to a walk but stay in tight formation. We're all breathing hard. My hands feel sticky on the grip of my mobile launcher. heart hammers. My back's wet, and I wipe my forehead with my sleeve. Keaton reloads her launcher from the hovering crate. Something whispers in the trees, and the order guard beside me panics. He squeezes the trigger of his auto musket. His blasts spray the branches. The attack exposes, for a blink, the deformed metal face of a giant beast only 30 feet away. Mage was right. These Mashtons are different. They're misshapen, with long, thin arms and faces like melted wax. The beast thuds its horrible chest, but 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 shouts for us to face the other direction. Despite it going against every instinct in my body, I force myself to turn away from the Mashton. And sure enough, while the one thuds its chest in our rear, 3 other beasts appear on the other side of us, ready to break through our ranks and rip us to pieces. But we're ready for them. "Fire!" I roar. Our harpoons whistle as they stick into the Mashtons, cutting through the thin scales under their sternums and their armpits. Roderick squeezes the trigger of his shoulder cannon, blasting the metal off a Mashton's shoulder. These beasts are smart bastards, but their armor's not impenetrable. One falls dead, and white blood sprays over us. Bryce shoots the flak cannon, making the space glow, revealing not 1 or 2 more Mashtons, but a whole pack. They're thumping the ground, and their awful, misshapen bodies bounce around the trees. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮's eyes widen. "Run!" Then she takes off, deeper into the forest, up the incline, and into the darkest parts of the jungle. I save my harpoon, and I just run. People behind us shout, scream as the Mashtons charge after us. The beasts catch more of our party, pulling their limbs off, hurling their bloody torsos into our ranks. My exhausted legs beg for a break. "Ah!" Bryce shouts. My breath stops. Bryce? I glance back in terror, but I'm squinting through darkness. The order guards grab my arms. "Keep moving, Your Highness." "No! Where's Bryce? Where is she?" 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮's shouting ahead. "Come on!" Mage is crying. "Bryce!" I shout as I struggle against the thick arms tugging me with them. "Bryce!" Keaton and Roderick turn back too, but a Mashton charges them. Roderick fires a blast into the beast's drooping face, shooting its head right off. Roderick falls from the explosion, and Keaton helps him up. "Come on!" she shouts. More Mashtons snort and charge, their giant fists grinding the earth as they dash on all fours, their wild eyes full of hungry hate. The order guards urge me on. One fires his auto musket as a Mashton leaps ahead of us. His pellets ding off its face, except for one that penetrates the beast's eye. The creature falls forward, dead, and crushes the undergrowth. Mage shouts about a tunnel ahead, the opening into the burial site. "We can make it," he cries. "Just a little farther." "Bryce!" I shout. Can't leave her. Won't let her die here. I rip free of the guard's grip, force myself to turn back and run toward where I heard her yell. The order guards chase me. Roderick, too. They're shouting, calling me a crazed idiot. Suddenly, a Mashton bursts from the trees to my left, its eyes glowing with glee as it chases something. My breath stops because ahead of the beast is Bryce. She's hobbling toward me, her flak cannon gone, blood trickling down her arm. The Mashton's malformed face grins, one eye bigger than the other. It's 15 feet tall, and it raises its enormous silver fists, ready to pummel Bryce into the ground. I suck a breath, peer down the reticule on my launcher, and squeeze the trigger. My harpoon launches. The Mashton's about to break every bone in Bryce's body, but my harpoon spears the creature directly beneath its sternum, right into the heart. The beast freezes, a puzzled expression on its ugly face before it tumbles backward. The order guards finally yank me back and into the tunnel with them. Seconds after I fall inside, coughing in a misty, dark place, Bryce tumbles in and lands next to me. She's wincing as she holds her bleeding arm. "Bryce," I groan, "are you okay?" She doesn't have time to answer, because Mashtons roar around the narrow tunnel's opening. Their giant arms reach inside, mangled fingers digging around, sharp claws scraping the rock, creating sparks. We scramble away into the darkness, our hearts in our throats, but the beasts can't squeeze inside. We made it. We got away. I want to laugh with relief, but then I see the shock on Bryce's face and hold her tight, realizing just how close I was to losing her. Chapter 33. 15. That's how many the Mashtons killed. 15 people chosen specifically for this world-saving mission. And they're gone. We have no immediate way to replace them. My responsibility. Mine. I massage my forehead as we're using the crystals at the end of our weapons to expose the tunnel's craggy walls. The humid air's like a warm lake, and it stinks of ancient dirt. Fortunately, without the sour stench of Mashtons. Water trickles in through the cracks in the tunnel. Fluorescent mushrooms grow in the corners, and a few insects and other strange animals scurry away as we march. Every few minutes, someone squishes an arachnid. "There were too many Mashtons," 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘬𝘦 whispers. She has gone extra quiet because it was her ship that suffered the most losses. Her crew. My stomach twists with guilt. Too many people have died under my leadership. I breathe out. Their sacrifice will mean nothing if we don't give it value. We sing softly for the dead, but the notes are just another guilty reminder. The lyrics honor them, but the best thing we can do for them is to find the Master of Weapons' remains and finish this damn mission. Our steps echo. Occasionally, something huffs in the distance, but Mage claims there's no way the Mashtons can get in, unless the tunnels have changed since the Master of Weapon drew his maps. I clutch my launcher. Hundreds of years is a long time. We come to a fork in the tunnel. Mage stops us, shining a crystal on the journal. His eyes squint in concentration. I step to stand over his shoulder, but my eyebrows rise as I realize the journal has no map at all. Rather, it's a series of random numbers. Mage squints at me through the thick lenses of his golden goggles. "You didn't think he actually drew a map, did you? Well, you have to decode it," he says. "They're a list of directions that correspond with drawn illustrations later in the journal. It took me a very, very long time to figure that out. What if you got the numbers wrong?" His huge bug eyes narrow. "Prince, I am an explorer. We are discoverers, not just in the airs, but in all flights of life." "Okay," I say, backing off. "So which way?" "Let me determine where we are first." I leave him be. Down the tunnel, 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘬's leaning against a wall, away from the others, her eyes closed. I swallow a breath and stop before her. We're silent for a few seconds. "You never get used to it," she says finally, not opening her eyes. "Remembering the dead, your mistakes. But the dead are not numbers. People are not numbers." She opens her eyes and rolls up her sleeve, showing dozens of marks that streak her arm. 15 new cuts stripe her skin in bloody lines. "Never forget," she says. I stare at her. Despite 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘬's experience, she still mourns the dead. She hasn't become desensitized. "Do you—" I glance around me to make sure I'm not overheard. "Do you ever feel so guilty you can't sleep?" She peers at me, then slides down her sleeve. "When I was a young captain, yes. But then I realized the guilt didn't make me a better leader. It made me worse. I second-guessed myself at every turn. Slept terribly. Over the years, my crews mutinied several times, and I fell to various positions. Then I rose to captain again a decade ago, and I've not lost the position since. How? People die under every captain. It's a fact of life and hunter. But I realized that if I wasn't leading, someone worse could, and even more would perish. I consider her words. Am I saving lives by being prince? How can I say that someone else would have done a worse job when the tally of the dead keeps growing beneath my watch? We have to get the key, 𝘓𝘪𝘬 says. There are people in the squadron who will be quite displeased when they find out how many we've lost. If we come back with nothing, this whole mission will fall apart. My body tightens at this revelation. What people? She shrugs. We're not going to fail, so what does it matter? If that bridge drops, we'll cross it then. I exhale. People aren't going to risk their lives without a good reason. We must get the key. You saved us, 𝘓𝘪𝘬. No, she shakes her head. The dead did. I go quiet, considering her words, thinking back to when we had to abandon the Dauntless to get past the 𝘚𝘩𝘠. Their deaths allowed the mission to continue. In another world, maybe I'd just be leading the gladian crew. We'd be hunting together, clearing the skies, and I'd be working to pay off the ship. I wouldn't be thinking about any war, wouldn't be shouldering the burdens I am now. I never wanted to be prince. I didn't earn it, but I am prince. Maybe I just need to accept that it's part of who I am now, and do everything I can to rise to the occasion. 𝘓𝘪𝘬 pushes off the wall, nods at me, then after a steady breath, she heads to speak with her crew, perhaps give them comfort. I search for my own people. Mage is still deciphering the map. Roderick sits and calibrates his shoulder cannon. Keaton leans against him as he works. Bryce rests behind them while an order guard bandages her arm. She seethes, her expression pained. I stop in front of my friends. Roderick looks up. Well, that was a disaster. It could have been worse, Keaton mutters. If not for 𝘓𝘪𝘬, we might have run into that clearing. Maybe we should have listened to Mage, Roderick says gruffly, emptying gunk that got into the shoulder cannon's ammo tray. We should have had the 𝘝𝑪𝑖𝑜 send a barrage onto the island. That would have been a bad idea, Bryce says, nodding at the guard who just finished her bandage. It might have destroyed the burial site. Besides, we didn't know where the beasts were, Keaton says, pushing her black locks behind her shoulders. This is a big island, and the 𝘝𝑪𝑖𝑜 has only so much ammunition. What if we need it later? Roderick frowns and shuts his eyes. I'm just tired of watching people die. We go silent for a moment. I miss when it was just us, on our ship, searching for gargantuans, Keaton says, traveling the ℍ𝘪𝘠 Isles together, trading canned applesauce to the Calamus because Sebastian burned our beans. Roderick chuckles. Sebastian's food was disgusting. Remember when you were cook, Conrad? I was never cook, I say. Yeah, but Pound forced you to make a meal, Keaton says. You were worse than Sebastian, Roderick smirks. I was not. Oh, absolutely you were, Bryce says, nodding vigorously. After that first meal, the whole crew had an intervention with Pound. I blink at them. What? We told him that if you made another meal, none of us would work, Keaton says. They all laugh. My face cracks with a grin, and I shake my head. Stupid asses. There's that smile, Roderick says, patting me. I want to keep laughing with my friends. It helps relieve me from the crushing weight in my chest. But Mage calls out to the group. Roderick frowns, and soon we're up, walking along a dark tunnel again. At least this time, I'm feeling the comfort of my friends with me. We continue for what seems like hours. Mage and Tara communicate over the comm. Her voice is slightly garbled since we're underground. Still, he gives her tiny details about the things we're seeing. Are you using the recorder, Jem? She asks. Of course. Good. This is history. It must be remembered. Unfortunately, the gem does not record visuals. Tara sighs. Yes, perhaps I should have come. Mage shakes his head. 15 people are dead, scholar. She goes quiet after that. The air grows cooler. Either it's night, or we've gone much deeper underground. Eventually, as we start to shiver, we come to a series of stairs carved into the earth. Glowing moss blankets their surface. What a strange place to leave your body, Roderick says. Brone didn't want to be found by anyone but the Lantians, Mage says. Then why didn't he give the key to them? He couldn't, Mage says. He was likely the last Lantian still above the clouds at that point. I don't believe Weapon even realized he was a Lantian. He mentioned in this journal that the other members of his trade thought they had gone to war for power, to take over the Skylands. They didn't realize they were supporting the Below. But Brone had no additional support from the Below coming. At the end of his life, he realized that this weapon his trade created shouldn't be in anyone's hands. But if it had to be possessed by someone, he preferred it to be his people. We pass over rotted, weathered boards that bridge a stream and reach a rusted, sealed door. No way we'd be able to get it open, not even if we attached a chain to the handle and everyone pulled. Roderick, I say. Finally, he says. My turn. He and a couple other master gunners lace explosives around the door's hinges. Then we all hurry up the stairs. This won't collapse the tunnels, Mage asks. Roderick pauses. I didn't even think of that. Then he laughs and snaps the trigger mechanism. Oops. The door explodes. My ears ring, and I cough as dust falls from the ceiling. Smoke filters into my nostrils. We wave our hands through the haze and travel back toward the door. It fell inward, exposing a dark room inside. A tomb, Bryce mutters. We enter the tomb, coughing and breathing through our sleeves. A stone box rests in the center of the barren room. Bryce hurries ahead, Mage close behind. She brushes off the dirt that crusts the coffin's lid. Her eyes narrow as she reads the words that are partially obscured by the tiny droplet of water that's been falling on the stone lid for ages. She squints at the words, deciphering them. What if, Roderick says, we came all this way and find out that it's the tomb of a different dead guy? Relax, Bryce says, glancing back at us. It's Brone. Roderick and several others use harpoons to pry off the stone lid. But as they're struggling, grunting, and swearing about how heavy it is, horrible thoughts cloud my mind. What if someone got here before us? What if Brone changed his mind and put the key elsewhere? The coffin lid slides off and hits the ground with a resounding boom. Once the dust settles, Mage steps towards the coffin and peers inside. He's quiet for several seconds, enough that I start to approach too, my heart hammering. But then he laughs because, shining under the light of his crystal, is a steel octagon, the key. Chapter 34. Getting Brone's key was the first problem, but now we must get off Salentus alive. And even though the key's now dangling from my neck, everything has gone wrong since a Mashton somehow got into the tunnel. We're shouting as the beast slams into the narrow walls. The rocks glow from its shoulders, scraping and sparking along them. Oba! I cry over the comm. We need immediate evac! What are your coordinates? The best I can give him is a rough estimate. Hunters shout behind me, firing harpoons. The weapons clang off the Mashton's shoulders and elongated skull. I'm running so hard that blood trickles down my throat. How the hell did the beast get inside? Roderick lags behind, but Keaton and Bryce pull him to keep up. The beast chases us to an exit we're afraid to take because we know what's waiting for us. But we don't have a choice. We scramble out into the night. The stench is eye-watering, and from the surrounding dark jungle comes a series of horrible roars. Bryce fires golden flak into the sky, signaling the fleet. And then we're running through the jungle again. A Mashton bursts from the trees. It catches a pair of men like they're mice. They squirm, legs kicking. The beast shows its mangled teeth in a wild smile and smashes the men's heads together. "Oba!" I cry as we race through soggy dirt. "Send the ships now!" 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮𝘰 shouting something at me, her fingers raised in the air, when an enormous hand pummels her to the ground. "𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮!" I roar. I fire my last harpoon at the beast above her. It flies through the Mashton's chest, and the creature tumbles sideways. 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 lies on the jungle floor, a twitching, bleeding mess. "Go," she sputters at me. "Go." But another pair of Mashtons erupts from the trees, thumping their massive chests, baring their crooked teeth. But I have nothing left to fight them. "Go!" 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 bellows. A Mashton catches her legs and drags her into the shadows. And I run. Like a damn coward, I run. Bryce shouts to Oba, giving him a new set of coordinates. There's still a whole band of us survivors hugged close together. We're firing weapons into the trees, mostly hitting nothing. Mage is panicking as though he's about to run off into the jungle alone. Roderick and Keaton catch his arms to keep him with us. The moon peers in through the slits in the canopy. Insects buzz around us, and I feel like if I run any more, I'm going to throw up. More Mashtons come thumping to our left. Roderick squeezes the trigger of his cannon. A vomiting blast blooms across a beast's chest. The creature careens into a tree. We finally exit the jungle and struggle through the tall grass. But without the trees, there's little to slow the Mashtons. They burst into the clearing, running on all fours, great shoulders pumping, long arms gliding them forward. My people shout. Some fire their last harpoons, but nothing will slow the beasts. Suddenly, a shape zooms directly over us. The gust from its momentum sweeps the grass flat. The Gladian! Atop the deck, mounted in Roderick's repeater turret, is my little sister. Can't see much else or hear anything, but I imagine she's shouting as she squeezes the trigger. The Mashtons leap, ready to crush us in a single bound, but Ella launches hell into them. Harpoon after harpoon flies into their torsos, cutting through their silver armor as if it were nothing. The beasts hit the ground with thundering quakes. One Mashton falls at my boots. It breathes out a final whimper, then nothing. More Mashtons charge from the trees, but the other ships arrive and bombard the ground. The island quakes and flames gush. Swarms of Mashtons keep coming. "They never end," Bryce says. The Gladian smoothly glides to a stop directly above us. Otto drops a roped ladder. Ladders fall from the other ships too, and panicked people clamber up. "Come on," I say, nodding to Bryce. "Up!" "You first," Keaton says, breathless. "You're the prince." "I don't give a damn who I am. Get up there." "I don't care who you are either," Mage says, pushing past us. He climbs first. My friends scramble up the ladder as Mashtons barrel toward us. But Ella continues launching harpoons. The Explosio lights up the island with liquid flames, creating a firewall between us and the monsters, blocking them off. The surviving Mashtons grind to a halt and beat their horrible chests. The fire glows in their hate-filled eyes. I'm behind Keaton, halfway up the ladder, when the Gladian's repeater turret whines, grinding on empty. A Mashton leaps over the firewall. The thing's missing an eye, and half its teeth are gone. It roars and leaps for me. Its disgusting mouth opens wide, ready to bite me free of the ladder. Just as it rises and nearly catches my boots, the Gladian elevates. The Mashton's crooked fingers stretch. But the ship soars out of reach, and the Mashton falls back to the island. It screams an almost human shout and tosses rocks. The others do too. Giant boulders and stones, but we're well above their range. My stomach lurches while the 𝘸𝘠𝘮𝘮 pulls away, and soon we're all dangling, shouting with exhilaration as the 𝘸𝘠𝘮 sails. Heavy wind makes the ladder sway. I take one careful bar at a time until Otto and Tara pull me onto the deck. Then I roll over, the 𝘸𝘠𝘮's cool metal against my back. My head is pounding from my heartbeat, but we made it. Somehow, we made it. We're all smiling, relieved and grateful to be alive. But once we're shooting away from 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑒𝑠, out into the open night skies, we look back at the island, and the deck falls silent as we all remember those who didn't make it, the people we left behind. Once we're at a safe distance from the island, the ship's slow to a stop, and with the soft wind sliding between our hulls, our comm-gems light the night. I can sense the hurt, the anguish. Some of them lost friends today. Some of them lost a captain. But we got the key. Chapter 35. I will not become desensitized to every death I've witnessed. If I'd known how to hunt Mashtons, I would have led us through 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑒𝑠, not 𝘚𝘩𝘅𝑚. If I'd had more experience, maybe she and many others would still be alive. I'm alone, leaning on the starboard railing. The cool night wind splashes over me. All my ships hover above a bed of white clouds. We're resting in the dangerous open airs. Earlier, we tried anchoring to a minor island, but the 𝘓𝘪𝘮 spotted a prowlin skulking among the trees. So rather than risking it, we pulled away. Everyone needs to rest, recover, and mourn. Getting Bronze Key should feel like a great victory, but how can I celebrate when 30 people have died on this mission? 30 people counted on me to get them back to their families. I'm a hollow pit. The dead's cries haunt me. Their screams as their fingers leave trails in the dirt. 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑒's eyes looking up at me, her body lying in bloody ruin. You saved us, 𝘓𝘪𝘮. No, the dead did. My eyes clench shut. I try breathing away the images, the sounds, but they're part of me now. I'm not the same boy I used to be. Before all this responsibility, I used to be the one who fearlessly leaped into the sky to take down a gargantuan. But that was back when I had nothing to lose, when I only counted on myself and risked everything for my own goals. Suddenly, a gentle hand touches my arm. My head lifts, and I find Bryce. Seeing her, just being beside her, gives me warmth. She smiles softly, despite her bruised face. We're all waiting for you in the cafeteria. Erica made something comforting. I'm not hungry. She leans her head against my shoulder and wraps an arm around me. We remain standing, two warm bodies surrounded by cold nothing. Food'll make you feel better. I can't eat. Neither can I, but we need to try. Bryce, she turns me toward her, and there's a fiery tenderness to her. I know what you want to do, Conrad. You want to escape somewhere in the ship and tuck those emotions of yours deeper inside because you're afraid if someone notices you being human, they'll find you weak. I say nothing. You're not the only one struggling. Your crew respects you, loves you. You are their friend, and they need you. Bryce's words flood into me. 𝘓𝘪𝘮 warned me about feeling guilty, but I can't just push everything I'm feeling away. Can't just pretend it didn't happen. I need time, I say. What? I need time to be alone. She pulls away. That's not what I mean, I speak quickly. I need some time to deal with this in my own way. She folds her arms and studies me. Bryce, I say firmly, I need this. She opens her mouth to argue, then heads to the hatch. Just as she's about to climb down, She stops and turns back to me. I'll miss you. Oh, my gut twists. I'm so damn rotten sometimes, but I feel as if I'm caught in a room where the ceiling is slowly descending on me, readying to crush me. I just need to breathe, just fill my lungs and work through all this. Maybe if I were cruel and heartless, more like Uncle, those 30 deaths would mean little to me. But Mother taught me better than that. Sometimes, her voice returns to me, you need to do what others won't because you are strong and because you are good. An order soldier watches me through the intrepid scopes. I grumble at the invasiveness and turn to the hatch. I head below decks, my boots hitting the base of the ladder. The corridor before me is dark, but it echoes from my crew in the cafeteria. Clinking knives, forks on plates, and hushed voices. A pull tells me to go straight to the cafeteria, surround myself with the people who give me strength. But when I take a step, Kersey's mangled body flashes in my mind again. Then the crushed Dauntless and Homestead falling. I see Drake electrified. I see Pound leaving, stepping onto another ship without even saying goodbye. I'm completely strangled. Can't escape this. I make a hard left away from the cafeteria. My steps echo down an empty, silent corridor and into the shadows where the crystal lights do not glow. After entering the captain's cabin, I lock the door and shut off my gem. Then, with a breeze hitting the window, I lean against the door and slide to the floor. I just sit, don't know for how long. Mother's voice enters again, less defined, as though I'm forgetting what she sounds like, forgetting her. Never lock away your feelings, Conrad. And while I'm on the cold floor, my mind slips back to when I was younger and had started fighting in the Homestead Low dueling pits without her permission. I did it for her. She was getting sicker by the day. Technically, at 14, I was too young to duel, but the gamblers didn't care so long as I could fight and they could make money. Each time Mother fell asleep, I'd snatch Father's cane and slip out McGill's attic window. After 3 weeks of fighting, I earned enough coin to trade it for medicine. Oh, I was so excited. My heart sang golden, and I ran through the alleys with an extra spring in my heels. Whenever I got Mother meds, she was her old self for days at a time. She'd smile again, laugh. These type of meds could treat her symptoms, but they weren't powerful enough to heal her lung rot. But even having Mother back to her old self temporarily was enough joy in itself. Unfortunately, on the way back to McGill's tavern one night, 3 shadows cut me off, stood over me as looming, horrible beasts, the Atwoods. Apparently, that night was the anniversary of when my paternal great-grandfather killed Stefan of Atwood in a duel. And these hulking monsters were there to exact vengeance for their family. The ensuing struggle reddened the earth and left me whimpering on the alley floor. One of them clutched the back of my hair, but I jabbed him with my cane, right in the groin. The Atwood bowled over, and then I ran, despite the blood trailing my skull. Ran despite my breath stinging. Ran despite the crushed medicine capsule lying on the dirty ground. They couldn't catch me. After I climbed back through the window into the tavern's attic, I hid Father's cane in the corner, and, wincing in pain, approached the meager fire. Mother was waiting for me. "Where were you? What happened?" "Nowhere." I winced, holding my side as I lowered to rest before the fire's embers. "Don't do that to me," she said. "You're bleeding and clutching your hand like it's broken. Speak." Even though lung rot had weakened her, Mother had more strength then. Well, more than she did in her final days, anyway. She stepped off the decrepit bed and crouched in front of me, blocking my sight of the orange glow. Her bony fingers raised my chin, forcing me to meet her eyes. Her white hair cascaded over her narrow shoulders, but her eyes held blazing strength. Her voice stabbed me. "Speak, now. Mother, I didn't raise 𝘍𝘬𝘪," she said, irritated. "Are you so weak that you cannot tell the truth to your own mother? Father taught me all about meeting the eyes. Looking away is a sign of deference, weakness. So I met her gaze. And once I did, I knew I couldn't keep what I'd locked inside away from her any longer. My shoulders slouched, and I broke like a shattered window. Pieces of me across the floor. I lost them. I lost your meds." She touched my arm, tender but firm. Then I explained everything. My face burned, and tears trickled down my bruised cheek. Everything hurt. My body, my pride. The one victory I'd had in months snatched away because of family history I had nothing to do with. Mother caught my shoulders, pulled me close, and hugged me. "Never lock away your feelings, Conrad. They'll make you poison inside. Sit up, look at me." I wiped my nose on my dirty sleeve and rose. "This world claims you need to hide your feelings because they make you weak." Her eyes were fire. "They are wrong. But, Mother, listen, Conrad. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to let others know you're feeling these things. Promise me, Conrad, that you will speak to me. Promise me. Mother," her voice gained an edge. "Promise me." So I made her a promise, one of the many I broke, like the night I slipped out into the snowstorm to return Ella to her. Instead, the 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴 came, and I never saw Mother alive again. My head rises from my arms. Even with her gone, I can almost feel her warmth around me now, giving me strength, willing me to stand and face my failures. I'm no 𝘍𝘬𝘪. Master Coco on Venator told me that I won't be able to lead if I'm looking back, that people die in Hunter. Uncle said something similar. Kersey told me guilt made her a worse leader. Maybe they're all correct, and Mother is right too. I need to go to my friends and find strength in those I care about. I will never forget the dead, must always honor them, and I must always allow myself to be human and to feel. I stand slowly and move toward my desk. This is something I have to do for myself, and then I'll be done with it. Then I'll look forward. I pull the Dauntless Crew manifest from my desk's file and read over the names of the dead. Adele of Robin, Cynthia of Heather, Alexander de Georges. My fingers trace their names, as if that'll tell me something about them. When I finish, I slide envelopes from my drawer and write letters. I write until my wrist hurts. After I finish the Dauntless, I contact the other ships, ask for the names of their casualties, and I keep writing. These 30 names? There are 30 of my failures, but they will not just become numbers. Their deaths will not be in vain. I squeeze 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮𝘰. Our success will honor their sacrifice. After I finish sealing the last letter, I head straight to the cafeteria. I'm not even sure if they're still awake. It's been well over an hour since they started eating. They wouldn't have waited this long for me, would they? Maybe they're elsewhere, the rec room, or gone to bed. But I need to check. When I enter, I almost grin with relief. They're still here, but the room's cold and quiet. Keaton and Roderick stand in the corner, speaking in hushed tones. Bryce stares out the window at the purple night. Ella's eating cookies and talking helm strings with 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘦. Otto's sound asleep, snoring on a bench. Erica bolts upright from a table. "Captain!" The whole room turns. Keaton breathes out and hurries to pull me into a comforting embrace. "I was so worried about you." Erica heads to the kitchen. "Are you hungry, Captain?" "Of course you are. Let me heat it up for you. I made a feast." The others gather around me, looking relieved. Shouldn't they be furious that I was gone for so long? "Erica made a feast for Selection Day," Roderick says. "Honey glazed 𝘓𝘪𝘮𝑚𝑒𝑛." Bryce stares at me, arms folded. "Where were you?" I meet her eyes. An urge tells me to lock that information away. It makes me vulnerable, seem weak, and I'm suddenly conscious that my sister is watching. She's an 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. She despises showing weakness. Even so, I won't lock things away and be noxious. I will be the son Mother wanted me to be. So I open my mouth and explain. You wrote letters? Bryce says, confused. To whom? The families of the dead. The whole room goes silent. Everyone stares at me. Roderick pauses, calculating the numbers. You wrote 30 letters? I nod. Then suddenly, Keaton steps closer to me, her dark, warm eyes reading me like they always do. She touches my shoulder. Conrad, what happened wasn't your fault. I am your leader, I say, straightening. The responsibility is mine. Yours, Roderick says. Your responsibility? Mine, I say. Rod's cheery eyes vanish, and a hidden blaze ignites behind them. It's sudden and unexpected. That's... He pauses, then forces the word out. That's bird shit, Conrad! I almost step back. Keaton's mouth falls. Otto stirs awake, and Erica nearly drops a spatula. Roderick only swears when he's furious. Everyone's watching him now, and I stare in utter bewilderment as he keeps after me. His face is splashed with red. You don't have to suffer through all of this by yourself, Conrad. We are here with you, have always been with you. You don't get to claim complete responsibility, not when we're out there bleeding with you. I don't even know what to say. You have no problem giving us credit when we win as a crew. How can you take full credit when we lose? Then his voice becomes firm. We're all in this. All of us. Together. Finally, Roderick exhales, hands on his hips. His eyes are a little wet. Rod's right, Conrad. We're in this with you, Keaton says gently. I look between them, feeling incredibly foolish. Even so, Roderick steps forward and wraps me in his thick Master Gunner arms. It's an angry hug, rough. He's powerful enough to crack my back if he wanted, but his muscles loosen, and now his arms are those of a brother. Bryce sweeps in next, and for an instant I think she's going to yell at me. But she urges Roderick off me and hugs me as tightly as she ever has. I'm sorry, I whisper to her. Don't lock me out again, she says. I won't. Ella watches the whole thing, silent. Before long, we're done wiping eyes, and we're smiling again. My crew, my friends. No, we haven't forgotten the dead, but we must keep moving forward and not always look back. We sit around the cafeteria tables, and they eat dessert, moist, chocolate-drizzled cakes, and I'm feeling the warmth of their company, their smiles. Bryce sits close beside me. I squeeze her hand. Her eyes meet mine, and my stomach spins, because that's what her eyes always do to me. Erica brings out a giant tray of food for me, and despite all the horrible events of the day, I can't help but rub my hands together as she pours hot honey over my slab of gargantuan. I take a bite and almost shudder. The succulent meat melts on my tongue. The kick from spicy peppers leveled out by the tangy, sweet honey. Erica, I say, it's so damn good. The cook beams. Ella lowers into the seat across from mine. She's enjoying her cake, and she's talking to Roderick now, complimenting him for his top-notch turret modifications. I watch her. Ella's grown so much as a member of this crew. When she first arrived, she took her meals in the cabin, alone, and wasn't part of any of the hunts. Now she's building connections. She's saved my ass multiple times already, too. Erica wanders over to Yez. Would you like dessert? You know I don't have a sweet tooth. Yez pauses, recognizing her own irritated tone. Apologies. I'm a little tired after today. You don't need to explain, Erica says. It's fine. The two stare at each other. It's a little awkward, and I get the sense that whatever they had before, neither is willing to re-engage it. Yez breathes out. Eri, I'll take some coffee if there's any left.
Erica smiles and hurries to retrieve a mug. After the crew leaves to rest up for our departure to 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘍, and we're all out in the corridors, Bryce walks with me. And as I look over at her, I'm reminded of the first time I saw her on Homestead, when she saved me. Her spiky hair was like golden fire. She hugs me again, just us, in the shadows of the corridor, the engine thrumming under our feet. And while she brings my neck down to kiss me, a sudden stab of fear sinks into my heart. I clutch her so tight, I have to relax my arms because I don't want to smother her. Maybe this crew will rise or fall together, but my closest friends have escaped so many near-death experiences. This can't last forever, can it? Sooner than I'd like, Bryce wishes me a good night's rest before stepping away. As her steps echo, I'm left alone, worrying about the dangers that lie ahead. The cool hand of meritocracy strangles the balance of my squadron. I stand on deck under the morning sun, my lips pursed and my gloved fists squeaking. Just 20 minutes ago, we were prepping to leave for 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘍. But then I got word that the 𝘓𝘪𝘍 hasn't been able to vote in a new captain after losing 𝘚𝘩𝘅. They tried 3 times during the night. Worse, the gridlock turned violent and 2 people tried to kill each other. I massage my temples. Yez navigates the strings, bringing us to the port side of the 𝘓𝘓𝘍. The hunter ship is a titanium class with towering harpoon turrets and gargantuan skulls painted on the hull. Its length is twice that of the Gladian, and is 3 times as wide. This, to balance the ship from the incredibly powerful Omega cannons that rise over the deck. We come to a stop, and Roderick slides a gangway over to the 𝘓𝘓𝘍. I walk across with Bryce, Ella, and Roderick. I can't believe 2 of the 𝘓𝘓𝘍's crew members tried to stab each other. Physical conflict is not the hunter way. I step onto the ship's painted black deck. More than a dozen people bow as we walk past. They're rugged people without hunter jackets, uniforms, or pins. They've got grungy, rolled-up sleeves and tough expressions. They're the support crew Kirsty must have hired to help manage such a large vessel. The actual hunters, the crew, wait for me on a platform. A tall, thin man with blonde hair approaches me. The blue badge of a quartermaster waves with his black hunter jacket under a burst of wind. "Prince," he bows slightly, "I'm Jerome of Judith, the most experienced member of this crew. I've been with 𝘚𝘩𝘅 for a decade and have earned the right to be captain." I stare at him in silence. "I'd appreciate," he says, "if you'd endorse me." "I am not here to choose sides," I say. "I'm here to ensure this resolves quickly so we can focus on saving the Skylands." Jerome's face sours. I step past him and move on to the platform. We descend, and before long I'm seated inside the 𝘓𝘓𝘍's command room. It's a wide space with a window that gives a glimpse of my ship. Bryce, Ella, and Roderick stay beside me. We've all brought our dueling weapons, because even though most of us are hunters, we've learned to keep them with us. My fingers tap the 𝘊𝘰𝘮𝘮 as I listen to Mary of Octon, the 𝘓𝘓𝘍's navigator, make her pitch for captain. She hasn't spoken a word to me, not much more than a simple bow when I first stepped onto the platform. Certainly less assertive than Jerome. With 𝘚𝘩𝘅 gone and 2 of its crew in the brig for fighting, the 𝘓𝘓𝘍 only has 5 hunters eligible to vote. The problem is, all the votes are split between Mary, Jerome, and their master gunner, who keeps voting for himself. I sit and listen to them make their pitches. But after an hour, my knees are bouncing, and I'm chewing on my tongue to keep from yelling at this crew because the mission's waiting on them. Jerome shouts something about being owed a favor. My head pounds with a furious headache. These echoing voices remind me of the Gauntlet, when my crew was constantly bickering about who should be captain. In just a couple weeks, my crew had gone from Pound to Sebastian to myself and almost to Bryce. We were pretty much useless in the hunt until we finally settled on a captain. Ella watches the whole affair with her arms folded, disgusted. The 𝘶𝘪𝘀 crew members are all puffing up their chests. A couple get in each other's faces, but 𝘵𝑰 separates them. The room falls silent, and I'm starting to think that we're just going to have to settle this on the go. If 𝘵𝑰 won't fly the ship, I'll have someone else do it. Don't care that I don't own the 𝘶𝘪𝘀. This damn mission is far more important than any of these eager people using Kersey's death to rise. But suddenly, their 𝘬𝘬 starts speaking, and her words make me freeze. Bryce clutches my arm. Roderick gasps. The 𝘬𝘬 reveals the true reason why the crew's vote is split. One of the candidates wants to take the 𝘶𝘪𝘀 back to the Skylands. This candidate thinks I'm weak and will lead them all to their deaths. They don't believe Brown's key will work. Shock fills me, until suddenly my rage ignites. These selfish cowards. Kersey warned me about people in the squadron wanting to abandon the mission. They were on her damn ship. I shouldn't get involved, but we can't allow the 𝘶𝘪𝘀 to leave. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? And they're not getting through Sky's Edge alive without Mage. So I stand and make an endorsement for the woman who wants to see this mission through. 𝘵𝑰 of Octon should be our captain. Jerome and his supporters whirl on me, irate. How dare you interfere? Listen to these bird shits, Ella mutters. Islands are falling, and all they care about is the pecking order of their insignificant ship. Insignificant, Jerome says. The 𝘶𝘪𝘀 is insignificant? I raise my hand to stop Ella, but she's already going. When you compare it to the fate of the Skylands? Yes, in fact, all of us are. Me, you, my brother. Jerome scowls. The 𝘶𝘪𝘀's master gunner, who has also maintained that he should be captain, stares at the floor, his face wrinkled in thought. Finally, he pushes off the wall. The whole room quiets. He's the one we've been waiting to flip. Due to off-ship interference, he says calmly, I have reconsidered my position. I close my eyes and shake my head. The master gunner continues. I will now vote for Jerome of Judith to become captain. Ella explodes. You cowards! You're all going to die if you leave. You won't get past the cloud wall. You might be dooming the Skylands. Jerome's supporters ignore her because they're smiling about their victory. 𝘵𝑰 throws her hands up in disgust. At least she recognizes the ridiculousness of Jerome's plans. Jerome and his two supporters step toward me. Your Highness, Jerome says, I'm taking the ship, and we are leaving. He turns to 𝘵𝑰 and her support. You are welcome to resign and join another ship in the squadron if you'd like. My voice is soft. No. Jerome looks back at me. What? You are not leaving. His eyes squint. These are not the Skylands, Prince. You have no authority over me here. We need your ship, I say. If you want to leave so badly, we'll give you a lifeboat, a box of beans, and some water. Jerome's face turns scarlet. He stomps up into my face and gets spittle on my cheek as he rages. I challenge you to a duel! The whole room goes silent. My eyes narrow, and my hand squeezes the 𝘊𝘮𝘮𝑒. But I breathe calmly. Meet his gaze dead on. That would be a mistake. Are you too big of a lotcher to accept? Don't have to accept. Jerome doesn't have the status to challenge me or my authority. Not to mention, we're hunters. Physical conflict is not our way. But if this is how I'll keep the damn 𝘶𝘪𝘀 here, then so be it. The deck, I whisper. 15 minutes. Conrad, Rod says. You don't. Yes, I do. Then I storm from the room. The sun beats down on me, hot, and the air is strangely calm. Each ship has closed in, per my orders, so everyone has a view of the 𝘶𝘪𝘀 deck if they choose to watch. Uncle's tried to teach me lessons before. I didn't think I'd taken many of them to heart, but now here I am, meeting a challenger personally, just as he did with Adeline, with Scion. He wanted everyone to see the duel and know why it was fruitless to challenge him. But I'm not fighting to prove I'm the best, or for my status. I'm fighting for the Skylands. I unzip my hunter jacket, and Roderick takes it. "You sure you know what you're doing?" he asks. I roll up my silver sleeves. Yes. The 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 deck fills as other ships drop gangways. People step over to watch the duel. A couple ships hang a little above the 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦, and crews ogle from over the edge of the railings. The worst part is, some are excited. Like this is a damn game, and the Skylands aren't counting on us. Tara's several feet away, holding a notepad and a recorder gem, preparing to draw or document everything she's about to see. She'll likely report the results to Uncle when she can, especially if I lose. At least Mage doesn't seem concerned at all. The Rimmer hangs in the distance alone, not even sure he can see us from that far away. Bryce and Ella approach me. I think maybe Bryce will try convincing me that I don't have to do this. Oba can force the 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 to come along. Besides, Kersey left enough of her paid people on the 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦 that we could run it with or without Jerome and his defectors. Instead, Bryce meets my gaze, her expression fierce. Beat his face in. Ella is awed by Bryce's response and nods with vicious approval. Then Ella leans toward me. "Watch his eyes," she says. "The eyes will give away his moves, his feelings. They are betrayers." Oh, she has no idea how much she is like father, too. Bryce takes my goggles from my neck, but doesn't touch my arm or provide any comfort because she expects me to win. She steps away with Ella. I scowl. It's ridiculous that even on this mission, where everyone was handpicked to help save the Skylands, Lodgers have infiltrated some of the crews. I feel like snapping a harpoon in half. Damn cowards. Finally, Jerome and his supporters rise on the platform. He's carrying a dueling staff, one that looks seldom used. We don't need any dueling officials here. He stomps toward me, brow furrowed, perhaps thinking because he's twice my age and slightly taller that he can somehow intimidate me. Stupid bird shit. A few of the crowd are smiling, excited about the duel. We're losing a war. We can't waste our time on trivial games like this. I lick my teeth bitterly. My friends watch me. Tara starts sketching. Then the duel begins. Jerome screams and charges me, his staff raised. It's an untrained, wild attack that reeks of someone who hasn't dueled in ages. A few people cheer, excited for the entertainment. They'll find none. I smack Jerome's staff away and dig my cane into his gut. He bowls over, coughing. My cane twirls and the eagle slams into his cheek. A bloody tooth flies from his mouth, and he hits the deck. He tries to push off the ground, but I throw 2 swift kicks into his ribs. Then I roar and slam the cane on his damn skull. He drops. The audience falls silent. His supporters stare, stunned. One urges him to get up, but he's done. I spit on him, furious that he wasted everyone's time. He's fortunate to still be breathing. If I were Uncle, I'd have him tossed overboard. He had no right to challenge me, but I am not Uncle. I will not eliminate my threats. He will be facing a hunter tribunal for instigating a duel when we return to the Skylands. Jerome and his supporters can spend the rest of the mission in the brig. Enjoy it, you bird shits. I tap my gem to the whole fleet. My voice is a low growl. Set a course to Perdidio. Then I snatch my jacket from Roderick's arms, cut through the silent crowd, and follow the gangway back to the Gladian. Chapter 36. After a day of flight toward Perdidio, the fading sun glows over the quiet decks of my ships. I disconnect the rings from my fingers and step off the helm tile. Yes, needed a break, so I took the strings for the last few hours. The glass bubble slides away, exposing my moist skin to the air. I breathe out,
feeling more relaxed than I have in days. Maybe I should ask 𝘬𝘮 to let me fly more. Something about it. After a few minutes of breathing in the cool sunset, I head down the hatch to look for my sister. It's been a while since we've talked. Just us. I find her in the munitions room. She's alone, studying our stockpile of weapons. She eyeballs a miniature claw gun, one of Roderick's designs, then follows a wall of harpoons and stops to stare at the thickest ones. My boots stop beside her. She doesn't turn to look at me. "There's something that's keeping me awake at night," she says. "Oh, you too? What if Brone's weapon doesn't exist? Or what if it's not powerful enough? What if it doesn't even work anymore? It has been hundreds of years." I shift a little. The Skylands would lose. But it wouldn't be quick, because Skylanders will keep fighting until millions have died. "We are fighting for a chance," I say, "and a hope." She looks at me, perhaps pondering my words. But I'm not sure it relieves her of her fears. Don't blame her. Those same thoughts have swallowed me too. But with all my other responsibilities, I just have to push them away. She runs a finger along a harpoon. "It was kind of impulsive, stowing away here. But when you left to go on to the ship, I felt something." She pauses, perhaps struggling against the force inside her that tells her to lock everything away. "It was like this awful disconnect. Like that if I let you go, we'd be broken forever. Ella, you had a right to be angry with me. I wanted that cane so badly. I wanted to please Uncle so much that I'd do anything for him. But after he left me with my new cane, and you weren't there to see it, I was empty. I tried to pretend I was proud, but inside I was cracked. I stare at her, amazed, and I so want to hug her, but she'd absolutely hate it. "What's done is done," I say. "You have a cane. It is yours to forge a new story. Mother would want that." She frowns and looks back at the wall of weapons. I'm not sure she's convinced. Maybe she's still stuck in the guilt, and maybe it's a good thing that she's suffering from it. It means that she isn't Uncle. "Conrad, your crew loves you. They're my friends, but it wasn't always that way. When we first met, I was too much like our father." She almost nods at this. She's never had a hard time critiquing Father because Uncle's been whispering that in her ear for half her life. "I've told you so much about Mother and how you need her." I touch her shoulder, only for a second, because I know she doesn't need the comfort of touch. "But in Uncle, you only got the worst parts of Father." She's quiet. "My relationship with Father was complicated," I say, sighing. "Sometimes I hated the man. But now, looking back, he prepared me. Without Father, I would be dead. Without Father, I never would have been able to rise. You told me that you are split. Well, the truth is I am too. Always have been. And I've learned that I need both our parents to be where I am." She watches me, her face wrinkled with contemplation. I shut my mouth. Something I've learned about Ella is she won't accept an idea that's forced upon her. I have to be subtle, persistent, and patient. So I say goodnight and step away, letting her mull over these thoughts. I'm just grateful I have her with me again, and that she chose me, chose us. "Captain," 𝘬𝘮 calls over the comm, "we've reached Perdidio, but you need to get up here." Roderick and I are finishing a lunch of fried pigeon sandwiches. I nod at Erica, thank her for the meal, then hurry down the corridor toward the ladder. Once I push open the hatch, I'm blasted with swirling hot winds. I climb to the deck, and a gust slams into my chest. Roderick follows me. This is a hell of a windstorm, but my brow wrinkles. I'm perplexed because the sky is clear. Ahead of us hangs a giant green island filled with destroyed buildings, overtaken by vines and vegetation. I march to the bow, my jacket flapping, and remove my spyglass from my belt. Roderick follows me, The whole squadron has stopped, observing the island from afar. Ancient buildings jut from 𝘚𝘪𝘵𝘍𝘐 Island like charred bones. Roderick nudges me and points at something beneath the island. My eyes narrow. What the hell? Some type of giant, metallic structure below the island is the source of these fierce winds. "I've never seen anything like it," Roderick mutters. A windy vortex spins beneath the island, sucking up the acid clouds and exposing the below. A warning stabs my gut. That massive, ancient structure looks like a machine, something that'd need to be turned on. It couldn't have been running for hundreds of years, could it? "Mage," I say over the gem, "was that vortex operating when you found 𝘚𝘪𝘵𝘍𝘐?" "No, part of that structure was tucked into the island when I last visited." "Bryce," I say, "we need you." Roderick and I study the landscape beneath us. It's disorienting to see what is usually hidden below the black clouds. The below is a barren desert landscape, full of endless golden dunes. "They can come up," I say. "What?" Roderick says. "The Lanteans. They might have been coming up for a while." "Then the island," Roderick says, breathless, "it's not abandoned. Someone must be there." I send a message to every ship. "All ships on alert." Roderick gives me a wary glance, pats my shoulder, and then hurries to buckle himself into the closest turret. I study the vortex through my spyglass. It really is a strange structure, with jutting spines that... "Prince!" someone else yells over the comm. "Behind us!" I spin around, and in the distance, a dozen ships rocket our way. They appear from behind another, smaller island. They're huge, bloated battle cruisers. Worse, hundreds of sparrows fly at us, all launching to block off our narrow window of escape. We were all so busy looking at the island, the vortex, that we didn't see them coming. Roderick points back at 𝘚𝘪𝘵𝘍𝘐, and another ship comes into view around the island. It's a ship like a black arrow. It's something the king had been desperately trying to find since the war began. The Goliath, Admiral Gurner's ship. "Magnetics to high! Lock down!" I shout as another blast ripples against the Gladian. We rock, and I grip the railing to maintain my balance. We're flying so damn quick that I can barely move, can hardly get up my mobile launcher. I'm jerked to the left as 𝘊𝘮 turns us. Enemy sparrow fighters come at us again. "Down!" Erica cries. They zip over us, their hot blasts leaving streaks in the deck. I launch a harpoon, but the ship shudders and my attack hits nothing but sky. Roderick's turret clicks, whirling around. He squeezes the triggers, and his harpoon sends several sparrows into a tailspin. Otto, Erica, and Ella fire harpoons. Their attacks stab through the glass of a sparrow, striking the pilot. The sparrow loses control and slams into the Explosio's hull. I load my launcher. Another sparrow nosedives after us, but Bryce lights it up with her turret's flame cannon. A trail of smoke follows the fiery sparrow. It zooms over our heads and crashes into a Lantean battlecruiser. Explosions drum one after another in my ears. 𝘊𝘮 throws her hands forward to launch us away from a flurry of sparrows. "Torton!" Bryce shouts. "Port side!" The creature opens its mouth and fires, but 𝘊𝘮 shoves the strings again. I dive to lock my arms around the railing. My teeth grit. The wind goes to war on me, but I keep my hands on the railing, and we rocket away before the Torton's lightning pierces us. The damn sparrows come again, and my comm fills with panicked shouts. We've got no way to fight back against this many sparrows. Our sparrows fought like hell, but they've all sunk from the sky. Our ships are overwhelmed, and Mage flew off, leaving us. "Eat it!" Roderick cries, firing harpoons after a squadron of sparrows that sails past. "Eat it, you cusses!" 𝘸𝘪𝘵𝑗 ship approaches us. It's a massive shadow, and I'm nearly flown backward when its enormous cannons threaten to rupture the sky. The blasts strike the 𝘚𝘪𝘵. My ears buzz. A great swell of golden death rises from the hunter ship's deck, and several crew fly overboard. I watch them, hesitating, then glance at the open sky behind the ships. A single shot from one of those battle cruisers could destroy us, but if we make it past them, we could escape. Several crew members of the 𝘚𝘪𝘵 fall. "Save them, Yez!" I roar. "Save them!" She's about to shove the strings forward when the Torton reappears right before our bow, blocking our path. Its mouth widens. "Die!" Bryce roars. She squeezes flames onto the flying beast. It growls and turns away, camouflaging itself. But the damn thing distracted us long enough that the 𝘚𝘪𝘵 crew members are out of reach, falling toward the exposed below. My mouth's dry as I watch them. An explosion rocks the air, and my ribs slam into the railing. The 𝘵𝘪𝘮𝘦 wobbles. Yez fights the strings, straightening us before we flip. I turn back and stare in horror as another hunter ship glows like a giant fireball. The 𝘚𝘪𝘵. Bryce fires flak into the next wave of sparrows. Roderick's squeezing the triggers. My squadron's desperately shooting everything we've got, but we don't have enough. I keep loading harpoons, shooting sparrows. They're relentless. They don't end. We're only a squadron. This is a fleet we're fighting. They outnumber us 5-1. The 𝘝𝘪𝘐𝑚 launches a huge barrage from its omega cannons. The explosions strike one of 𝘸𝘪𝘵's cruisers, and the cruiser explodes, sending heat wafting into us. 𝘸𝘪𝘵's fleet responds. 2 battle cruisers fire their own blasts at the 𝘝𝘪𝘐𝑚, destroying its cannons and making the deck smoke. "Prince," Oba says to me over the comm, "you must retreat. We're not leaving. The battle is lost. We will hold them off. Go." I bite my lip. I've left so many behind, and the survivors are dying now because I failed. I never should have assumed 𝘚𝘪𝘵𝘩 would still be dead. I should have sent a scout. "Prince, now!" My body stings, and I close my eyes. We have the key. We have no choice. "Fly!" I shout. "Yez, get us out!" Suddenly, we're rocked by something. My head hits the deck. My vision blurs. "They hooked us!" Keaton yells over the comm. "Captain, they've shot a hook through the hull. I can't get it out." I sit up, and the world seems to go still. All flames and smoke and harpoons and shoulder cannon blasts. And that's when I see Roderick. He's looking directly at me, and there's a resigned look on his face. The look fills me with dread. No, it goes against all my instincts. It's a look that's telling something I won't consider, would never consider. I can't, won't. There's not enough room. "Go," he says over the comm. "Roderick, go, you damn cuss." He kicks a lever on the turret, making the barrels switch into his incredible repeater, and the next second he's shouting and hammering the air with harpoons. He takes down 3 sparrows in 3 seconds. They go spinning wildly. He keeps firing, eyes set, determined. "I'll handle these bastards," Roderick roars. "Go, Conrad!" Can't leave him. But now Ella and Bryce are tugging me, pulling me toward the hatch. This was the emergency plan. We prepared for it because we had the heirs of the Skylands aboard. Finally, I start running, sparing one last glance at my best friend. Roderick is flames and fury as he brings war to the sparrows. He switches his barrels again and scorches the sky. Ella, Bryce, and I slide down the hatch's ladder. The 𝘵𝘪𝘮𝑗's corridors shake. We use the wall to keep our balance. Explosions pang against the hull. Roderick comms Keaton. "How's the engine?" We're stuck." His voice quiets. How
How are you? I'm coming up, she says, her voice breaking. It's too dangerous. I'm not leaving you up there alone, Rod. My skin goes cold. The way they're talking. This is different. And I'm broken. Broken knowing that there's no room to get them off the ship, too. We're being boarded, Erica yells. Suddenly, Keaton, covered in coolant spills, emerges up the stairs. She races past us, her eyes wild with fear and panic. I'm coming, Roderick. I'm coming. Keaton, Bryce cries, but we can't go after her. Ella, Bryce, and I reach the bottom level, and we pull the tarp from our hidden escape pod. Bryce is breathless. She reaches to hug me, tears in her eyes, threatening to spill over. The pod's meant for one, but it's big enough for two. The king didn't account for Ella stowing away. Ella mashes the button, and the escape pod opens with a hiss. She jumps onto the only seat. Come on, Conrad. I should have asked for more pods when this was installed on the dreadnought, but we needed space for supplies. We didn't know how long we'd be in these airs. Bryce's fingers dig into my back, and I feel her trembling fear. She won't survive 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘦. She betrayed the below. They'll torture her and throw her into the sky. My heart hurts at the thought of losing her, at the thought of abandoning my crew to death. But the Skylands need an heir in case something happens to Uncle. Suddenly, Bryce touches her symbiont scar, and her hand sparks. She squeezes my hand, and in an instant, I'm pulled somewhere else, flooded with an experience. It's the time Bryce and I went on a walk back in the Hunter Academy. We stood together on a balcony and watched a moving constellation of golden fireflies. But now I'm feeling this moment through her eyes, looking at myself the way she saw me, feeling her excited pulse, the twist in her stomach, and noticing how her eyes focused on my lips for the briefest of moments. She looked up at the stars. They peered at us between the clouds, and they were so strange to her, so mysterious, each one separated by so much space, all alone. Do you ever just look, she asked me. At what? The stars. She paused to breathe. Where I'm from, she said quietly, doing her best to keep her tone neutral. We don't see stars much. I didn't know the feeling swirling inside her then, the loneliness, the connection with the stars going beyond their strange beauty, but feeling their isolation, blinking out in a black canvas, unable to connect with one another. She thought of her brother, Damon, then, wishing he hadn't sacrificed himself for her. But she was going to do him proud. She was going to build support, rise the right way in the Skyland's wicked meritocracy, and show that the below didn't have to go to war with the Skylands. All she needed was my support. That's how much she believed in me, from the beginning. I'm pulled from the memory. The Gladian shudders again. I meet her eyes. I've got so much to say to her. My squadron's crying through the comm. Roderick and Keaton have gone quiet. My whole ship has. The battle's lost. The 𝘊𝘪𝘐𝘳𝘅 and the 𝘺𝘪𝘐𝘳 have surrendered. Lanteans have entered my ship, and they're racing through the corridors searching for us. Won't be long. Come on, Conrad, Ella says. Get in the pod. I grip Bryce by the back of the neck and kiss her. Feel her heart against mine, her skin, her heat, her tears. And I don't want it to end. Don't want this to be the last time I hold her in my arms or feel her breath. But I shove her, hard as I can, because I know she'd never go willingly. She trips into the escape pod. Ella's eyes widen. Conrad, no! I mash the button on the control panel, and the pod seals. A door slides open in the Gladian's hull behind me. Bryce and Ella stare in horrified shock, their hands banging on the glass. Conrad! Bryce shouts over the comm. No, please, no, Conrad! Stay alive, I say. I tap the button, and their escape pod rockets into the sky, blazing at a furious pace. Within a few blinks,
It's beyond the enemy ships, shooting off toward the horizon. Once it exhausts its initial fuel, they'll be able to manually control it. Then they'll have to find an island, hide there, and hope Uncle comes. But they have a chance. By the time I turn around, Lantians have entered the storage room carrying their electric spears. They're sneering, ugly monsters. And from behind them steps someone who makes my stomach fall. My brow wrinkles confused. He parts their midst. "Great work, everyone," he says. The Lantians cheer, laughing about how they've captured the Prince of the Skylands, that they've bested me, that they think they have the key to the weapon that'll end the war. We got him, and now we can turn him to our side. The serpent comes toward me, smiling that yellow grin of his. "You know, Prince," he says as he slithers closer, "I learned something from Bryce." My eyes narrow, trying to piece everything together. "If she could flip sides," he says, "then why couldn't I?" Then Sebastian laughs and laughs. Chapter 37. "I told you there was a symbiont in your squadron," Sebastian says. "It was exposing your location the entire time, but you didn't think to check on the little captive inside the Intrepid." He's flanked by 3 angry-looking soldiers. One stomps forward with his electric spear. I instinctively reach for my cane, but I drop that in the escape pod because I didn't want Father's legacy to get destroyed like Mother's. I dodge the man's jabbing spear, hurl a wooden box at his face, and dive into him. I rip the spear from his hand and knock him unconscious. Then I'm up, my eyes narrowed on the Lantians. They're here to make me their prized prisoner like last time, but it won't be like last time. This is where I'll die. I'll not let them take me alive. And I'm bringing Sebastian along too, because I've had it with that rat bastard. I charge. The other 2 Lantians intercept me, but I break them with the spear, as easily as a blade through grass. I fight like the heir of Erwin, trained by Ulrich of Erwin and Elise of Hale. Sebastian backpedals and dives before I can jab his heart. He shouts at the others who pile into the room, maybe 10 of them. I'm surrounded. Don't give a damn. After Uncle bested me so easily, I spent many evenings on the deck, practicing with the cane, adjusting my balance and my defense. 3 more Lantians fall at my feet, locked in paralysis from the sparking spear in my hand. I'm blazing fury. They've taken my ship, hurt my friends, and Sebastian betrayed the whole Skylands. Sebastian squeezes behind the others, fear in his eyes. "I'm coming for you, you bird shit." I storm toward him, roar and slice through Lantians. More fall at my feet as others rush to meet my spear. They're shouting, snapping at one another in frustration. I'm just one person. How hard can I be to bring down? But I'm a cornered animal, like I was in the Homestead Lows. More Lantians arrive, this time carrying auto muskets, but they stand on the stairs, unsure what to do, because clearly they're meant to take me alive. My heart rages, body grows slick with sweat. More and more Lantians stuff the room, another dozen. I drop 2 more soldiers, leaving an opening to get to Sebastian. The little bastard runs. I chase after him, my legs eating up space, carrying me across the room. In an instant, I'll be on him, and I won't just send him into paralysis. No, I'll give him what he wants. He always wanted me to turn into a killer. Well, congratulations, you bird shit. Here's your damn prize. I lean the weapon toward him, about to get his back, when someone throws a spear, blunt end first. It slams into me and pounds my chest. I rock backward and hit the ground. And before I can stand, another Lantian jabs me with the electric tip of his spear. Volts of electricity jolt through me. My teeth clamp shut.
nearly biting my tongue, and my body locks up. Can't move, not even my mouth. All my fury locked in an electric paralysis. Sebastian, surrounded by Lantians, returns to stand over me. He's grinning with relief. The rest are breathing hard, but they're looking at me with an admiration that makes me sick. I'll kill him. I'll kill that bastard. Sebastian bends down and pats my cheek. I want to gouge his eyes, catch him by the back of his greasy neck, and slam him into the ground. Don't worry, Captain, he says. I'll make sure you're taken care of. You have my word. And then he laughs as the Lantians lift me off the ground. I'm carried on to Peridio. The blue sky above me is empty as Lantians carry me like I'm a damn trophy. They're cheering as they pass through a line of soldiers. The bastards holler. I'm completely helpless. And as I'm drowning in their celebrations and hardly able to suck a breath, I suddenly realize how alone I am. No friends. No one to help me. Not even the voices of mother or father are with me. Jerome of Judith was right to want to leave the mission. I got everyone killed. The jubilation continues. My heart collapses, and I'm haunted by the look Roderick gave me on the Gladian's deck before I ran like a lotcher. He knew that might be the last time he'd see me. Worse, I saw the panic in Keaton's eyes as she raced to him. To be together in the end. My eyes sting. I am nothing without my crew. If they're gone, it's all on me. All I ever wanted was to get my sister back. Instead, I got the weight of the Skylands and a war that I never wanted. Mother told me the strong lead because they're meant to lead. Well, she was right about that. She just didn't realize that I wasn't one of them. Uncle called me a rodent. That's what I am. A sniveling little thing that got lucky. That was able to form friendships with people better than me, who elevated me, made me look stronger. The Lantians continue carrying me. The paralysis refuses to let me suck in a full breath. Won't be long until I suffocate. A few minutes later, I'm looking at a ceiling of carved rock. We've entered a tunnel in the cool underbelly of the island. Makes sense that the Lantians would carve tunnels into the island, not unlike their colonies in the below. I recognize glowlands, the strange bug-like creatures from Bryce's memory, dashing around the ceiling. Their brightly illuminating carapaces burn my eyes. My vision goes splotchy, and my body's begging for just one lungful of air. Finally, I'm brought through steel doors and dropped onto a soft rug in a warm room. The ceiling glows with tender glowland light, and my slight breaths catch the scent of savory food. Sebastian leans over me, grinning. He turns my head to the side to whisper in my ear, "I told you I wouldn't kill you." Then he spits, slowly filling my ear with hot, foamy saliva. I'm stuck in place as it slithers deeper into my canal, muffling sounds. He grins a tartar-filled smile, his hot, fishy breath on my face. "That's enough, Sebastian." Sebastian stands and snaps to attention. "Yes, sir." "Did you bring the key?" 𝘠𝘪𝘮 asks. Sebastian hesitates. "Well, here's the thing, sir. It seems that Conrad managed to send it off on his sister's neck." 𝘠𝘪𝘮's voice darkens. "And where is the sister?" "We're in the process of trying to locate her now, sir." Sebastian's saliva cools in my ear, still muffling the voices. Can't believe Sebastian managed to reach any kind of significant status with the Lantians, but he's always been a manipulative bastard. "Leave us," 𝘠𝘠r𝘮 says, irritated. Sebastian rotates on his heels and spares me a final, coy look before marching out with the Lantian soldiers. 𝘠𝘠r𝘮 stands above me, watching me for a few seconds. He kneels, lifts his black locks, and touches the back of his neck while his other hand sparks. Then he taps my chest. A jolt hits me. My body unlocks, and I suck in an enormous breath. I roll over and cough hard. Sebastian's spit slides from my ear onto my cheek. I brush it with my shoulder, disgusted. It's just me and 𝘸𝘪𝘬. No guards, no weapons, nothing. I'm not even tied up. He frowns at the saliva slipping from my ear and drops a napkin onto the ground. Then he strolls back to a table of food. "Come," he says, "you're probably tired of eating ship rations. I'll introduce you to the delicacies of my people." "I have a great cook," I say, voice raspy. "You are the prince, I'm sure you do. Still, I believe you'd enjoy some of these dishes." This bastard. I'd like nothing more than to charge and kill him. He dropped my island, killed McGill, and he wants to talk about food? I clean my ear with the napkin, nearly gagging as I try to get it all out. Once I finish, I toss the napkin and stare at 𝘸𝘠𝘪, but I notice his beasts, resting on their haunches near his feet at the table. They're silver creatures, four-legged, with steel spikes around their ears, and their red eyes stare at me as their pink tongues sag. Lupins, steel wolves. 𝘸𝘠𝘪's finger slides over the closest one's snout. It nuzzles up against his leg, like it isn't a murderous beast that steals children from their beds. I stand. 𝘸𝘠𝘪 sits at the table before rows of meats, all white. The only produce is root vegetables, carrots, potatoes, some mushrooms, but everything else is meat. "Our designers," he says, waving a hand over the display of food, "saved our colonies from starvation through the creation of meats that give us the nutrients a body needs. Meat infused with vitamins normally only provided by plants. As you are probably aware, we don't get nearly as many vegetables below. Not when the sun is blocked out by the death clouds." I glance around the room. My brow knits in a little surprise because 𝘸𝘠𝘪's kept all his order medals, his pilot pin, his order protector sash, and his walls are decorated with paintings of famous order ships and past order admirals. "Come," he says, "try the lepton." He nods at a platter where a giant metal rabbit rests in its own juices with a Skylands apple in its mouth. I stare at this meat, at this man. His lupins growl at me, perhaps impatient that I remain standing. "Where are my people?" I say. "Those who surrendered are in custody. And those who didn't?" He frowns. "Sit." Then he adds with some restraint, "Please." My eyes narrow on him. I'd rather he not send his lupins at me, so I lower into the chair opposite to him. An empty plate sits before me, as well as a cool glass of water. I drink the water, guzzle it in one go, and wipe my face with my forearm. But I'm not touching the food. 𝘸𝘠𝘪 leans back. "Last time we saw each other, well, you were in the process of cutting my arms off." "Yes, and to be perfectly frank, I'd be doing the same now, but the Lantian Council believes I should keep you alive. It is their command that I follow. I'm skeptical of their decision. You are a zealous meritocrat." Zealous meritocrat? People whom we've determined are too risky and stubborn to ever mold into our future society. People who have manipulated the Skylands meritocracy to such a degree that they're too dangerous to be part of us. He pauses. "But you do have something about you, a saving grace, so to speak." I stare at him. This man acts civilized, but he ordered the deaths of countless innocents, and he will continue dropping islands with the Giga until we have nothing left. Somehow he has the audacity to talk about me being a risk. "Our victory is inevitable, Prince," he says, "but we would prefer to stop the bloodshed. This is why we offered to negotiate the Skylands surrender. But your uncle is the most stubborn man in the sky. It is his fault that so many have died and will continue to die. He has ignored multiple offers of ours that would bring peace." I stare at 𝘸𝘠𝘪 and realize that something shifts under the sleeve of his left arm, wriggling around. 𝘸𝘠𝘪 reaches for the roasted lepton leg, peels off the metallic scales, and bites down into the soft flesh. He chews quietly, the juice dripping off his chin. "If you assassinate the king, Conrad," he says, wiping his face with a napkin. "You will become king. Then our peoples can negotiate a true peace." I laugh at the suggestion. "You have a problem assassinating a man like him," he says. "The king trusts you, and we know what he did to you. Murdering your father, banishing you to 𝘍, letting your mother die. Your gargantuans killed my mother. She never would have been there if it weren't for your uncle." He takes another disgusting, juicy bite. "You probably blame yourself for your current predicament, but it all goes back to your uncle, Conrad. It always has." I say nothing. I won't defend my uncle. We both know I hate the man, but Uncle hasn't killed nearly as many as 𝘸𝘪𝘵 in his quest for victory. If 𝘸𝘪𝘁's goal is to get me to blame Uncle for my failures and join the Lantians instead, I'm not buying it. The council has decided you deserve the chance to make a choice. End this war. He scoops a bite of steaming potato. "We're willing to let you live in peace with your friends. I am told that is more important to you than anything. All your friends, including the traitor Bryce." His sleeve wriggles again. "You needn't have sent Bryce away in that pod," he says, stabbing a carrot with a fork. "We would have spared her, so long as you were compliant." I fill my glass with the pitcher. This man is a liar. He would say whatever it took to win the war. Suddenly, a small, silver head appears out of his sleeve. Its eyes watch me while its forked tongue licks the air, almost like it's tasting my scent. 𝘸𝘪𝘵 finishes chewing the carrot and notices me looking at his sleeve. "Ah, my 𝘊𝘪𝘵𝘩. Ah." He massages the underside of the serpent's neck. Incredible creatures. One of the rarest of anything the designers have created. I say nothing. ink slithers back up his sleeve out of sight. 𝘸𝘪𝘵 wipes his mouth again and stands. "Prince, there is something I'd like to share with you." He approaches me. "Has Bryce introduced you to experiences of the symbiont?" I nod slowly. "I thought so. Her tale is one shared by far too many Lantians. There aren't enough resources below." "You'd have more resources," I say, "if your people didn't have to sacrifice their rations to feed your sleeping gargantuan." He pauses, then nods. "Sacrifices sometimes must be made to achieve victory." He stops before me. "If you will allow me, I'd like to share another experience with you. One that I think will change your entire view of the below." He approaches me and reaches for his neck. "May I?" He says it like it is an option. "I share this with my apologies," he says. "Unfortunately, this experience is from back when the symbionts were new. It suffers from the fogginess of typical human memory. It has been passed to me from another." He shocks my hand. I'm no longer in the room with him. I'm someone else, some man I don't know, and I'm standing in a barren landscape that's devoid of life. My heart's beating fast because I'm about to do something that hasn't been done in years. I'm about to enter a sealed capsule that'll shoot me into the sky, pass me safely through the death clouds so I can infiltrate the Skylands. I'll become a Skylander. I'll rise through their meritocracy, become a 𝘊𝘳, and show them a better way. My family surrounds me. I've already said goodbye to all but one. Mom comes to me, tears in her eyes, and collects me in her arms. She pulls me close. "Don't forget who you are." She points a finger into my chest. "The world above will try to break you, make you forget humanity. But be better than what that world intends. Be better. Be the son I raised you to be." I hold her tight, or he does. We're one now, and my heart's consumed with fear, knowing this will be the final time I'll see her. But I have a mission, because we Lantians are starving. In the below, only the people who live in the zones away from the uncontrollables manage to live a bearable life. But the people above the death clouds, they have resources, food, comfort. Mom squeezes me one last time, and I lower into the capsule. The chair's stiff and uncomfortable. Then the Lantian Council comes to me to wish me luck. I'm their hope, The capsule seals shut and tilts back, aimed toward the sky. I glimpse my family through the glass. They back up and watch me, holding one another, their eyes red. I press my palm against the glass. I'll not fail them. I'll show the world there's a better way. Suddenly, with an incredible jolt, the capsule launches into the sky. My body shudders from the burst of speed, and wind slams against the glass. I'm traveling at such insane speeds that darkness swallows my vision. I bite down hard, try to fight it, but before I know it, I fade from consciousness. When I wake, my vision's blurred, and vomit cakes my chest. I peer through the glass at the world of the sky. My pod, it broke through the acid clouds. Unbelievably, I made it. Now I'm soaring through a star-filled night, and the stars glitter with the most beautiful glow. I'm staring at the sight, awestruck, disbelieving that this is what the sky looks like above the black. It can't be real. My capsule arches and descends toward a frozen island crowned with shining mansions. It's remarkable, beautiful. So many rich homes. My gut lurches as the pod sinks faster. Now I'm seeing smaller homes, then shacks. But I'm not close to the city. No, I'm plunging directly for the green and white forest. I grip the handholds. The capsule shudders, and the trees grow bigger in my vision. I stop breathing. Then my capsule cracks through the trees and branches. My head shakes violently, and my vision spins. The pod crashes into the surface and glides over snow-crusted bushes. Finally, it comes to a grinding halt, sliding through stones and slushy wet snow. My head's swimming with dizziness. I sit for several minutes, breathing away the disorientation until I press the eject button and the domed roof shoots off the capsule. Cold wind attacks my exposed skin and my wet chest. Makes me alert. I stumble from the pod and hit the frozen ground. Oh, I feel horrible, and the snow's so bitter it stings my fingers. Finally, I'm up, ambling through the snowy forest. I walk, hugging my arms against my chest until, through a parting of trunks, I glimpse the city that climbs up a white mountain. Smoke swirls from the shacks at the base of the city, while giant, glorious manors rise above all. This island, I've learned from training, is one of the harshest, most brutal of all the Skylands. If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. Homestead Island. 𝘸𝘪 jolts me again, and I'm snapped back into the underground room with him. He stands over me. His lupins chew the bones of the metal rabbits. My skin's hot, flushed. You understand what I showed you? 𝘸𝘪 says. What that memory was? Don't even know what to think, but I meet 𝘸𝘪's eyes and my mouth opens softly. My mother's father, I say, my heart thudding. Body gone cold. Was Atlantean. Chapter 38. Over the next month of my captivity, Admiral 𝘸𝘪 meets with me constantly. He has continually assured me that my friends are safe and healthy, and that they'll remain that way so long as I play along. Furthermore, I've had a birthday, but I didn't tell 𝘸𝘪 that. I'm 17 now. It's the first birthday I've had without Mother. Last year, with McGill's help, she brought me cherry ice cream, and we ate it together while listening to tavern music. I miss her so much that it hurts to breathe. Without knowing it, 𝘸𝘪 has been giving me presents of his own, more experiences of my grandfather. Despite my hatred of the former High Admiral, I can't help but wake up each morning excited to learn more, and see the world through grandfather's eyes, live his emotions. Apparently, Hale shared these experiences with other Lanteans who infiltrated years after he did. They thought his experiences would help them blend in and live as a Skylander. Because even though my grandfather never ended up rising in the Skylands, he was successfully able to hide his identity for his whole life. even from his wife and daughter. Grandfather had no family name in the above. He was simply 𝘍𝘪, and after dueling his way to become a middle, he just stopped. He hated that to rise, he had to tear a family from their home and send them to 𝘍𝘪. Honestly, 𝘍𝘪 could have risen higher through his capable dueling skills, or gone through the selection, but he met someone, Cheryl of Thornton, and fell in love. She was a 𝘍𝘪, the daughter of a pigeon catcher who sometimes got to see the world. And because 𝘍𝘪 was a middle, she assumed his name, Cheryl of 𝘍𝘪. After that, my grandfather completely lost sight of his mission. 𝘍𝘪 was sent to conquer the above without bloodshed and save the below. But the reality is, he never cared about rising. The Lantians sent the wrong person. 𝘍𝘪 didn't have the drive, but his daughter did. Mother. Through my grandfather's eyes, I watched as Mother grew up. I saw her first steps, heard her laugh. She grew into a powerful person who would eventually lead Homestead with Father. Young Elise was stubborn as hell, not unlike Ella. Despite 𝘍𝘪's objections, she became a fierce dueler. In her early 20s, she'd go to the middle pits to compete in some of the island's most dangerous duels for extra money. And one day, after defeating a hulking man and celebrating with some cherry ice cream, she met someone. Grandfather watched it all, heartbroken, realizing his daughter was slipping away from him. The handsome young man who approached Elise had dark, intelligent eyes under tangles of brown curls. He wore a fine uniform, and a black cane topped with an eagle dangled from his hip. Seeing him was like looking at myself in a mirror. 𝘊𝘪𝘵 of Irwin was in his late 20s and was the heir to one of the most powerful families in the Skylands. And within 2 days of 𝘊𝘪𝘵 meeting my mother, 𝘍𝘪 caught them kissing under the moonlight outside his home. Grandfather did not trust my father. Every time 𝘍𝘪 saw the young man, his skin would grow hot. The hair on the back of his neck would rise. "Stay away from him," 𝘍𝘪 scolded Elise one night after she returned home late. "He is broken, twisted, and Irwin." "I'm 22, Mother said. "I'm not a child." "He is the worst part of meritocracy." "There's goodness in him, Father. You just don't know him." "There is no goodness in anyone like him." Mother's face flushed. She flung back her white hair and met 𝘍𝘪's eyes dead on. Then she stormed past him without another word. My parents' romance was a forbidden one. Elise was a lifelong middle, and 𝘊𝘪𝘵 was the heir of power-hungry bastards. 𝘺𝘮𝑟 shared an experience with me where 𝘍𝘪 was butchering a deer in the shed behind his home. Footsteps approached outside, cutting through crispy snow. 𝘍𝘪 added a huck of meat to the pile, but didn't look up at the young man who stepped into the shed. "𝘍𝘪," Father said, "I'd like to speak with you." 𝘍𝘪 stabbed the cleaver into the wooden table, wiped his hands on his apron, and looked up. "What, Irwin?" My father paused, and though he hid it well, I recognized the nervousness in him. His fingers fiddled. 𝘍𝘪 saw it too, and it sank him into cold dread. He knew why 𝘊𝘪𝘵 was anxious. Father swallowed his breath and walked forward, regal, straight-backed. Despite his obvious nerves, his eyes never wavered once from grandfather's face. "I am going to ask Elise to marry me." 𝘊𝘪𝘵 lifted the cleaver, squeezed it until the handle squeaked, and slammed it through a bone. "Do you expect my support?" "I don't," Father said, "but I wanted you to be the first to know." 𝘍𝘪 cleaved off the deer's front leg, his breaths coming fast. My father stood for several seconds, waiting, then turned to leave. 𝘍𝘪 felt like swearing, but he breathed for several seconds, relaxing, and called out to him. "Do not corrupt my daughter, Irwin," he said. "Be better than this world. Be better than your family." Father stared at him as if he were registering this statement, Then he stepped back out into the snow. Mother and father were married shortly afterward, but this was the turning point, because the wedding didn't take place in the beautiful high gardens of Homestead, or in one of the ritzy plazas, or even on the Irwin grounds, where all the rich and famous would be invited to attend. No, it was a small, private ceremony in the Middles. Father and mother made their promises to each other and danced and sang with a close group of friends. Not a single Irwin attended because Isabella of Irwin, the Archduchess, forbade it. Worse, she banished father for marrying a Middle. It was after the ceremony, as Hale watched his daughter spin in the arms of the man she loved, that his heart cracked. Their love was real. After the wedding, Hale asked the newlyweds to move with him and grandmother to another island together. That way they'd be away from the Irwins' influence. It didn't take much to convince father. He clearly wanted to be away from his mother. So they went to Frozenvale, where they lived quietly, surviving off the land. They avoided conflict and duels. Still, father trained with the cane every night, and mother trained with him because in the Skylands you always must be prepared for someone wanting what's yours. The small family lived in peace until father's past came back to him 2 years later. My paternal grandmother, Isabella of Irwin, found the Hales. She sat regally in the chair across from my grandfather, her narrow, dark eyes scanning the quaint middle home. "Where is my son?" she whispered. Hale folded his arms. He tried to keep his face stoic, but his stomach kept twisting, and he couldn't help glancing toward the door, hoping my parents wouldn't return early from their fishing trip. "They went to another island," Hale said. Isabella squinted at him through studying eyes. "Do not lie to me. When they come visit, I will be sure—" Hale stopped because he heard the cheerful voices of my parents walking up the grassy path that led to the home. They were laughing, carrying bags of fish, and mother's belly had a bump. A son was coming soon. Cheryl tried to warn them, but father was laughing about something, and when he entered the home, his smile shrank, and his face flushed. Isabella's eyes bore into him, ready to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But something happened that neither Hale nor father expected. Isabella stepped past Cheryl, walked to her son, and wrapped her arms around him. The stiffest of hugs, but love behind it too. They stood quietly, father's eyes wide, until finally his arms raised to hug his mother back. Experiencing this moment through Hale's eyes nearly shattered me, because as Isabella hugged him, my father almost melted into her arms, like this was something he desperately craved his whole life. I suddenly understood why father was the way he was, why he rarely hugged me. His severity was a learned trait. Isabella told father to come back to Homestead because her other son, Ulrich, would become the head of Irwin without him. She said Ulrich was going too far with his ambition. Ulrich had plans to ensure the Irwins would never lose their power, a plan to cement his power forever and eliminate any threats that stood before him. "Return to my side, son," Isabella said, looking him in the eyes. "Return." But Ulrich couldn't make such a decision so easily. He needed time, so Isabella agreed to give him peace, and she left. My grandparents couldn't let Ulrich return to Homestead, to Irwin. Ulrich would be among serpents again, but they had no say in the matter. Father considered his mother's offer for a day. When Isabella returned, he straightened his back, breathed out, and turned her down. Isabella's face fell. She shut her eyes, lifted the collars of her jacket, then left. But she wasn't gone long, because she returned month after month, and at one point even broke a golden rule of Irwin. She begged. She knelt before him, clasped his hands in hers, and looked him in the eyes. "Ulrich, I am dying." Father's eyes widened. I have 1 year left, son. Father's voice shook. But scholars' meds, not even they can save me. We've tried. But Father said, you must return to Homestead. Bring your wife and raise your son there. The mantle must go to you and to you alone. Father hesitated at this, but suddenly the experience I'm seeing goes murky. My vision blurs as 𝘸𝘪𝘮 shocks me and brings me back into the room with him and his lupins. 𝘸𝘪𝘮 steps away, back to his side of the table, and lowers to sit. His shoulders slouch with exhaustion. What happened next? I ask, leaning forward in my chair. What about the rest? We don't have all of 𝘍𝘪𝘮's experiences. That's it? There's no more. My heart sinks. I've started craving these memories, relished seeing my parents in a different life, seeing Father when he wasn't so callous, seeing Mother when she was young and hopeful. I want more. I wish there were more. I slip into despondence because I'll not get to see them again. Any of them. Hale, Cheryl, Ulrich, Elise, and even Isabella. My vision goes warm, and I bite my lip to fight back the bitter tears. I'll not cry, not in front of 𝘸𝘪𝘮, but it's like I just lost them again. I got to see them alive and happy. I got to hear their voices. We can surmise what happened afterward, 𝘸𝘪𝘮 whispers solemnly. Ulrich accepted his responsibility and returned to Homestead. Not much later, he probably sang the song of falling at his mother's funeral and released her body to the winds. After that, it may have been only a couple years before your father started teaching you the ways of Erwin, because from the time you were little, you were trained to become as brutal as necessary, trained to become the strongest and prove that your family deserved to lead. I sit in silence. For nearly a decade, your father led Homestead, and the island prospered, until one day your uncle killed him and took over. When the 𝘍𝘪𝘮s came to save you from the misery of the 𝘍𝘪s, Ulrich killed them too, had their ship wiped from the sky. And just to make sure you and your mother could not inherit anything, he had the 𝘍𝘪𝘮s' small home burned. The tears threaten again. I play with the cup on the table before me. So, you must ask yourself, Conrad, Prince of the Skylands, who do you want to be? Your mother's side attempted to instill moral values in you, but the Erwin side of you demands power, strength. He stands. If you join us, we will give you your ship back, your crew back. We will fly you to the Skylands, and we will give you this. He pulls a tiny glass capsule from his pocket. A needle rests in a clear liquid. All you must do is prick your uncle with it. It's cobran poison from ℕ. No antivenom exists. Once you kill him, you can end this war. You will become the king, but you will answer to your real people, the 𝘓𝘪𝘮 Republic. The 𝘓𝘪𝘮 Council and you will lead the above and the below into a new era of prosperity. You've seen the vortex. Weapon created it to eat the death clouds. We learned how to turn it on shortly before you arrived here. We're going to use it, Conrad, to remove the barrier between our peoples. It will take years, maybe decades, but the world will be whole again. I stir the bowl of meat before me. Don't feel like eating. Despite the excitement of seeing my family again, I haven't felt like eating much since I've been captured. I'd be a pawn, I say softly. No, 𝘸𝘪𝘮 says. You will be the savior to many. I cannot think of a more important position. I lift my fork and stare at the dangling white meat. And if I say no? 𝘸𝘪𝘮 frowns. He doesn't have to say a word in response. He'll send me to see my family. And my crew? They've only been kept alive as an expression of goodwill. He walks me back to my room and stands in the doorway. You have until tomorrow to decide. The door shuts behind me, leaving me in my cold, rocky room. But it's unlocked. Always is, because 𝘸𝘪𝘮 wants me to have the illusion of being free down here. Except, any time I leave, I'm escorted by guards. Every day for the last month, I've been told things about the 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠𝑛s, about their council, about the people like Bryce, who wanted to show the world the better way. But 𝘸𝑪 has also told me what the 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠s think of the Skylanders, that they believe the islands have too many zealous meritocrats, and they'd have to be eliminated for this plan of peace to work. The fact that the islands haven't surrendered after losing so many lives is proof that there are some whose stubbornness will be their execution. I pace about my cell, moving past my desk, where I've been recording everything 𝘸𝑪 tells me each day. In many respects, 𝘸𝑪's plan makes sense. It would bring about a new age of peace for the Skylands, and for the below. We could work together. The war would be over. But would I ever be truly safe? Or would they eliminate me once it became convenient to them? And can I really trust 𝘸𝑪? Uncle is a vile, cruel man, but he only killed 𝘓𝘬𝘮 infiltrators and soldiers. 𝘸𝑪 and the 𝘓𝘬𝘮 Council killed innocents, children, families, civilians. How can I forget the terror in the eyes of those who fell with Homestead and Ironside? How can I forget that this man's designers created the beasts that killed my mother? After weeks of listening to stories of the below, of my grandfather, I know my mother and grandfather would never condone what 𝘸𝑪 or the 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠s have done. I exhale and lower onto my small cot. After a few minutes, I dress in hunter's uniform. The 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠s took a spare one from the 𝘫𝑒𝑑𝑖an and gave it to me. I pull on the silver, form-fitting clothes with gloves, a black jacket, and mag boots. Once I open the door, a trio of 𝘓𝘬𝘮 guards follows close by. 𝘸𝑪 claims they're for my protection against rogue 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠s, but I'm not an idiot. I wander along the tunnels beneath 𝘵𝑪. It's cold, craggy rocks and scattering glowlands on the ceilings. Other bizarre creatures growl at me as I stride past. Men and women eye me with disgust, still furious with 𝘸𝑪 for inviting the Prince of the Skylands into their home. Then I pause at the heart of the tunnel, the vault to Brone's weapon. It's a vast door of rusted metal. 𝘸𝑪's been trying to open it since he got here, but he can't without the key, and he fears any further attempts might trigger the destruction mechanism. A voice snakes into my ear. Still making a decision? The hairs on the back of my neck rise. I turn. He's watching from the shadows, leaning against the wall. His black hair hangs over his pallid face. I don't want you to accept 𝘸𝑪's offer, he says. Because we'd be on the same side? Sebastian laughs. Yes. He pushes off the wall and tries shooing the guards away, but they ignore him. Seems he doesn't have as much authority as he thinks. Or maybe he had more but lost it because he hasn't been able to locate Bryce and Ella. You realize, I say, that you will never reach the power you seek with the 𝘓𝘬𝘮𝑡𝘠s. You will always be an other to them. We'll see. Should have killed you when I had the chance. Probably. Your life would be easier. 𝘸𝑪's fleet never would have known you were coming to this miserable island. You could have waited for an opportunity to sneak inside, or surprise them with an attack. May I share a symbian experience with you? It's rather new, and I'm quite fond of my symbian. No. Shame. I thought you would have liked to see me kill Roderick. I stare at him. He's lying, but he grins with a simple innocence. I killed him in the corridors of the 𝘫𝑒𝑑𝑖an, he says, when I escaped the Intrepid. It was quite the shot. Got him through the gut. He fell and cried like a little animal, too. Oh, you should have heard Keaton's wails. Tragic. My jaw clenches. 𝘸𝑪 told me my friends are still alive. Thought you were smarter than that, Prince, he tisks. 𝘸𝑪's wise enough to know that if your friends are dead, he'll lose leverage. His words spark doubt in my mind. I'm in a conundrum myself, he says, because if you refuse 𝘸𝑪's offer, you'll be dead, and I'll be left alone in this cruel, miserable world. You are broken. No, you complete me. I scowl at him. My gloves squeak. He starts toward the exit. Make your decision quickly, Prince. The war is waiting, and from what I hear, the 𝘵𝘮𝘮 is getting hungry. Then he cackles as he strolls beyond the guards, his shadow following his serpent form. 𝘸𝘪𝘵𝘩 stares at me, face blank, as I explain my decision. His left eye twitches, perhaps realizing that he spent so many resources on me for nothing. Suddenly his eyes rage, and he punches me right across the jaw. His guards come at me, beat me into the ground, just like that. Proving that once I resisted anything, they do this to me. I sink away into another place as the strikes come, imagining my friends, wishing that if they are still alive, I didn't just doom them. But aligning myself with mass murderers? That's not what Mother meant when she told me to be better than what the world intended. I can't simply chase my friends to Sky's End, not when it comes at the expense of the Skylands. Maybe I'm not the leader I'd hoped to be, but I think of 𝘓𝘪𝘳, and this time I'm ready to be the one left behind for the good of the rest. By the time my vision's blacking out, 𝘸𝘪𝘵 pushes his locks back and stands erect, taking a stabilizing breath. His 𝘊𝘪𝘵 hisses at me, and for an instant I think it'll bite me, but it slithers up his arm. Return him to his room, 𝘸𝘪𝘵 commands. Lock him in. Tomorrow morning we drop him into the sky. Afterward we move on 𝘺𝘺𝑑𝑦𝑛, with or without weapons creation. It's almost time for the Island Eater to return. Chapter 39. I'm locked in my room. Not that it matters. I can hardly move. My face is swollen. The left side of my head throbs with pain. Think I've got a loose tooth. Bruises darken my torso, and blood trickles down the back of my throat. Going to die soon. Not much can be done about that now. After getting captured, I somehow managed an extra month of life. Through my grandfather's memories, I saw my parents before I was born. Watched Mother playfully dance for her parents. She looked so much like Ella, her white hair bouncing with every movement. And I got to see a younger, less hardened version of Father. He was a physical copy of me. Curly brown hair, focused eyes, tall and strong. And his smile, so strange that when Father was away from his mother, he allowed himself to smile. The world broke him and turned him into the thing he later became. If I weren't about to be executed, I'd worry that maybe this world would eventually break me too. I gently lower onto my bed and lean against the wall, trying to sip breaths through my aching lungs. Maybe Father and I aren't all that different. His mother made him into who he was, just like mine did. I sink into blue sadness, knowing I was robbed of meeting the happier version of him. Maybe if Uncle weren't a bastard, I would have had my true father. We would have lived as middles on Frozenvale, happy. I wouldn't have been raised under the shadow of Erwin, and never would have been among the serpents. But I got a very different father. The one I knew. His affection came with the cane, and his desire to make me strong to prepare me. I dropped my head into my arms, lost in one of my own memories of him, one that I've kept close to my heart. After he left me to take down a prowling by myself, I returned from the island to his skyship. I'd proven myself worthy, but I also stopped speaking to him. There are things you don't come back from, like abandoning your child to potentially die on an island with a vicious beast. One night, we paused to rest from our flight back to Homestead, and I lowered onto my bed in my small cabin. I stared at the wooden ceiling boards, stewing in hatred of my father. My eyes burned. Betrayal stung me. Shouldn't have believed him when he said we were going on a fishing trip. Father never did anything with me for enjoyment or affection. Usually the most I'd ever gotten from him was maybe a hand on the shoulder, and that was only after he'd beat me in a duel. After I shut off the light crystal that evening, the door cracked open, and a shadow stood in the doorway. I shut my eyes, pretended to be asleep. "No, Father, I will not talk to you." He stepped toward me and sat on the edge of my bed. Suddenly, his hands tenderly brushed my hair from my eyes. He leaned forward and kissed my forehead. My lip almost quivered. My skin grew hot, and I desperately wanted to sob. I needed him to say something to me, to tell me he loved me, and that he was sorry for what he had to do, but he needed to make me strong, because as powerful and mighty as he was, he couldn't stop meritocracy. He kissed my forehead again, brought my blanket up to my neck, and slid his fingers through my hair. His mouth cracked open, and 2 words came out, soft and proud: "My son." When he left, I rolled over and cried until my stomach hurt. After we returned to Homestead, I saw Father only sparingly around the manor. He was more stressed than usual. Once I'd overheard him arguing with Uncle about something I didn't understand. Then, on the day I was to get my own dueling cane from the 𝘓𝘪𝘵𝘠, I went to his office with excitement in my heart. He'd promised me that since I survived the problem, I was now officially an Irwin. We were going to get my dueling cane together. But when I pushed open the door into his office, a flurry of papers flew into my face. The balcony door was open, blowing icy wind about the room, and I found Father, face down, lying in his own blood, a bag of coins in his hand. Before a scream even left my lips, Uncle appeared behind me and stared in feigned horror. He shoved me aside, held my father against his chest, and roared. The rest of the manor came running after that. Oh, Mother. When she saw Father, she dissolved into the ground, her whole body trembling. She hugged me so tight, I almost couldn't breathe. I stood in shock, watching Uncle. His face was twisted in pain. His voice was hoarse, but not a single tear wetted his cheeks. Order was called. Guards searched the room and found the note on the desk, handwriting that matched Father's. Suicide, they said. But when I looked at Uncle and his false pain, I knew they were wrong. He murdered Father to become the head of Irwin. I push away that memory and roll onto my side, groaning from the pain of Gurner's beating, my eyes wet. I'm broken, defeated, but I'll be with my family again soon. Tomorrow I'll drop into the sky, and the winds will carry me to the place it took my parents. No matter how high we rise in life, in the end, we are all equal. In the end, we all fall. Someone shouts outside my door, and an explosion follows. I shoot upright, but immediately hold my side, seething. It's pitch black. Suddenly, boots scramble outside in the tunnels. The ground vibrates from another series of explosions. Dust rocks from the ceiling onto my face. Then my door bursts open, and 4 Lantian guards enter in a huff. What's happening? I ask, blocking the sudden light with my hand. One hits me with the butt of his spear. I fall back, vision shimmering. They collect me by my feet and yank me off the bed. At first I'm dazed. Then terror coils around my insides. They've come to kill me. Now that it's happening, I'm not ready to die. My hands desperately search for something to catch, but there's nothing except pebbles. "We have to take him to the Goliath," a guard says, and I'm pulled from the room. The rocky ground cuts into my back as they drag me. Out in the tunnel, Lantians run for the exits. Some toward their ships, others toward their turrets on the surface to fight back at whatever or whoever is attacking. Another explosion buzzes my already spinning vision, and a guard dragging me tumbles to his knees. "Come on," another guard says, helping him up. "There's no time." I grimace as the rocks slice me. Who's attacking? How'd they find the island? Could Ella and Bryce have gotten back to the Skylands and returned with help? My heart leaps at that thought. It gives me a little energy. I'm dragged down a tunnel that leads toward a carved-out hangar. At the end, I spot Gurner's black battlecruiser floating beside the dock, preparing to depart. Lantians are running everywhere. Why don't they just kill me now and leave me? Maybe 𝘸𝘪𝘵 doesn't actually intend to kill me right away. He could attempt to use me to negotiate with Uncle. Or perhaps he plans to publicly execute me in a place where Skylanders can see. My teeth grit. Can't give up. Not when it's possible someone's come for me. I catch the leg of a running woman. She tumbles and smacks her head against the rock, and in the commotion the guards lose their grip on me. I seize the woman's spear and use it to push myself to unsteady feet. But I have no strength. Nothing left in me. It was beaten out. I lean against the wall, breathing hard, my back bleeding. I'm about to topple to the ground when a voice, clear as the last time I saw him alive, enters my mind. Father made me duel in moments like this, in the 𝘊𝘮𝘬𝘮. He beat me, made me marinate in my own red. Rise, Father whispers. Rise like your ancestors, Conrad. Rise. He is with me. Father's with me. And whatever's left inside me comes ablaze. I shout so hard that I nearly lose my voice. Don't know how I'm doing it, but I'm spinning the spear. Then I'm at the guards, cutting through them like the wind, ignoring my pain, the sparking vision. I send all four into electric paralysis. Fortunately, everyone in the hangar's too busy preparing to disembark to notice. I lean against the wall, blinking through spots in my eyes. Suddenly, voices approach from around the corner. Shit. Adrenaline surges at me, and I snatch the closest unconscious guard. Then with gnashed teeth, I drag him into a room. Once I slip him into the shadows, two people shout outside, yelling about the fallen guards. I've got to work quickly. My fingers furiously rip the guard's uniform off. I stuff my legs into his pants, strap on the boots. The guards leap into my room, ready for a fight, but when they find me, I'm fully dressed in the Lantian uniform, and I'm leaning against the wall for support. I've left the unclothed guard behind a crate of supplies. The bastard prince, I say, stumbling forward and falling at their boots. He attacked me and ran. The men squint at me. Hopefully the bruises hide my face. They must know I don't have a symbion, and maybe not all of them have one. Bryce said getting a symbion is a special privilege. One of the men grips his spear, and I expect the attack to come. I prepare myself for it. I'll have to fight them both, somehow. Instead, they catch me gently by the arms and lift me to my feet. We'll find the Fussock, one says through bitter teeth. Where'd he go? I cough to hide my relief. The surface. He was headed to the surface. Trying to get away? That slippery bastard. The left one speaks through his comm cube, bringing an alert to the whole island that the prince has escaped. 𝘸𝘪𝘵 screams back, Fine! Kill him on sight! I don't care how! Just end that miserable shit's life! Come on, soldier, they say to me. We'll get him together. I've always wanted to gut a meritocrat prince, I say. They laugh. Any meds? I ask. Meds? Who do you think we are? Uptight Skyland scholars? He snorts. Come on. We start out of the tunnel, and I lean on these idiots' shoulders. Can't believe this. We move past rows of rushing Lantians. Many are arming themselves with weapons, preparing to charge toward the tunnel's exit. You really want to fight in your condition? One of the men asks me. I'd fight to my dying breath. Good man, he says, for the colonies. Yes, for the colonies. A smile creases my lips, because now I can see the exit. For the first time in a month, I'm breathing air from the surface. A figure approaches from an opposing tunnel, walks ahead of us, and my breath nearly stops. I'm hoping against hope that he doesn't look my way. Why him? Why always him? Suddenly his gaze snaps directly toward me, and my heart falls. His eyes widen, and his mouth opens, stunned. For an instant, he's clearly ready to shout, but then he starts laughing and laughing. What the hell is so funny? One of my helpers asks the pallid boy. Nothing, Sebastian says, stepping aside to let us pass. Absolutely nothing at all. Sebastian is many things, but he truly believes we're linked, that we are meant to face each other, and he can't live without me. It's probably the closest thing to love he's ever experienced. I glance back at him, and his pink lips smile beneath his dark bangs before he turns and hurries deeper into the tunnels. No doubt on his way to Gurner's vessel or another ship. Explosions rock above us. People shout. My ears ring from the assault. Whoever is attacking doesn't seem to care that they might crush me in the process. It's a wild sort of attack, one that you wouldn't expect from someone like 𝘸𝘪𝘵. So who the hell came? We continued toward the open door. Ahead, Lantian leaders are shouting at us, waving for us to get out there and kill the flying bastards. My helpers let me go. Can you walk? I nod, grimacing a little as I shift my weight to my better leg. Good luck, they say, for the colonies. Then they burst from the ruins and race for the turrets. I hobble out into a war zone. It's pure bedlam. All around, Lantians launch weapons at the passing ships. The night sky glows with golden and blue flames. Explosions pop across Paradidio's surface. I duck behind some rubble. Stupid idea, coming above. Maybe I should have stayed below. But then again, someone might have taken me to a ship to recover, or to a doctor, and eventually I'd be recognized. The world around me is all fire and screams. I rise over the slab of rubble, just enough to see the bombarding ships that circle the island. I squint, focusing on the flags and paintings that mark the hulls. My mouth falls. Can't be. How? It's not the King's fleet. It's not Hunter. Not 𝘸𝘪𝘵. No, the ships flying overhead, firing with reckless abandon, making me dive behind another crumbled wall to avoid a harpoon. They belong to an armada. One of the most powerful armadas in the sky. The one owned by the Duchess of Stonefrost. Except these ships don't carry the lightning flags of the Duchess of Stonefrost anymore. Ownership has changed. A new family has taken over Stonefrost, and they're flying black and white flags. I glimpse someone on a ship that zooms past. His bald head shines under the golden light, and he's yelling at his family to keep firing. His family, who are as numerous as they are terrible. Pound. Somehow that colossal bird shit brought a fleet of his whole damn family to Perdidio. Chapter 40. The Lantians on the surface have gone quiet. Several of their ships have dropped from the sky, and only a dozen or so of them escaped with Gurner's ship, now flying in the distance with the sunrise. Pound and his horrible family disembark from their massive ships and step on to the remnants of Perdidio's rotten dock. But I'm pressed against the ground by a slab of wreckage. The thing fell on me during the attack and rests on my chest. My exhausted arms struggle to lift it, can hardly breathe, let alone shout for help. The Atwoods, followed by gangs of armed hired helpers, walk among the field of the dead, ending any remaining Lantians without mercy. I shove the slab with both hands again, but my shaking arms fall to my sides. Too weak. I feel like a little child. Help, I moan. A massive figure crunches the gravel nearby and stabs a dying Lantian with a harpoon. I groan. The huge person's head perks up, and when I see his face, terror grips me. The figure's eyes narrow. He stomps forward, then stares down his big nose at me. His face scrunches in a scowl. Irwin. He's one of the Atwoods who used to beat me in the alleys with Pound. Stag. He steps onto the slab, pressing it against my chest, and raises his harpoon. Beg you, 𝘠𝘪𝘵. Beg. The pressure builds in my eyes. I gasp. Head feels like it's going to pop. Beg, he spits. He leans forward and aims the pointed end of the harpoon at my face. Going to stick you in the eye. My hands desperately push against the slab. My legs kick. Suddenly, Stag goes flying off the slab. He hits the ground, rolling and grunts. Another bastard, even bigger than him, towers over me. His voice booms. "What the hell are you doing, Stag?" My vision is splotchy, blood on my lips, and my chest stinging. But I'm smiling because of the giant, bald-headed asswood standing over Stag. "This is the prince." Stag holds his side. "So?" Pound kicks him twice with his giant boots. Stag grunts and tries to stand, but Pound shoves him over again. "Get my father, you ugly bird shit." Pound punts Stag's behind, sending him falling forward. Then, as Stag stumbles away, Pound turns to me, and his rage softens. The dirt crunches under his massive boots. "You're looking rather flat there, Elise." "You mind," I wheeze, "helping me?" "But you look so comfortable." He laughs with relief. Probably relief that I wasn't executed by the Lantians. Relief that when he left the Gladian to find his family, he didn't doom his friend. He bends down, and together we push off the slab. I cough and suck down a full breath of air. For several seconds I lie on my back, just letting air in and massaging my chest. Finally, I sit up, wincing, and lean against rubble. Pound stares at me, frowning. "You look terrible." "Yes, well, when you stop complying with 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘦,
I'll mangle his neck personally."
He looks back at the ancient ruined city.
"What is this place?"
"You don't know? This was the home of 𝘓𝘓.
"The home of what?"
I stare at him. "How did you find this place if you don't even know what it is?"
"This eccentric weirdo led us here. Told us about being captured, but he refused to say much else. He kept hamming on about how this would be his discovery. He led us through the cloud wall. You wouldn't believe the ridiculous suits he made us wear."
I brighten. "Mage of Cabrel?"
"Oh yeah, that's his name. Yippity little bird shit. Like any of us care about any discovery. But I guess you should be grateful. He saved your life."
"Where is he?" Pound shrugs.
"Hiding on his baby ship until the fighting is over."
He glances around at the quiet dead.
"Still too dangerous, I assume."
"Not everyone's meant to be a hunter."
"I suppose. Besides, my father wanted this to be an Atwood victory. Unassisted. Outside of the ones we hired, of course. This victory will force your uncle to recognize us before the whole Skylands. He stopped recognizing this armada. Rejected us from the king's fleet once we took over Stonefrost. For the last month, we've been in the eastern skies, killing gargantuans, searching for Lantians, trying to help the Skylands. Then Mage suddenly showed up, telling us in a panic about what was happening beyond the cloud wall."
Pound bends down and hoists me to my feet. I topple forward, and his massive arm stabilizes me.
"Careful, Elise. You need meds. Always meds with you."
"If it weren't for meds," I say, "I'd probably have died a long time ago."
"You're expensive to keep alive."
"Worth it, though." He eyes me, then laughs.
"Debatable."
We stand there, me leaning against him as we stare over the mass of men and women who go about, searching the dead. Toddlers giggle from carriers on the backs of some of the Atwoods. I nearly shake my head. Since birth, these bastards are taught to be vicious and cruel. My family's the same way, except I don't think I was carried around by my mother during a battle. That's insane as hell. Then again, being thrown onto an island alone with a prowlin is pretty damn crazy too.
"Hey, you!"
Pound shouts at a younger Atwood who's running around with a harpoon as a spear.
"Get me some water."
"I'm killing things."
"I'll beat your face in. Go!"
The boy glares, then runs back toward a ship. A few minutes later, he lugs a pitcher of water to us. Pound thwacks the boy's back in a bizarre sign of affection, and the boy races off, ready to stab something.
"Drink, Elise,"
Pound says. He tips the water toward my lips, and I don't even care that it's spilling all over me. I pull the pitcher away from him, hugging it like it's my life. It's damn cold, but it goes down smoothly.
I swallow great gulps, not realizing how thirsty I was. Immediately, my body kicks into action and puts the water to use, giving me energy, clearing the haze in my head. I belch and sit on the rubble. "Got my family back," Pound says proudly, with his hands on his hips, as he watches the shouting Atwoods kill stragglers under the morning sun. I wipe my face with my arm. "You told me they were all assholes."
"Oh, that hasn't changed, but I love them."
"Even though they abandoned you?" He shrugs.
"I wasn't strong enough then. They appreciate strength, and I lost them everything."
"Why did they take you back?" He exhales.
"Well, after they rose back to high on Homestead, they had aims to rise further. My father, Agris, wanted to be a duke. The whole family had left Homestead weeks before the Giga came and moved to Stonefrost."
"Fortunate timing," I say.
"Conrad," Pound says, suddenly going quiet. When I thought my family died, I lost it."
I stare at him.
The relief I felt when I found them on Stonefrost. His lip almost trembles. When I saw them alive again.
That was how I felt when I found Ella. He blinks at me. "Pound." I pause, recalling the hurt on his face when I pulled my cane on him at the Battle of Homestead. "I'm sorry about—"
"Shut your face, Elise. I would have got us killed. You saved the crew because I lose control sometimes."
"Well, what I did was shitty."
"No, what I did was shitty."
"Okay, a truce," I say. "We both did shitty things." He eyes me, nods, then nudges my shoulder in a playful way. Except I topple over and fall to the ground. He watches me struggle for a moment, being the big bastard he's always been, then offers me a hand up.
"Sorry," he says. "Didn't mean to knock you over."
I'm not sure he means it, but I deserved it. Still, neither of us was really responsible for what happened to Homestead. It was 𝘸𝘮𝑛𝑒😬 and the damn 𝘺𝘮𝑔𝑎𝑡𝑢𝑎𝑛. They were the reason Pound did what he did. And I did what I had to do to protect the people I care about. Pound was only trying to do the same. We stand together, reunited, watching his family storm about the battlefield. "So, you found them on Stonefrost?" I ask. He nods.
"Yeah, my father challenged the Duchess."
He breathes proudly.
"Going to Stonefrost was strategic because my family doesn't trust your uncle. We believe your uncle will try to exterminate us. The Duchess of Stonefrost was one of the few to have her own personal armada, one that she'd been using for years to protect her islands from 𝘺𝘮𝑔𝑎𝑡𝑢𝑎𝑛 attacks. Naturally, my father wanted it."
My head shakes. The Duchess of Stonefrost. Both my father and uncle worried about her potentially challenging to become Archduchess of Homestead. She was a fierce dueler, but apparently not fierce enough to beat Agris. Pound continues.
"When I got to Stonefrost, I ran into my father while he was intimidating the people of his new island, and he ignored me, right? Well, I challenged him, right then and there, in the middle of the highs."
I look at him.
"It wasn't a formal dueling challenge or anything. I saw him up the street, speaking to groups of people. I raced up to him and started punching him."
"You just started punching him?"
He nods. "I had the upper hand," he says. "He fell at my feet, but then Stagg and Raleigh, and like a half a dozen of my cousins, nieces, and nephews came running. Even a toddler. I knocked out 4 of them before they overwhelmed me."
He pauses and looks at me.
"Not the toddler. I didn't hit the toddler."
I'd laugh if it wasn't bird shit crazy, but he breathes the memory in like it's warm chocolate.
"When I woke up, I was in their new manor on Stonefrost, as if I'd never been gone."
Heat flies up my neck. That's all you had to do to get your family back? Just punch them? Unbelievable.
"I got a concussion, Elise."
To get my family back, I had to win the gauntlet, I say. I ran the length of a Class 5 𝘺𝘮𝑔𝑎𝑡𝑢𝑎𝑛. You and I had to frame Sebastian just to get him off the ship. I stabbed myself in my own damn shoulder, Pound. I did all that just so Uncle would let me see my sister again." He nods.
"My family might be assholes, but they're not 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦's.
My mouth tastes bitter, and he pats my back with his enormous hand. A year ago there was no one outside of Uncle who I hated more than Pound, and now I sit beside him, more grateful than ever to be with him. Have you seen Sebastian? I ask.
Sebastian?
Pound raises an eyebrow.
Why would that little bird shit be here?
He doesn't know. When I explain, Pound tosses a rock, and it crashes against the remains of an ancient building.
Little traitorous vermin.
We go quiet, and I sit and use the water to wipe my face and tenderly dab around my wounds. Finally, Pound calls out to his terrible family.
Stand up, he says. Don't appear weaker than you really are.
But
just do it, Elise. It's not that difficult.
Bastard. My legs wobble beneath me, so I gently lean against a broken wall and fold my arms, trying to look casual. Before long, a whole gang of giant Atwoods surround us, including some of their hired hands. They stare at me with great disdain, and they're all hulking monsters. Giant women with massive shoulders, and ugly men with bald heads. Their massive palms could envelop my skull. Their thick boots could collapse my lungs. Can't help but swallow. I'm standing, mostly helpless, against the sworn enemy of the 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦s. The widest of the Atwoods, the bearded head of the family, breaks through the monsters. He thunders forward, crushing the gravel beneath his incredible boots. The new Duke of Stonefrost, Agris of Atwood, squints at me through his only eye. He wears a pair of wind goggles, one side blacked out to act as an eye patch. He's around 50 years old, and nearly as tall as Pound, but with an even meaner gaze. He stares down at me as though I'm more an insect than a prince.
You are 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦,
he says bitterly. The Atwoods boo as if the word itself is venom. Agris stands, staring at me, his eye narrowed. He raises a sharp hand, and they all go quiet. I push off the wall a little, trying to look powerful before him, despite the fact I'm covered in blood and bruises and my clothes are wet. Uncle would never admit it, but if there's a person in the sky he has feared, it's Agris. Uncle orchestrated duels in the surrounding isles, empowering dukes and duchesses who were aligned with his interests, hoping they'd deter Agris and others trying to rise.
You ran a gargantuan's back,
Agris says finally in his deep voice. I nod.
And you ripped out its eye?
Yes. He licks his teeth and glances at the others behind him. His awful progeny could hurl me off the island and blame the Lantians. Hell, they could leave me here and claim they never saw me. They're outlaws now, so why should they care if I'm the prince? A twisted smile grows on Agris's face.
That poor gargantuan.
I blink at him, perplexed.
I lost an eye, he says, just like me.
Silence. Then he laughs. It's a long, bellowing laugh, deep from the gut. The whole group laughs too, until suddenly he stops in a wild instant. And so do they.
Well, I hate you, he says, glowering at me. You're the spawn of liars and cheaters. But I respect what you've done.
Not sure what to say. My mouth opens, but Pound gives me a wary look.
My son assures me that you're more Elise than 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦, he says. So I'll pretend, for now, that you aren't a traitorous, backstabbing 𝘊𝘪𝘬𝘓. I'll pretend I don't have you at my mercy. I'll pretend this because we Atwoods are at war with the bastards who dropped Homestead. And today, we'll have our victory over them.
The Atwoods roar. Agris stomps away, waving the others to follow him to the tunnels.
Come on, let's get these dirt eaters.
When they go, I breathe out and nearly topple over. Pound catches me before I hit the ground.
I'll find you meds.
He walks away, but I call out to him. Do you know that happened to the others? He pauses, then laughs.
I probably should have told you earlier.
He points at 3 figures approaching us.
Here they come.
It's Mage of Cabral. But behind Mage come 2 other people who make my heart sing. And the next instant, even though I'm broken, I'm hobbling toward them. Bryce and Ella. The 𝘓𝘪𝘮 still afloat inside Perdidio hangar, damaged, but apparently the Lanteans were in the middle of repairing it before 𝘸𝘪𝘮 rushed to escape. The 𝘓𝘪𝘮's a great ship. It makes sense that they wanted to use it for their own devices. I sit on the couch of my cabin on the 𝘓𝘪𝘮. The room's been ransacked. The Lanteans likely sought secrets or the key to the vault. Bryce injects me with meds. Sudden warmth blossoms in my chest, and a tingling sensation immediately numbs all my wounds. Within a few minutes, I'm breathing easier. The meds soothe everything but the deepest of aches. Those will take time. But we can't sit around for long. We must warn the Skylands. We must get beyond the cloud wall and send a message to Uncle that the gig is coming again. And this time, it's coming for the heart of the Skylands' knowledge. Dandon, the home of Scholar. Bryce lowers beside me and sinks into the couch, entirely and utterly exhausted. "Are you okay?" I ask, still pissed. "Because I pushed you into the escape pod?" "Yes." Her head rests on my shoulder, and her hand slips into mine. Even though she's angry, it seems she's grateful that we're both alive, that we did get to see each other again. Another person stops before us, her face stoic. "Kept this for you," she says, reaching out my black cane to me. I stare at it. The cane of the original Erwin. My fingers gently follow the wings of the Erwin eagle. I lower the cane and focus on my sister. "Ella, are you—" She punches me. My head rocks and I fall back, grimacing as I massage my jaw. "That's for sending us away without you," Ella says. I wince a little. "Ella, no! You had no right making that decision for us. Do you know what you put on us, Conrad?" I close my mouth, but I had to ensure their survival. I failed as a leader, but I couldn't lose everyone to save myself. Ella needed to be safe, and Bryce would not be sitting with me right now if I had gone into that pod instead of her. "Ella, I am sorry." She folds her arms. "Erwins don't apologize." I do. She lets out a long sigh and paces the room. "Uncle's going to murder me when we get back," she whispers. "I abandoned him. If I hadn't come along, you and Bryce could have escaped together. You never would have been captured in the first place. Uncle won't harm you. He needs you. You're an Erwin." She bites her lip, not entirely convinced, but she breathes out, relaxing from her burst of anger. "Ella, what's done is done," she says. "Let's just move forward from now, okay? Are you—" "I do not repeat myself, Conrad." I breathe out. "Okay, Ella, okay." Bryce squeezes my hand. "Do you know what happened to the others? The crew?" The reminder of my friends shuts my mouth. I shake my head, and the room goes quiet. "You had a birthday," Ella says suddenly to me, cutting the tension. Bryce sits up. "You did?" "Oh, yeah," I say, scratching the back of my head. "But 𝘸𝘪𝘮 and I already celebrated, so don't worry about it. We made a lot of good memories together." They laugh. I don't want to make this a big deal. It's not, and honestly, thinking about my age and just how young I am reminds me how many years I may still have and how none of them will include my parents. But Bryce and Ella try to make me smile. They each give me a birthday wish. Bryce wishes that I'll see the end of the war, and Ella jokingly wishes that I stop being a stubborn, pushy brother before wishing that I will find peace and happiness. It'd be nice to have some peace and happiness and savor our reunion a bit more, but I have to know what happened after they escaped. Bryce and Ella explain that just before their escape pod ran out of fuel, they landed on an island several miles from here. They were alone together, stuck for days. Worse, the Lanteans found them and chased them through the jungle. While Ella and Bryce hid in the darkest parts, where perhaps prowlings roamed, they made a small fire. The glow of the fire attracted a fleeing skyship, the 𝘠𝘪𝘮. "Mage saved you?" I say, staring at them. "Well," Bryce says, "it took some convincing over the comm. Like we had to agree to not touch anything on his ship and sign a contract that we'd never speak of any of his discoveries, Ella says. But we had leverage, too. The key to the vault. Watching Ella and Bryce talk, almost finishing each other's sentences, make me wonder just how close they've grown. It makes sense, though. They had to survive together. Mage couldn't resist that, Ella says, so we lowered the ladder. Roderick would be so jealous that you got to see the inside of the ship, I say. Bryce laughs, but the reminder of our friend makes my smile shrink. We all go quiet, sinking into memories of him and all the others, Erica and Keaton, and even the newcomers, Yez, Otto, and Tara. I clear my throat. Sebastian claims he killed Roderick. Bryce stares at me. He what? Sebastian turned, Bryce. He has a symbiont. She scoffs. Impossible. It's how the Lantians knew we were coming to Perdidio, I say. They tracked him. We flew right into a trap. Her mouth shuts. Why would the Lantian Republic ever give someone like him a symbiont? He's not from the below. I shake my head, unsure. He's always been a weasel. Ella's watching me, and I consider telling her the truth of our ancestry, but I don't think on it long, because the more people I share this secret with, the more likely Uncle will find out. He'd never allow Lantian blood to taint the Irwins. We'd be banished, maybe executed. Worse, I'm just not sure how Ella would respond to this. Her whole life is built around being an Irwin. I pause. Can it actually remain a secret? The below knows. Sebastian knows. They gave me an opportunity to turn to their side, and I can't help but consider that, once they find out Ella and I are still alive, they'll use it against us. I breathe out. Can't think of that right now, so I push it down, deep away. A problem for another time. For now, I need to know what happened to the rest of my crew. I tap my comm gem, hoping that Pound kept his hunter one. Have you found any evidence of other prisoners? I ask him. Roderick? The gem stays lit, but it takes a moment for him to reply.
Bloody uniforms, that's all.
My eyes shut. They can't be dead. Don't want to believe they're gone. But Sebastian's words about Roderick keep coming back to me. The pride in his voice. Ecstasy. He's always been a liar, but sometimes there are glimpses of truth, too. Bryce squeezes my hand. Neither of us say a thing. All we can do is hope our friends are alive somewhere, and that they got away.
We're finishing up our search of the tunnels, Pound says. If they're here, we'll find them.
And the other ships in my squadron?
Either destroyed or taken with 𝘸𝘓𝘬𝘓.
I sink back, deflated. Still, we have a mission. The Skylands need us. I stand, bronze key dangling from my neck, my brow wrinkling with determination. I failed so many people during this war, I say to Bryce and Ella. People who have counted on me died, simply because I wasn't ready for this. But we are not going to fail this time. The Skylands are at stake. Then I snatch my cane and storm toward the door. Ella and Bryce follow me. Mage, I say, tapping on my comm gem, come to Perididio's tunnels. It's time to open the vault. We gather before the vault's giant metal door. Everyone, including the Atwoods. Mage steps forward with the key, his pincer twisting excitedly. He's the one who knows how to operate the lock mechanism. At least, that's the hope. He stuffs the key into the lock and twists it, but nothing happens. We stand around, looking at one another. Pound scratches the back of his head. Mage steps back, hands on his hips. Then he raises his finger with an idea. But before he can proceed, Agris shoves him aside.
Move, little man.
Agris stomps to the space around the key, glares at it, then growls as he pushes the mechanism with both hands. Suddenly, the whole lock shoves into the door. A click sounds, and a loud boom echoes. The huge Atwood retreats as the door, with a great bang, yawns open. I was going to do that, Mage says, irritated.
Took too long,
Agris rumbles. Bryce and I glance at each other, our hearts thudding, as ancient dusty air blows into our faces. Fear slices my heart. The master of weapon hid this because he worried what it might do to the world. He didn't even want his own people to have it. Once the air filters away, we step inside. The space is adorned with old insignias of crossing swords, which I presume was the emblem of weapon. In the center of the room stands some type of hulking red device resembling a cannon. An ominous warning, scrawled hastily across the length of the barrel, reads, "No turning back." Chapter 41. After sleeping for hours on end, I climbed to the �々𝘮𝑒on's deck. Just as I open the hatch into the morning sky, Agris sends an order to the Armada, and my ship comes to an abrupt halt. The whole Armada stops, including Mage's wooden vessel. I rise to my feet. Then I freeze. The acid clouds beneath us, they're gone. There's a distinct trail exposing the surface below the black. It cuts right through the black clouds like a spear. Bryce leaves the helm bubble and joins Ella and me to look over the railing. "Gurner," Mage says over the comm. "He must have taken the vortex machine from 𝘵𝘪𝘵𝘩."
What machine?
Agris asks. After Mage explains, Agris rumbles.
Dirt eaters.
"That machine ate up the black clouds," Mage says, "creating this trail." "Gurner must have mounted it to the hull of the Goliath," Bryce says. A barren landscape splays out beneath us, a long stripe of mountainous terrain. We're dumbfounded, staring in amazement at how vast the below is. I can't get accustomed to the feeling. I'm disoriented. Suddenly, the sky isn't open. We have a solid floor beneath us, and we're tethered to it no matter where we go. Gazing farther ahead of us, I notice the landscape below as it changes to water that stretches on and on. The water moves in waves, larger and grander than any lake. Its movement is mesmerizing. We watch the white waves for several seconds, and it'd be easy to forget about what we're supposed to be doing, but we can't delay. So I raise my gem to my mouth to speak to the Atwood Armada. "We need to keep moving." Agris's low voice rumbles back over the comm.
You don't give the orders to this Armada, Irwin.
He pauses.
We follow this trail. It'll lead us straight to Gurner. If the winds are on our side, we can beat him to Dandon.
A series of A's follows. Of course they wouldn't listen to me. Bryce pats my back, then returns to the helm platform. My ship has a skeleton crew. Just me, Bryce, and Ella. No Roderick, Otto, Erica, Keaton, Yesenia, or even Tara. The 𝘬𝘮𝑒on feels so empty, lonely. I glance at Mage's blue vessel at the head of the Armada. Just then a comm comes to me only. "It would seem that you are no longer in charge, Prince." I growl. "Yes, thank you, Mage. This is the first time we've spoken since before the ambush." "Happy to hear you haven't changed, Mage." There's a pause, and I think for a moment that Mage is going to say that he's sorry about what happened to the squadron, to the others. But then my comm goes gray. I exhale. In seconds, the Atwood Armada launches. Bryce shoves the strings forward, and we shoot to the head with Mage's vessel. The Atwood Armada is composed of giant, old metallic ships with powerful cannons, not built for speed like the 𝘬𝘮𝑒on, but heavily protected and armed. Even with the wind, even with the distance, I can still hear some of the bastards laughing. We need to get to Dandon quickly, and the 𝘬𝘮𝑒on's far swifter than the Atwood Armada. But we only have a skeleton crew aboard, and we have Brone's weapon with us. Leaving the safety of the Armada would be a huge risk. I crank my magnetics and approach the bow. Ella follows me, and we're quiet as we stare at the below again. It's just so alien to see what's beneath, almost wrong. It's like finding out you had a secret basement, Ella says from beside me. You really want to know what's down there. Why would 𝘸𝘪 suck up the acid clouds now? I shift a little, wondering that same question. Perhaps this is to let more Lantians come to the above to help in the upcoming battle. Maybe it's because he wants to move to a post-acid clouds world. Or maybe it's something else we're completely unaware of. I don't like it, Ella says. I almost agree. Then I pause and glance back at Bryce, thinking of all the people like her, the young people in the Lantian colonies who just want to see the stars. They've been locked away, under Earth, ever since the Ascension, when the Skylands tore from the surface and gravitated into the sky. Regardless of what happens at Dandon, I say, everything is going to change. Ella goes quiet. The wind lashes against the hull. I glance to the ship trailing just behind on the port side. It's painted sky blue and dotted with rust marks. The Dominion, Pound's ship. It's an old warship class, a retired class of vessels from Order. It's crewed by a collection of Pound's relatives, Stagg, Raleigh, and even his sister, Noose. They all have terrible names, but they're a terrible family, so it makes sense. Pound stands at the bow. He glances my way and nods. He got command of the Dominion after apparently beating both Stagg and Raleigh in a duel. Well, the way he described it to me, it sounded more like a brawl than a duel. Atwoods rewards strength. Pound may never become the head of his family again, but he has a place with them. And even though his family is full of bird shits, I'm happy for him. Happy to see him looking whole again. Still, his vessel is sky shit. The deck's covered with patches and wobbly metal. The engine makes a strange whirring noise, even over the wind. And it even has one of the old chaos cannons attached at the bow. Those double-barreled cannons were banned by Order because they tended to blow up or overload the engine. Very powerful, but very dangerous. Of course, Pound kept it. I glance back at the new cannon on my deck, hidden under a flapping tarp. As dangerous as Pound's chaos cannon is, mine might be much worse. We're not even sure what the hell Brone's weapon does. It took hours to transport it and get it bolted to the deck. At first, Agris demanded we put the weapon on his ship, the Bedlam. But when I reminded him that the weapon could potentially destroy the world, he shut his mouth, thought about it for a minute, and said he'd rather an Irwin die using it. A cold breeze hits us, and I squint through my spyglass. A storm grows in the distance. Giant, pluming clouds, and a dash of lightning. We don't have time to go around either. "Magnetics up," I say to the Armada. "This might get rough." Not even they are stupid enough to argue about that. "Conrad," Bryce says to me over the comm, "if 𝘸𝘪 has the vortex sucking up the acid clouds, what will happen when he reaches sky's edge?" My eyes widen. Could the vortex destroy the cloud wall? I'm reeling from that possibility. But we won't know the answer to that question for miles when we finally reach the wall's coordinates. Ella nudges me. "Ship." "What?" She points at the distance. "There." Something dark floats in the growing storm clouds. I quickly peer through my spyglass, and my eyes widen. The ship's smoking. Panicked crew members fight a fire. Is it one of 𝘸𝘪's ships? But why would they leave it behind? When we draw closer, my heart leaps. If it's not one of 𝘸𝘪's ships, it's the Intrepid. And the crew fighting the fire? I shout with surprise. That's Yesnia. That's Otto, Tara, Erica, and Keaton. Golden joy surges through me. My friends got away. Somehow, they got away. Even though their ship's on fire, I'm cheering. I lift my arm, preparing to send a comm as we draw nearer, when something else appears among the storm clouds. Something that should be in the cloud wall. An octalon tentacle descends toward the Gladian. I drop my mobile launcher and run. It's going to crush us all. "Bryce!" I shout. "I see it!" She throws her hands against the strings, goes to absolute war with them. We rocket forward, blazing through the rainy winds. My ankles scream from the tension between my mag boots and the storm trying to knock me off. We soar past the tentacle into a patch of open, rainy sky. Bryce is sweating. She can't even wipe her forehead, and we're not done yet. Not even close. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 tucks in its legs and darts for the Intrepid, but not before Bryce shoves the strings. The wind howls against my body, and I crank my mag boots to the max. Take one difficult step at a time until I reach the turret. I strap myself in as Ella leaps onto the other turret. We fly past the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦, cutting it off, and Ella and I lay hell into its head, filling it with dozens of harpoons in 30 seconds. Individually, each attack is nothing more than a pin needle, but all of them sticking into the scales, that makes the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 thrash in fury. "We have to save the Intrepid!" I yell over the comm. "Every ship, kill the damn monster!" The Atwoods roar in response, either because they agree or they're furious I'm giving them orders again. Bryce pulls us to a stop squarely in the path of the darting 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. It's coming straight at us. Ellen and I keep squeezing the triggers. My body's trembling with rage and fear. Can't lose the Intrepid. Can't lose my friends again. The whole chair vibrates with each harpoon launch. Swish, swish, swish. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 nears the Intrepid, and my mouth goes dry. The Intrepid can hardly move. It's slow as hell right now. We have to keep the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 away. So my boot slams on a lever, and my barrels rotate. Now I'm lighting up the bastard like a pyromaniac. Golden explosions plume along its metallic scales. Swells of fire rush up its side. Ella continues with harpoon after harpoon, some gliding through the scales, leaving jets of white blood spraying into the storm. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 slows to a stop and flails its massive tentacles at us. Luckily, the slower Atwood ships arrive, and they pepper the colossal creature with everything: explosions, harpoons, cannons. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 thrashes and pulls back, away from us and the Intrepid. I breathe a little easier. But we're not done yet. We've got to take this thing down. It'd be simpler if we could just rescue the Intrepid and fly on, but the Atwood Armada is too damn slow. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 would overtake them. We have to kill it.
"After it!" I roar. "Stop giving us orders!"
Agris rumbles. I don't give a damn. He can mutiny if he has to. I'm not losing another Dauntless. Now the Armada encircles the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦. The creature's limbs lash out. A single one could crush multiple ships at once. Bryce throws her hands again, and we launch after the 𝘓𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘦. I wipe the rain streaks from my goggles. The beast's tentacles flail around the Armada. The Atwoods laugh over the comm, like this is a game. But Bryce is all fiery concentration. She swerves us over a tentacle and dives us below another, giving Ella and me another shot at the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦's head. Ella and I shout as we attack, the air sparking with flak and smoke. Volleys of harpoons dig into the beast. Just one of those might take out its one remaining eye. The 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 tucks its legs in again and retreats. "Pound," I say over the comm, breathing hard. "Did you fight this thing in Sky's Edge?"
"No," he rumbles. "The thing was lucky we didn't see it."
While the 𝘓𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 fights the Atwoods again, I reload the turret and glance back at the Intrepid. The Intrepid's crew has extinguished their fire, and their ship's limping away from the battle to a safer distance. Eventually, they stop near Mage's vessel, far off from us. I raise my comm to contact them, but an explosion rings the air. Pounds on the Chaos Cannon, squeezing the triggers and sending 2 enormous blasts at a time. The blasts make the air quake. His ship groans. The hull of the Dominion ripples each time he sends a blast. My eyes widen. That horrible cannon's going to destroy his ship. Bryce throws her hands forward again, making us blast toward the Dominion. "Pound!" I shout. "Stop firing that—" One of the explosions strikes the octolon's tentacles and severs a sucker-covered chunk. I watch in shock as it falls. Pound's laughing triumphantly over the gem. 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮 ships zoom away from the enormous falling lump. The octolon turns, its remaining eye narrowing on the Dominion. Then it brings all its tentacles at the ship.
"Bring it!"
Pound rumbles. He fires again. His whole ship vibrates. It's breaking apart. "Pound!" I yell. The air thunders from his attack, and another part of the octolon falls. The octolon shrieks, rears back, and pulls its tentacles indefensively. He squeezes the trigger again, but only smoke comes from his cannon's barrel. His brow furrows. He slams against the controls and squeezes again.
"What the hell?" he roars. "It's not responding!"
The octolon must sense weakness, because it unfurls its tentacles again. They soar for the Dominion. Bryce flies us to cut it off. Shit, we're not going to make it in time. I swivel my turret and unload harpoons. The attacks vibrate my whole body. "Move, Pound!" Bryce yells over the comm. He looks back at us, horrified.
"We can't move!"
"Your damn cannon fried the engine," I say. Ella fires at the octolon, shouting like she can get its attention, but it's focused entirely on the Dominion now, gliding toward it, furious. Stagg and Raleigh run for the Dominion's stern as the shadows grow over them. Noose struggles with the ship's strings from inside the small command tower, urging the Dominion to move. Bryce aims over our bow toward the Dominion and launches us. "Bryce!" I cry. "What are you—" We slam into the Dominion's hull. The collision rocks us viciously. My head nearly hits the turret's controls. Metal grinds. The ships groan. Bryce yells, shoving again, willing us against the Dominion, making both ships move. Pound's eyes are wide with shock. Bryce keeps it up until we pick up speed, moving both ships away from the reaching tentacles. That gives the 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮 vessels time to catch up and pummel the octolon again. Bryce's arms struggle against the string's resistance, and finally she pushes us safely away from the battle. The 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮 armada sails around the beast's bulbous head. Despite everything, we haven't done enough to the octolon. It's not going to go down. "I'm extending a gangway to your ship," I say to Pound over the comm. "Get aboard!"
"Go punch yourself," Pound says. "This is my ship. I'm not leaving it."
"It's dead, you idiot!" "Not yet," his sister, Noose, says over the comm. Then she leaves her station inside the command tower, probably to check on the engine below decks. I shake my head. Some ship he's running over there. People abandoning their stations, and a cannon that destroyed the engine. Then again, it's not like I've been a glorious leader either. The war with the octolon continues. The octolon's arms fly through the 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮 ships, nearly destroying two with a single swipe, but the old ships always manage to duck away. Little explosions ripple against the scales of the monster, hardly doing any damage. The only thing that has managed to hurt it was Pound's stupid cannon. I lick my lips. We could try flying away, but we'd be abandoning the 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘮 armada. I sit until a horrible thought fills me. Don't want to do this. Brone's ominous warning flashes in my mind. No turning back. "Prince," Mage says suddenly over the comm, as if he knows my thoughts. His ship has watched from the distance the entire time. "Hunting is your territory, but perhaps it's time to consider using that new weapon of yours." My skin crawls. There's no telling what it could do. Maybe it'd just kill everyone in the area or destroy the whole world. Besides, we need to save it for the 𝘵𝘮𝑗𝑡𝑘. There's no telling how many shots we'll have with it. "Realistically, where the Gladian stands now, you are at a safe distance," Mage says, "but do what you think is best." "We don't know what it'll do, Mage," I shout. I imagine it'll cause damage to the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦. And the aftershock? You have a fast ship. Fly away if necessary. My brow furrows. My skin feels clammy. Pound's yelling at me to decide because it's his family out there. I shut my eyes. No turning back. I'm firing the weapon, I say to Pound over the comm. He sends a warning to his family over the comm, but they keep circling the 𝘍𝘪𝘮. My heart's thudding. Body numb as I unfasten the tarp and leap into the ancient weapon's seat. The aged leather cracks under my weight. I crank the wheel to make the barrel rise. We had to oil this rusty thing like hell and peer down a foggy scope at the 𝘍𝘪𝘮. The beast's giant tentacles reach for the bedlam, ready to bring down Agris's ship. My hands are shaking. Fire! Pound roars over the comm. I glance at Bryce, take a breath, then squeeze the trigger. Nothing happens. I try again. You have to hold it down, Mage says. That's what the manual says. Hold it down until... Well, there's a manual? I growl. Oh, yes, I took it. Didn't I mention that? Damn explorers. I swallow my spit and grip the aged triggers. They're rusted stiff. I press them down and hold. And as I'm squeezing, the gladiant quivers, throbs from a steady, thrumming tremor. The weapon's been connected to our engine, pulls energy from it. Suddenly, I'm nearly blinded as a beam of light, bright as the sun, dashes across the sky. It sears past the Atwood fleet and right into the bulbous, scaly head of the 𝘍𝘪𝘮. The intense beam leaves me blinking in splotches. The light sinks into the 𝘍𝘪𝘮, and then nothing happens. The beam just sort of vanishes. What the hell, Elise? Pound roars. That didn't do... Boom! The 𝘍𝘪𝘮 shrieks as a swelling light appears in the center of its enormous head. A white void, like a tornado, sucks the beast into itself. The 𝘍𝘪𝘮's metal cracks. White blood spirals into a horrifying vortex of light. I wince from the brightness. Finally, the Atwood fleet jets away. The 𝘍𝘪𝘮 collapses in on itself. Its whole body, almost turning inside out, is sucked into a white nothing. The 𝘍𝘪𝘮's eye flashes in fear, its tentacles reaching out for anything, hoping to pull itself away. But it's sucked inside, and everything goes still. Pound starts laughing until the 𝘍𝘪𝘮 reappears all at once and explodes. Fly! I shout. Bryce, fly! She shoves against the Dominion again, pushing our ships away as chunks of metallic tentacles and suckers rain down. The other ships disperse, jerking between falling flesh and organs. After the final pieces fall, the Atwoods raise their hands in triumph, singing, laughing, pushing one another. But I sit, staring at the space where the 𝘍𝘪𝘮 was. Then my eyes travel to the sizzling barrel of Brome's weapon. This thing, it could destroy islands in one shot. An entire island could be wiped out. Now, Mage says quietly, I understand its name. It has a name, Bryce says, the Collapser. White blood mists the air, caught in the storm. It sprinkles the deck and dots my goggles. Pound marches up to the bow of his dead ship and points ahead of us. We're coming, Giga, he laughs. We're coming.
Chapter 42. I'd love nothing more than to greet my friends on the deck. But I know that something must have happened to the cloud wall. That's why the 𝘍𝘪𝘮 was out. Was the whole cloud wall destroyed? Impossible to know now. But at least part of it must be gone. And knowing this, before we pull alongside the Intrepid, I hurry to my cabin, hoping to send a message to Uncle. We're still miles from where Sky's Edge should be, so we have no way of knowing for sure. I push into my cabin and squint from the window. We're back in the blue afternoon sky, away from the storm. I tap the special comm Uncle gave me, almost half expecting it to gray out. But the light stays glowing. My heart surges with relief. Conrad,
Uncle says, almost breathless. "You're alive!" "The gig is coming," I say quickly, "to 𝘗𝘗𝘮." He pauses. "They're coming after the scholars." He exhales, calculating what this information means. "My fleet's in the central skies. We're miles away." His voice gains an edge. "We have to beat 𝘚𝘮𝘪 there." He sends an order to his fleet, his voice urgent and fierce. They're to set out immediately toward 𝘗𝘗𝘮. "Were you successful, Conrad? Did you get the weapon?" "It's operational," I say, "and incredibly powerful. If we get a clean shot with the 𝘚𝘪𝘥𝘦, we have a chance to take out the gigataun." Uncle breathes out. "Good. Very good work, Conrad. How quickly can you make it to 𝘗𝘗𝘮?" I hesitate. Even after a month's time trapped on ℏ𝘪𝘵𝑔𝑒𝑜, the wound's still fresh. "My squadron's gone. Some of my crew's missing. We were ambushed." He's quiet. "We have an escort of other ships with us now, but they're old." I pause, realizing that he might ask who they are. I plow ahead quickly. "It will take us time." "Then leave them," Uncle says. "𝘚𝘮𝘪 likely knows we're coming. We might get ambushed again and lose the weapon, the 𝘓𝘪𝘥𝘦 cannon." Uncle pauses. I see. "Be as swift as possible." "We're pushing every engine to the brink. We'll make it." We go quiet, and my stomach knots because there's something else I need to tell him. Don't want to, but he's probably dedicating resources. Ships that could be helpful in a fight at 𝘗𝘗𝘮. I sit, staring through the window at the wisps of white clouds. A huge pod of 𝘗𝑠𝑒𝑛ians flies beside us, likely heading toward where the cloud wall was. "Ella's with me." "What?" No telling what he'd do with her. The punishment she might receive at his hands. My pulse quickens. "I brought her with me against her will." He's silent. "It was a mistake, Uncle. You can't force someone to love you. I realize that now. But she's safe. She wasn't with you when your fleet was attacked by the gargantuans. She's been aboard my vessel the whole time." He still doesn't respond. I wipe my sweaty hands on my pants, knead my knuckles against my thighs. His voice starts, slow and stern. "You are stubborn, Conrad, and for this treasonous act, I should expel you from Erwin." He pauses, and I'm waiting for the punishment. "But if this 𝘓𝘪𝘥𝘦 device does what you say it can, the islands will praise our name." I blink, suddenly realizing that maybe I'm getting off easy. He's not going to punish me so long as the weapon works. Of course. Uncle doesn't care about betrayal if he still has power. And he'll do anything, kill anyone, even family, for that power. Suddenly, another thought creeps into my mind. I'm bringing the 𝘓𝘪𝘥𝘦 to Uncle. What would he do with something of that power? Assuming it works against the gigataun, what would he use it on next? My chest tightens. Once I use the cannon, I must destroy it. Uncle asks for a report on the uncharted airs, so I explain the hidden ecosystem and Terra's warning that it will feed the gargantuan population if we're released. "I'm not concerned about population theories at present," he says. "Get to 𝘗𝘗𝘮 and do not stop for anything. You fly, all day, all night. Do it in shifts. We must not let 𝘗𝘗𝘮 fall. We cannot lose the scholars. We're not repeating the mistake of Homestead. 𝘗𝘗𝘮 has an evacuation plan." He pauses. "I have preparations to make. We will await your arrival there. Understood?" "Yes." "Good." He disconnects, and I hurry out of the cabin because I have other concerns, other people to meet with. The Intrepid has structural damage, a leak of gargantuan gas, and it's only a matter of time before it falls from the sky. So everyone aboard that ship has spread among the Atwood Armada, including Oba and the remnants of his crew, to whom Agreste has given command of a small vessel. I call for a reunion of friends in the cafeteria and jog there. But once inside, I pause because I catch Pound talking to Erica. I'm relieved to see her alive, and shocked to see that she's already cooking something. But there's an uncomfortable energy in the room.
I'm sorry, Erica, Pound says. I had to go to my family.
Erica's back faces him. She's aggressively stirring something. I backpedal until Erica spots me. Captain, it's so good to see you again. Have a seat. I'm cooking up a meal to recharge everyone and celebrate our reunion. Erica steps around Pound, ignoring him, and comes straight for me. Pound's head lowers. She hugs me. It's a quick, fierce, and surprising thing. Then she drags me to a seat. Pound's following. Finally, once Erica forces me to sit, she whirls on Pound. I'm not upset because you went to find your family. I'm upset because you left without saying goodbye. She sweeps past him, leaving him standing awkwardly. His face is splotchy red, and my own face is a little hot too. Pound grumbles and lowers next to me. For a moment, I consider patting his back, but I'm certain he'd knock me unconscious. So I just sit, awkwardly, almost forgetting why I came here in the first place. Yez and Tara are the next to enter. I'm not just relieved to see them, but grateful to have someone else in the room. I stand and reach out to shake Yez's hand. Her grip's powerful, the hands of a navigator who fights the strings, but she suffered burns on the Intrepid. Captain, Yez says, I will fly the next shift. I study her and her injuries. You're sure? She eyes me, a little irritated. If I weren't sure, I wouldn't have said it. I almost grin. She's always had an edge, and I'm glad that hasn't changed. She sits at the end of the table, away from me and Pound, and unbundles a journal, navigator charts. She jots a few things down. Like any good navigator, she's been charting the uncharted airs. Tara, meanwhile, eagerly asks me for as much information as I can provide on the Lanteans and their strange creatures. I tell Tara quickly about the 𝘍𝘪𝘮𝘦 and the leptons. She eagerly writes them in her notebook, asking for descriptions. What else? Later, I say. She frowns, irritated, but doesn't argue. Otto enters and lowers a laundry bag in the corner. He appears to have grown an inch or two since I saw him last. Ella pushes through the door, her red dueling cane dangling from her hip. She sits on the bench beside me. Pound nods at her, and Otto watches her. Noose joins us next. Apparently, at least one of Pound's family came aboard. Stagg and Raleigh, from what I've heard, went to another ship rather than serve under an Irwin. Noose's dark hair is tied in a ponytail. Oh, she's a fierce one. Remember her from Homestead. Still, she's kinder than some of the Atwoods. One time, when Pound attacked me in the lows, she told him to stop, and he actually listened to her. She's almost Ella's age, and when she looks for her brother, she finds Ella nearby. She scowls, gives my sister dagger eyes, and leans against the wall, arms folded. Finally, Bryce steps in with someone I've been dying to speak with. I stand. Hugging people doesn't come naturally to me, but I wrap Keaton in my arms, pull her in close, just so grateful that we can be together again. One of my closest and fiercest friends. Keaton grips my back, her body shaking. Keaton, I say, pulling back, what's wrong? He's gone. I blink, and then my heart drops, realizing what she's saying, what Sebastian claimed. But he was lying. Sebastian is a liar. He didn't kill Roderick. Couldn't have. They took him, she says. The Lanteans took him. Wait, he's alive? But Sebastian told me... Keaton licks her teeth bitterly. He lied. My stomach drowns in a mixture of relief and fear. Roderick alive. He's alive. But he's gone, and now I sink into horrible emptiness, realizing that he's all alone. Maybe hurting, afraid, and missing all of us. I don't understand, Ella says. Why would they take Roderick?
I know why,
Pound thunders, his fist slamming against the table.
Because there's not a better master gunner in all the Skylands, and the Lantians are trying to win the war.
The room quiets. I should be grateful, knowing Rod's not dead. But how can I be? If Pound's right, Rod's being forced to create weapons for the enemy. We all sit while Keaton tells us what happened back at Perdidio. She explains that after I was captured, locked in paralysis, Roderick came to save me. He raced from the munitions room with weapons draping his massive shoulders. But Sebastian shot him, Keaton says bitterly. The Lantians carried Rod away. We thought we were dead until Oba's people regained control of the Intrepid. The Intrepid slammed into us, trying to save... She pauses and meets my eyes. You. When we couldn't get to you or Roderick, we rocketed away on the Intrepid, Keaton says. The Lantians didn't chase us because they had their prize. They had the air. We've been struggling in the uncharted airs ever since, trying to devise a way to save you from Perdidio. Late last night we saw Gurner's fleet shoot past, and not long later a storm approached us with the Octolin inside. Keaton wipes her eyes, and Bryce and Erica hug her. Pound thumps the table again, stands and walks to the window. We watch him, his face red, splotched with heat and anger. For a long moment he's quiet. Then he turns to face us, his eyes fiery.
We're going to save the Skylands.
He stomps to Keaton and catches her hand.
But I promise you, after we bring down that bastard Gigataun, we will find Roderick. And when I get a hold of Sebastian, I will lift him in the air, and I will yank out his serpent tongue and crush his spine.
No one says anything. No one quite knows what to say. But I'm with Pound. We have to save the Skylands first. Then we'll find Roderick. We will find him. I enter Roderick's munitions room. It's a disheveled mess. Partially because Roderick's a mess, but also because the Lantians raided it. Blueprints rest on the floor. Creation in Roderick's joy. He's an artist of weapons. What would he say to me now as I lift his papers? Call me a cuss for touching his things? I stop and stare at a device sitting on his workbench, his mini claw gun that he originally dubbed the Roderick. My fingers lift it and inspect the smooth metal and the straps. He's made several more versions of these, new and better iterations. My chest is tight. Many people have given me credit for taking down the Class 5 gargantuan by myself. It was the talk of the islands for a time. But the truth is, I never would have been able to kill that bull without Roderick's invention. Without him, I never would have won over this crew. Never would have won the gauntlet or reunited with Ella. I owe Roderick everything. I flipped through a few scattered papers, past his diagrams of the repeater turret enhancement and his calibrations for the flame turret. But my eyes narrow as I find another paper among the blueprints. Scratchy handwriting. It's titled Kid Names. My heart cracks. Roderick wrote out favorite names for future children. My eyes threaten to spill over as I read these little names, because I know there's a strong chance I'll never see him again, that he'll never get to have these children because the enemy will kill him when he resists helping them. Roderick's noble and good. The world's cruel to people like him, cruel to the kind of people who just want to live, have a family, be happy. Baines. He wants a boy named Baines and a girl named Olwen. Baines of Madison. Olwen of Madison. The paper shakes in my hand as I stare at it. My teeth grind. No, I'm not going to think as if he's already gone. Roderick will have his children one day, and they'll be sweet and weird and funny. I fold the paper and gently place it in the interior pocket of my jacket. Don't want Keaton to see this. Won't let her see this. It'll break her. Then, as I'm walking from the munitions room and entering the corridor, I almost hear Sebastian's laugh slither into my ear. Almost see the triumph on his face again. And I remember him laughing as I escaped the 𝘓𝘄𝑠 tunnels. Laughing because he tricked me about Roderick. Laughing because he wants me to hate him. Wants me to kill him. Well, that rat bastard's got his wish. The next time I see him, I'm going to cut his simian slowly from his neck, strap him to the bow of my ship, and let the birds peck at the wound. I'm not going to give him the honor of a Skyland's death. No, I'll beat him, then drop whatever's left of him to rot on an island. That bastard will regret his life. Chapter 43. As 𝘊𝘮𝘮 shoves the strings throughout the night and rockets us into the eastern skies toward Dandon, it becomes clear that the below's winning the war. Gargantuans fill the sky. Almost everywhere we go, we pass islands bearing the scars of an attack. Retreating ships zoom past us, giving us dire warnings about what lies ahead. We continue following the trail where Gurner's ship has eaten away at the black clouds, and we get the first reports about Dandon over the comm, and can only listen in horror to the desperate shouts. The Gigantuan has returned. My gems connected with the king. He got to Dandon only an hour ago, and now he's screaming orders, getting ships into formation, telling them there will be no retreat. Dandon must not fall, and they must hold out until our arrival. 𝘊𝘮𝘮 has been flying for hours. I offer to take the strings, but she shakes her head. She's the best flyer, built for this. Still, we're moving too slow. The Atwood Armada's ships just don't have our speed.
Conrad!
Pound shouts from a turret.
Look!
My brow knits as 15 forms appear in the distant sunrise, just before the islands that border Dandon. They undulate like long ribbons, hundreds of feet long. The hair on the back of my neck rises. These are the beasts the ships warned us about. Mage's ship dives away and fires off into the distance. The coward. Terra shouts at him over the comm, but he doesn't answer. Not that he'd help us anyway. He's got his discoveries on his ship, and we let him keep Brone's key. 15 gargantuans charge toward us. All are Class 6 or Class 7. Our armada of old ships and the Gladian are no match for a pot of beasts this large. My skin tingles as the beasts bellow, but then I realize something about them while they're bathed under the orange sunrise. Something about their color as they get closer. They're not silver. They're red. "Gigantuans!" Bryce yells over the comm. "Baby Gigantuans!" The Atwood comms fill with surprised shouts. We can't let them escape. These beasts aren't headed for Dandon. No, they're leaving to spread into the world. They will destroy the islands. But we don't have time to take them down either. Not with their mother approaching Dandon. Uncle's shouting that it just destroyed a carrier.
"The weapon," Pound says. "Conrad, we need to use the weapon on these beasts."
"Another attack might fry the engine," Keaton says over the comm. "We almost destroyed it last time. I spent hours patching it up."
"Fine," Pound says,
kicking a lever on Roderick's turret.
"We'll do it the traditional way."
"No, Pound," Agris says over the comm. Pound pauses.
"Father?"
"This," Agris says, "is our duty to the Skylands. Conrad must get his ship to Dandon. We will create an opening."
"No!" Pound roars. "We're not leaving you." "You will go, my son,"
Agris says. "You will save the Skylands.
Atwood Armada! Fire!"
Explosions immediately heat the air. The aftershocks whip my hair back. The baby Gigas bellow, their blue eyes narrowing on the Atwood ships.
"Go, Conrad!"
Agris tells me.
"Go!"
And the Armada veers off from us, firing at the Gigas, attracting their attention.
"Don't you leave them!"
Pound screams at me.
Conrad, don't you?
He has to. Noose touches his arm. Pound, you have to trust your family. Pound grimaces and shuts his mouth. He just got his family back, and now he can't help them in their time of need. My heart sinks as the gig is turned toward the explosive blasts. They're enormous, and with all the other beasts from behind the cloud wall freed, they'll have plenty of energy to grow. Hell, they might be fine just eating the gargantuans. It goes against my first instinct. Never run. Don't back down. Reminds me of 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘮 and the Dauntless. But Uncle's screaming for me to hurry. His fleet's dying, and 𝘚𝘪𝘮�'s ships and creatures are attacking the king's fleet, protecting the gigataun. Don't have a choice. Fly, I shout to 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘮𝑦. On to Dandon. Pound watches in silence as his family engages the baby gigas. The ships wave in and around them, shooting hot blasts into their thinner juvenile scales. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘮 shoves us downward, low enough that we should be hitting the acid clouds, but they're gone. Engine at 300%, Keaton says over the comm. Give it all you got, 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘮. 𝘍𝘪𝘬�'s brow furrows. Then she pushes against the golden strings. The sudden burst rocks me back, and we launch toward the battle that will decide the fate of the Skylands. We're flying around the dense group of islets surrounding Dandon. They block our line of sight of the horrific battle beyond. Acidans! Erica shouts. The snake-like creature slips out of crevices in the islets, waiting in ambush. A whole swarm of them, 10 or more. Duck! I shout as the acidans rear their frilled heads back and spit gelatinous globs of acid at us. I dive to the deck. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝑗 yells and drops us into a nosedive. The wind flies across the hull. I clench my jaw, catch my mobile launcher, and pull on the railing net to regain my footing. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝑗 pulls back, righting the ship. Now the acidans trail us, rearing their heads again. Pound and Bryce fire harpoons from the turrets. Though the brown-scaled acidans are each 50 feet in length, the slender beasts weave smoothly around the projectiles. The golden-eyed creatures expose their long, silver fangs and spit acid again. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝑗 jerks us away while Pound and Bryce continue firing, using Roderick's incredible repeater turret tech. And as swift as the acidans are, they're not perfect.
Bastards!
Pound roars. His harpoons decapitate several. The acidans thrash, their bodies dropping, acid raining. But one beast spits. The glowing glob flies directly for Ella at the stern. My heart climbs into my throat. Ella! Noose dives into my sister. They slam into the deck, and the green acid soars past them. It splashes against the deck and railing, sizzling, melting the metal. The railing sinks under the ooze. Ella and Noose stare at each other briefly. Then Noose grabs her shoulder cannon and fires, killing an acidan. She gives Ella a pitying look, then stomps away. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝑗 rockets us away from the other acidans. But when we pass another small island, more acidans slither out. Port side! Erica cries. They're everywhere! Damn these things. We're not even going to make it to Dandon. Uncle cries over the comm for us, telling us we're running out of time. But we can't make it. Not with these horrible creatures lying in wait for us, as if they're being orchestrated to do this. My shoulder vibrates as I launch a harpoon. It spears through the throat of a hissing acidan, puncturing the acid glands and making them spill over the beast, melting its scales. 6 more acidans near, dodging around Bryce's attacks, getting close enough to spit. Erica fires a shot that soars into nothing but sky. I hastily shove a harpoon into my launcher. Need a shoulder cannon. The acidans rear their heads. Pound roars, trying to switch his turret barrel to explosives. 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝑗 thrusts her arms forward, but it won't be enough. They're going to melt us. That's when two ships suddenly zoom right above us. So close their wind almost knocks me over, and I stand in amazement. Pound roars in celebration. It's the Archer and the Henry, Master Coco and Madeleine de Beaumont. Thought you'd need assistance, Master Coco says over the comm. The two veteran hunters go to war on the Acidans. The Henry's ancient cannons pulverize chunks of rock in the islands, exposing more hidden Acidans. Then the Archer, with its incredible row of harpoon turrets, shreds the damned creatures before they can even escape from their lairs. "Go," Madeleine tells me over the comm. "Save the Skylands." "Yes," I roar. We zip past as Madeleine's and Coco's ships battle the dozens of creatures that keep slipping from the crevices. But we've got an opening now. "Where the hell are you?" Uncle roars. "Here!" We rocket past the numerous islets and soar toward a horrific sight. It steals my breath. Dandon Island. The sky's complete pandemonium. Fire, screams, falling order carriers, shrieking Tortons, breathing death into ships. Sparrows spiraling toward the exposed surface below. Beyond all that, the dreadnought follows the most dangerous beast in the sky, peppering the red scales with enormous, powerful cannons, the Gargantuan. The Skylands forces spiral in a cyclone around the 5,000-foot beast, firing everything they've got at the monster while ignoring the attacks coming from nearby Gargantuans. The gig is about to slam its head into Dandon's underside. We're still a few miles off and don't have a clear shot because a trio of Orcans cuts us off. Ysnia shoves the strings to avoid the Orcans ramming skulls. Otto and Erica fire at the creatures. Beyond them, another pair of Orcans attacks a battle cruiser. They headbutt the hull, knocking screaming soldiers overboard. The Orcans dive to scoop them into their mouths. Yez swerves past them. We all fight with everything we've got. Bryce, Erica, Ella, and I launch harpoons. Pound makes the air crack with explosives. His sisters firing flak into the eyes of neighboring Orcans. Suddenly, calamans tuck their tentacles in and jet for our ship. One latches onto our hull, tentacles hitting the deck, creating a wall around Pound's sister. Noose stabs the tentacle with harpoons. The calaman comes closer, its eager beak snapping for her, ready to bite her in half. Ella pulls out a mini explosive. She shakes it fiercely, then hurls it directly into the calaman's beak. A second later, the beast explodes, and its tentacles slide free. This time, Ella gives Noose the pitying look. In the distance, well out of reach from the battle, is Gurner's ship. Its tower is the thing controlling all these beasts. Lines of Gargantuans are shielding it from any blast. A huge Gargantuan bull dives toward us. "Fire your weapon!" Uncle cries. "Conrad, now!" "We can't! The beasts are everywhere!" His voice projects over the whole fleet. "Protect the Gladian at all costs!" Ysnia, arms shaking, pulls above the bull's mouth, and we loop through its coils. We've got one shot with the collapser before it destroys our engine, but we need to get closer. Pound swivels his turret and pellets our pursuing Orcans with blasts that rip off their jaws. They careen into one another. Bryce attacks the Gargantuan bull. Now, a baby Giga turns toward us, blue eyes hungry. I almost sink into despair as I fire again and again. No matter how many we kill, 2 more creatures always replace them. Yez somehow jerks us to evade the ramming Orcans and the chomping baby Giga. Otto rushes to join Noose and Ella. He's lugging a big bag of mini explosives. Soon they're all frantically hurling the tiny barrels. When they detonate, the deck shimmers with golden light. The baby gargantuan bellows, but its mouth comes after Pound. Pound's laughing, firing like mad. "Get out of there!" Noose shouts at him, but he keeps firing. One of his shots flies up the monster's nostril, opening its mouth, and at that exact moment, Otto rushes to Pound's side. Otto narrows his eyes, then hurls a mini explosive. It soars into the young beast's mouth and explodes. It ruptures the baby Giga's internal gas sac, and the beast moans as it plummets from the sky. Pound glances at Otto with shocked glee.
"I was wrong about you, swabby."
Finally, the king's ship joins us, and we're flanked by a half a dozen order vessels, a pair of Predator-class vessels, and more. The Archer and the Henry reappear too, Madeline and Master Coco. Together, this convoy absolutely shreds the charging monsters and sends several Orcans plummeting. A surprised baby Giga swoops beneath us, ready to swallow us whole, until the order battle cruisers release all they've got into the beast. The air mists with its blood. Now we're nearly within range of the mother gargantuan. Suddenly, a gargantuan, class 8 maybe, with rusted scales, charges after us. But our support fires everything into it at once. Harpoons, cannons, explosives. The beast thrashes its enormous head confused, allowing us to weave through its many coils and zip past its sharp, scimitar-like tail. And then we're free. Got an open shot at the gargantuan.
"Fire!" Uncle roars. "Conrad, fire!"
The Giga, bellowing, slams its enormous head into Dandon's base. The desert dunes that surround the domes of the Golden City shudder. Buildings topple. Hundreds of years of research held in those secret libraries. The creation of our medicine. All our understanding. Not all of it could be evacuated, even with advance warning. There's just too much. And it's all going to vanish. I pull down my tinted goggles, leap onto the collapser turret, and squeeze the triggers until a beam of light erupts from the barrel. Even with my tinted goggles, my eyes burn from the brightness. The beam travels across the sky, right in line for the monstrous creature. We've got it. We're going to get the damn monster. Wait. I lean forward, squinting through the splotches in my vision. No, something's wrong. My shot. It targeted something else. Something swooped in our way, and the cannon locked onto it instead. Dread pulls through me. An explosion fills the air. Pound roars in triumph until realizing that the cannon locked onto a camouflaged Torton that flew between us and the gargantuan. The Torton bellows as its body implodes inward, sucked into the collapser's vortex. Ysnia jerks us back to avoid the sucking storm. The other ships scatter. As we're zipping away, the Torton vanishes, then reappears, its entrails and parts exploding into the sky. No, can't believe it. Our one shot wasted on a damn Torton. A Torton!
"What happened?" Uncle bellows. "Conrad!"
We sit in stunned silence while the mother Giga burrows into Dandon, munching through rock, going for the island's heart. The island has minutes at most. My crew doesn't know what to say. I sit, blinking, staring. There must be more left in the engine. Something we can do. Anything. "Keaton," I say over the comm, "could we... Our engine's crystal is spent. We need a new one. What if we fired again?" "It won't work," she says. "If it did..." She pauses. "It'd kill us all. The ship would explode." My skin tingles. Uncle's still shouting at me. The fleet continues around my ship, fighting off attacks. We have no other option. No time either. I glance at my friends and suck in a breath. "Abandon ship." "What?" Bryce says. "No, Conrad. You're not firing that thing again!" "There's no other option," I say. "Get on the lifeboat." For several seconds they argue, refuse to get off, but I am the Prince of the Skylands, and for once I'm using that title to give orders. Pound tells me he doesn't give a damn, so I ask him as a friend. His eyes water as he looks at me. "Conrad, no!" Ella cries as Pound catches her and pulls her with him. "No, please, brother, don't do this, don't!" Bryce rushes to me, her eyes spilling over as she leans in to kiss me. Her lips are soft, salty, and my heartbeat nearly goes still. Sooner than I'd like, she pulls away and races toward a lifeboat. Ella's still begging me, held back by Pound, and Keaton, who just joined them. Erica, Noose, Yesenia, and Otto leap onto a lifeboat. Tara appears on deck. In her arms she's got a huge bag stuffed with books and papers. Yes and Noose help her aboard their boat. Bryce hugs my struggling sister. My vision blurs as I raise my hand in farewell to them both. Once the lifeboat lifts off, soaring into the fray to join a neighboring vessel, I take a breath and stare down the aged reticule. My hands are numb, but strangely, my heart's calm. The Giga burrows deeper. I swallow a breath, then narrow my eyes on the beast. This giant bastard dropped Ironside, destroyed my home island, killed McGill, and so many others. Uncle may have handed me the title of prince, but now it's time to earn it. I squeeze the trigger, hoping my ship will give me one last thing, but the triggers merely click. Nothing happens. I swear and keep squeezing. "Come on, you piece of shit!" Gargantuans charge after the ships protecting me. One coils around a battle cruiser and crushes the command tower. More Orkans and Tortons focus on us. The beasts are coming from all directions, a swarm of them. Gurner knows what I'm trying to do. The air's filled with hellish blasts and shrieks that make me wince. "Fire, damn it!" I don't stop squeezing until suddenly the Gladian starts a rumbling, buzzing under my seat, vibrating my boots. I laugh. "It's working! It's working!" The Gladian's giving me the last of its life. A sudden jet of light blazes from the end of the cannon, and I'm cackling as the beam darts across the sky. The beam connects with the enormous red scales of the Giga, but my laughter fades as my ship trembles dangerously. The Gladian is going to explode, but I'm not dying if I can help it. I unclip from the belt, turn off my mag boots, and race across the deck toward the munitions platform. My one chance to get off this ship alive. I left them on the munitions platform just in case. You never know. The Gladian tremors again. It has only seconds. My hands search in desperation. Where the hell did I put them? I dig around the harpoons, the explosives, the mobile launchers. Then I find one tucked inside a bag of mini explosives. Oh, this is crazy as bird shit, but I've done crazier before. An explosion thunders in my ears, shakes my whole body like hell, and my knees slam into the deck. The Gladian growls, and the stern collapses. Suddenly, my ship begins to topple forward. My stomach lurches as the wind howls. I lock one arm over a bar of the munitions platform and hastily strap my last chance to my wrist, a mini claw gun. Maybe Roderick will save me one more time. I crank my magnetics, stand, and run for the bow. Explosions break through the deck, consume swaths of my ship, but I run against the wind, against everything. Pound's voice from the past echoes in my ears.
"Fly, you ugly bastard! Fly!"
And I leap overboard, boots first. The sky is chaos. Harpoons, explosions, battling ships, roaring monsters, and sparkling flak. My jacket whips, and I fall past the battle and on toward nothing but an exposed barren surface. None of the other ships are close enough. They probably don't even see me. I tap my gem to contact them, but I don't think anyone hears me over the blazing wind. I continue falling. The gales slam against my goggles. My stomach lurches until I hear a rumble. I glance to my side and, holy bird shit hell! Fierce electric blue eyes meet mine. A giant maw of death is chasing my fall. The baby Giga readies to suck me into its acidic gut. I'm a bug compared to it, but I laugh so hard I feel like I'm going to throw up. Never thought I'd try this again. My right arm struggles to rise against the winds, but I get it up, exposing the 𝘊𝘪𝘵𝘩 attached to my wrist. I aim past the baby Giga's jaws at the underbelly of a coil. This needs to be one damn good shot, or I could accidentally launch myself right into its mouth. I swallow a breath and squeeze the trigger. The chain ripples toward the beast. The scales better be thinner, or I'm dead. And as my hook claw fires across the sky, as it latches onto a scale, and I am suddenly yanked toward the baby, the whole world seems to explode with the scream of its mother. The mother gargantuan's torso rips inward, sucked into a collapsor vortex. We did it! We killed that giant bird shit! I cheer, except I'm being pulled right toward its offspring's mouth. Chapter 44. I'm yanked toward the baby with unbelievable speed. Can't even breathe. The baby's mouth widens, eagerly waiting for me to dive into it. A giant pink throat awaits. I should be headed to the creature's underside, but the damn mouth, it's open so wide. I tighten up, close my eyes, and scream like hell. Slam! I crash into the creature's hard lip. My goggles fly off. Agony ripples through me, but I desperately kick away. Can hardly see. Vision spins. But I'm zipping away from the angry, bellowing head and bound beneath the baby's chin. Finally, I crash into the beast's underside. Pain erupts in my left shoulder. Might have broken something. Everything hurts. Head soggy. Eyesight blurred. I dangle from about 2 feet of slack in the chain. The baby's undulations make my stomach rise and fall. The claw gun's strap pulls at my wrist, my skin. It's the only thing keeping me attached. Gotta climb the rest of the chain. The Giga's head coils around, eyes scanning for me. It'll pick me off like fruit from a tree. I catch the chain, my shoulder crying, and start climbing the couple feet when a sudden horrific blast spreads across the baby. The creature bellows. Surges of heat fly over me, and I dangle helplessly, shouting, "These damn order idiots!" I reach for my comm to send, "No! My gem's shattered! Have to get off this thing. Now!" I take 2 quick breaths, in and out, and despite my destroyed shoulder, bruises, and blurry vision, I climb. Several excruciating seconds later, my fingers slip into the cracks of the beast's scales. Another explosion slams against the beast, this time toward the tail. Nearly shakes me free, too, but my magnetics are cranked to high. I detach the claw gun. Then, using my one good arm and mag boots, I start up the side of the gargantuan. Never wanted to do this again. Even Pound would think it's crazy. More explosions thunder against the monster. Now the baby's coiling its body, protecting itself from attack. I ascend, 1 scale at a time. My teeth gnashing, my exhausted arms shaking, my heartbeat in my eyes. Finally, I reach the top of its flatter back, feeling as if my chest will burst. I want to lie down, but can't. I leap up and down, waving my arms as the massive order vessel's in the distance. "Stop firing, you!" Someone sees me, far off, But it's too late. Another massive ship fired. The volley soars in the air, approaching my position. Shit, shit, shit. I limp along the baby's back, run as hard as I can. Boom! The explosion rips the baby in half, and I'm jettisoned into the air. Golden fire swells around me. The monster shrieks, and now I'm falling back first toward a patch of acidic clouds. Two halves of the baby Giga thrash above me, sinking. Blood spills into the sky. My body goes cold with a tremoring finality. I'm going to die. At least, as far as deaths go, this is one hell of a way to go out. Suddenly, something bursts from the smoke beside me. A ship. It's huge, blue. And then I grin because Keaton and Bryce are shouting from its deck, pointing toward me. But the ship's slow. A ship from the trade of waterworks, and it's covered in giant tanks of water, used to put out fires on other ships. They're too far away, and the Giga's carcass blocks them. I raise my arm and point the claw gun and fire. Just pure desperation. My chain ripples through the air, and before I can blink, my ruined shoulders suddenly yank fiercely from the socket. I roar in agony. It's like hot fire poured into me, but the shot hooked into something. The falling Giga. Not what I planned, but damn it, I'm not done yet. The claw gun reels me in, full speed. I hit the dead thing's snout feet first. My legs sting. The beast's head twitches under me. I crank my mag boots again, detach the claw gun, and despite my raging heart, run like hell up the slope of its head toward the crest. As I'm running, the carcass falls past the deck of the waterworks ship. If I trip, I'll die. My legs are on fire. Ankles beg me to stop. Only room for a few steps before I'll be out of reach of the waterworks ship. So, with all my remaining strength, I leap atop the crest and jump into the sky. I aim the claw gun for the waterworks ship and fire. I can hardly see a damn thing because the wind's in my eyes. Feeling lightheaded, but the chain ripples in a straight line. Then my chain connects with a glorious shunk just below the ship's railing. I gnash my teeth and soar with incredible velocity toward the ship. Oh, this is going to hurt, or kill me. Maybe hurt and then kill me. I slam into the hull, and all goes black for a second before a wave of agonizing pain floods me. I dangle, feeling like a lump of exhausted pain. Can't climb up. Can hardly even move. My left arm is completely broken, a bone protruding through the skin. If I had any strength, all I'd have to do is climb a couple feet up the chain and I'd reach the railing. The strap begins slipping from my wrist. My right arm weakly rises to hang on, but I've got nothing left. Nothing. Suddenly, a giant, ham-sized hand reaches through the railing just as my wrist slips free. The huge hand catches mine and yanks me onto the ship. I hit the deck in a daze. Blood in my throat, body on the verge of passing out or death. Can't be sure. Then I recognize the person above me. He's grinning. The big, stupid bird shit is grinning. Why is it always him? Pound crouches beside me and gently lifts me. And as I lie in his arms, leaning against him, the whole ship is cheering. No, not just the ship. My friends. They encircle me, laughing. The next few seconds are a blur, but the celebration ends quickly because Gurner's ships are trying to escape. Bryce squeezes my hand. Ella almost hugs me. Almost. Pound lowers me into a secluded place among the water tanks, and once there, I black out. When I come to, Bryce and Ella are holding me as a scholar doctor works on my arm. The doctor mentions something about surgery. Can't use meds yet, or they'll heal my bones out of place. She says something else, but my ears are buzzing from the echoing celebrations. Seems the whole world is cheering. Bryce and Ella help me from between the water tanks. I limp on one good leg, my broken, shattered arm tucked against my chest. Pound standing atop a railing and cheering, thumping his chest as his shoulder cannon shoots a triumphant blast into empty sky.
"Gurner's ours!"
he yells. In the distance, Master Coco's vessel, the Archer, is zooming around the Goliaths in victory. Apparently, her ship laid the shots that left the Lantian flagship smoking, engines destroyed, and its tower, where it commanded the beasts, burning. I watch as boarding vessels full of whooping hunter and order soldiers launch after the Lantian flagship. The beasts of the sky scatter. With Gurner's tower gone, they're no longer under his influence. The sky becomes a free-for-all. Some of the beasts shoot off in retreat, while others turn on Gurner's final forces. Pound's laughing at the chaotic scene. It goes on for minutes, and I'm too weak to even stand. I lean against Bryce and Ella. Then we hear the news. Even over the wind, the hunters aboard the Goliaths are whooping. They're lugging a bound Gurner like a prize above their heads. I would cheer with the rest of my friends and the waterworks crew. Instead, I lean deeper against Bryce and Ella and sink into something not quite like sleep. Chapter 45. 2 months have passed since the victory at Dandon. I've completely recovered following my surgery. Over these 2 months, I've stargazed with Bryce and spent mornings with Ella, just us, practicing our dueling skills. She's fast as hell and is finally managing to hit me. Many days I stand atop the hangar platform, watching the repairs to my ship. The Gladian wasn't destroyed. Apparently, when I was running along the baby Giga, Uncle sent ships to save mine. They captured it with chained harpoons, stabbing into the hull before it crashed to the surface. Master Coco told me that it would cost more to repair the Gladian than to build a new one, but I insisted, and so she insisted that Hunter would pay for it. I killed the Gargantuan, and Hunter had been offering a Predator-class vessel to any hunter who killed the beast. I'm grateful that I'll have my ship back soon, except I know why Uncle saved it, and it fills me with dread. My only hope is that the collapser cannon is so damaged that Uncle will never be able to use it. Some of the Gladian crew stayed aboard the Dreadnought with me. Erica's been working in the Dreadnought's enormous cafeteria, and Pound's been known to visit there for more reasons than just getting second and third helpings. Unfortunately, his sister, Noose, went back with her family. The good news is she had a family to return to. The Atwood Armada survived and destroyed the baby Gargantuans, losing only a few ships in the process. From what I heard, the Atwoods have traveled to the humid south. I suspect it won't be long until Pound leaves to reunite with them, but I think he's a little preoccupied with Erica. Ysnia went stir-crazy here, so she requested a temporary transfer to a hunter ship. I sent Otto with her. He needs to keep growing, keep learning, and getting stronger if he wants to stay aboard my vessel when it's ready to fly again. And Keaton, having little to distract her from Roderick's absence. Well, Bryce and I convinced her to follow Ysnia too. She needs the distraction of an engine before her. We'll find Roderick. We'll find him. The biggest news is the war. The fall of the Giga halted any of the Below's momentum. They've lost their unstoppable weapon and their admiral, and their fleet is in shambles. At least, we hope so. But we still don't know where Roderick is. And somehow Sebastian evaded capture. Fortunately, the war is waning. Without Gurner, without the Gargantuan, the Below has nothing except for their surviving beasts. and Uncle believes it won't be long until we can duplicate their technology and command the beasts for ourselves. Victory, it seems, is entirely in our grasp. But today I don't feel victorious as Ella and I stand before Uncle in his imperial office on the dreadnought. He looks at us with deep disgust, face wrinkled. That's the thing about Uncle. He'll never be satisfied, never will stop until his power is total. After 2 months of torturing 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘮 personally, he surveys us with absolute disdain. Ella and I stand erect, meeting his eyes, not arguing, knowing how easily he could separate us again. My skin tingles as he speaks, because I know what he's going to say. He figured it out. Heat flushes my face. He comes forward and walks before us. His eyes narrowed on me, then Ella. His eyes buried deep into her and almost make her look away. "You are not Erwin," he says. My heart falls into my gut. Who told him? 1,000 possibilities rush through my mind. Worse are the potential outcomes of this dangerous revelation. Uncle loves the Erwin blood as much as he loves power. Ella blinks at him, confused. What? 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘮 has lied before, Uncle hisses, but this truth he cannot manufacture, not with his ability to transmit experiences through that creature in his neck. You both, your maternal grandfather, 𝘍𝘪𝘵𝘩, was a damn dirt eater. Ella's head shakes. She looks at me, expecting me to push back. But when my head falls, she retreats. No, that's impossible. You little bird shits, he roars. No wonder I've had so much trouble with you. You've always been vermin. I wasted all this time, years of my life, trying to mold you, make you rise, become strong. Instead, I was coddling the progeny of my enemy. No, Ella says. Father, how dare you? He spits. How dare you call me that? I am not your father. You are the descendants of dirt eaters, disgusting rodents. Her mouth clamps shut, and her eyes water. I feel I'm somewhere else. All this time I've spent trying to win back my place as an Erwin. And once I do it, it's undermined by something outside of my control. Uncle speaks over the comm. I'm expecting him to call the guards, haul us away to be executed, or perhaps tortured, as if we're spies, even though we know nothing. We've done everything he asked. We brought him back the weapon. We saved the Skylands. But that's not enough for Uncle. It'll never be enough. Not if we capture all the winds in our palms and held them out to him in offering. Because to him, blood is everything, and ours is tainted. Uncle doesn't call the guards. He calls someone else. The door opens a few seconds later, and she enters, her long black hair pulled back, her eyes severe. Haven't seen her since before Sky's Edge, more than 3.5 months. She's carrying a bundle in her arms. Severina strides past us, elegant, quiet. For the first time I can remember, Uncle's expression softens as Severina walks to him, because in her arms she's holding something that Uncle dreamed of having for years. The reason why he went through so many women. A baby. I almost sink into the floor. This, Uncle says gently, taking the Kuan infant into his arms, is Thaddeus of Erwin, and he is true Erwin. A tuft of blonde crowns Thaddeus's head, maybe a few weeks old. He's draped in expensive red blankets. Perhaps in a family of love, we all would have smiled and gathered around the baby, held him in our arms, said hello and let his tiny fingers hold ours. We'd look into the bright blue sky together and recognize that it wouldn't be long until the Lanteans surrender. The war would be over. And with us in command of the Skylands, we could lead. We could show the world there's a better way. We could rebuild the surface, repair old wounds, reunite even. Instead, the weight in this unloving room bears down on my shoulders, pushes me into the ground. Thaddeus, Uncle says, is the true heir of Erwin. Ella bites her lip to stifle a sob, but I stare at Uncle, my brow darkening. This bastard, again, taking away what is mine. You two, Uncle says, meeting our gaze with dark foreboding, will have to do everything I say for the rest of your miserable lives. You are fortunate, he says, that you are part Erwin, that we are so few in this world. But if the Skylands ever discover the secret truth of your origins, I will take you to the most populated island, fill the auditorium with highs and lows alike, and execute you both myself. He carries Thaddeus toward the door before pausing and looking back. Soon we will finally announce Thaddeus's birth, and then I will do what no Erwin has ever done. I will ensure that our power is absolute. Today, the Erwins rise forever. He looks ready to spit at our feet. Be grateful that a fraction of that greatness still runs in your blood. Chapter 46. Several days later, Ella and I stand on the uppermost platform of the hangar and watch the masters of the 12 trades board the dreadnought. But it's not just them. Many of the archdukes and archduchesses from every region have come too, all to discuss the next step of the war. Because according to Uncle, the Lantian Council has refused to surrender. Uncle's next step is invasion. He walks out from the corridor below us, accompanied by his advisors, and every person in the hangar stops to cheer. The popular king. The tales about him have already changed. It was he who recognized the weakness in King Ferdinand and unseated him just in time for war. It was he who, despite dissent, demanded that the Skylands not give in, that they fight until the last person. It was he who met the challenge of anyone in the arena, and he defeated them all, including the great scion of Nimtolo. Uncle raises a hand to silence them. Everyone obeys. He waits as the master of the 12 trades approach. Now that the war is so firmly in our favor, Uncle claims it's safe to gather all the Skylands most powerful together again. Most arrive, but not all. The distinguished guests start up the stairs and follow Uncle down the corridor, off to the conference chamber. Uncle said I must be present for this monumental occasion. He claims it will be the moment that will secure the Erwin's place forever. Our plan for victory over the below will be set. I plan on joining them, but first someone waits for me on the platform. She looks up at me in her silver hunter robes. I pat Ella on the shoulder. She's been broken ever since discovering who Uncle truly is, and that she is only part Erwin. It has left her a fragment of her former self. Our duels have had less strength, less desire. She finally understands that with Uncle, our safety is never guaranteed, no matter how dutifully we obey, how much we prove our strength. But we can't escape. He'd have us both killed the minute we cease to be useful. Right now, we need to focus on finishing this war. Then maybe Ella and I can leave, go off together, just us, maybe some of my friends, and not let Uncle know. Get away from all the bird shit of this world. There are always islands that care less about rising. Maybe the Arctic North or the Pirates' Isles. Places where maybe Uncle would leave us alone. He has his hair. What he wants. He can mold that poor baby into his image. I leave Ella, slide down several ladders, and stand before Master Coco. She grins faintly at me. "You have been so resourceful," she says, her voice softer than I recall. "The king's taking all the credit, but it was you who went into the uncharted airs." "Wasn't just me." She nods. "Yes, you have an ego, but when it comes to your friends, you're always so modest. They deserve the same credit I do." She pats my cheek. Today I am offering my resignation. I almost step back. What? But, Master, I've spent my life in service of Hunter, and I've done all I can. I feel at peace, knowing the war is in our favor. At the adjourning of the meeting with the king, I will offer my resignation. Master, you should be the new master of Hunter, Conrad. My mouth stops working. I think I murmur a strange sound. I'll propose it to your uncle, she says, though he'll never allow it because you are the heir. She doesn't know about the baby yet. No one does. That's part of Uncle's announcement in the conference chamber today. But I'm going to try, with your permission, of course. My heart sings as I stand before her. Maybe Uncle would actually allow me to be the master of Hunter. He might like the idea of an 𝘓𝘰𝘮, well, part of an 𝘓𝘰𝘮, reaching the status of master. With Thaddeus as the sole heir, there's a chance Uncle will say yes. Something tells me that's wishful thinking, though. I was given Prince, but my life as a hunter, that's something I earned, something I'm proud of. My crew, my ship. We won the gauntlet together. We destroyed the greatest threat the Skylands had ever faced together. It wasn't easy. I lost so many. But I am a hunter, always will be. Yes, I say, fighting through the choke in my voice. I'd be honored to become the master of Hunter. Then I hug her, gently. When I pull away, she stares at me in surprise. I didn't think 𝘓𝘰𝘮s were huggers. Yes, well, I've never really been an 𝘓𝘰𝘮 anyway. She laughs. I don't know about that. Outside of your uncle, I'm not sure I've met anyone more driven to succeed. She catches my arm in hers, and I recognize there's a frailty to her now, as though this war caught up to her life. Life caught up to her. Would you mind if I lean on your arm as we go to the conference chamber? I injured my leg in the battle, and it just hasn't gotten better. She would have had meds, of course, but not even meds can fix age. I hold out my arm, and she grins and takes it. And I'm so grateful to have met someone like her, someone powerful, who knows how to rise in this world, but who also lifts up and supports others, helps them feel whole. She is someone I can respect, whose praise I will fight to earn. After my mother's death, she's come the closest to filling that void, and it hurts knowing that not even she can beat time. In the end, we all fall. We walk together, and she listens intently as I tell her about all the incredible beasts we saw in the far-off skies. We speak of the continuing threat posed by the surviving gargantuans, all fed with a fresh stock of prey now that Sky's Edge is open. Worse, there are rumors that a few baby gargantuans survived, and some believe the strange, stormy weather, as if, of late, is a result of migrating octolans. Seems, she says, you'll have immediate responsibilities as the master of Hunter. I'd never do as well as you would. True, she says, laughing. She pats my arm, and I smile at her. We're the last ones in the conference chamber. Suddenly the door slams behind us, making me jump. Then my smile shrinks, and a chill slithers down my back as I take in the scene. Uncle stands above everyone on his platform, his fingers tapping on his cane, while his other arm cradles the new heir of 𝘓𝘰𝘮. Every master, every archduke and archduchess has their hands in the air. Each master is faced by a person dressed in the same uniform as theirs, their protégés, and they all hold an auto pistol trained on their superior. The only master who stands without a protégé, without a weapon trained on her, is Marion of Sandoval, the master of Explorer. She's nearer to the king, watching the scene with a stoic face. The master of disposal raises his voice. King Ulrich, what is the meaning of... Ariana Elko's pistol whips him. Herm hits the ground and wipes the blood from his mouth. Ari, he says, looking up at his protégé. Why? Because if I'm going to live a life as a shit cleaner, she hisses, disgusted, I'd better be the one in charge. A pair of huge guards yanks me away from Master Coco. They carry me to the corner. No! I try to rip free, but their massive biceps curl around my arms. Another person steps before Master Coco. I almost stop breathing. It's her longtime assistant, Teresa of Abel, Sebastian's aunt. She's dressed in the same master robes as Coco. Teresa points an auto pistol at her boss's head. Uncle raises a hand to silence the panic room.
7 years ago, my brother stood in the way of my right to rule. He was weak, couldn't do what was necessary. But now you all have the chance to prove that you are not weak, like my brother was. You can prove that you have earned the right to rule.
We are not weak, Master Coco spits.
That was not directed at you.
Uncle's eyes fall upon the people holding the auto pistols.
Prove your strength. Prove you will do what is necessary, and the power you've always dreamed of will entirely be yours.
Uncle! I shout. Don't do this! The guards clamp their hands over my mouth. Uncle's face breaks into a slight grin as he locks eyes with me. And for a moment, I consider that if Thaddeus were old enough, he'd be standing before me too, holding an auto pistol.
Who will be my most loyal supporter? Uncle says, turning back to the people below him. Show me.
The leaders of the Skylands shout at their protégés. The master of politics falls to her knees, begging. Cheng of Li, the master of scholar, stares quietly at his protégé, and my heart sinks in horror at who is facing him. Tara of Kyle, her pistol shaking. She's smart. She must understand the ramifications of this coup of meritocracy, what it'll mean for the Skylands. But the pull of power is strong. She grits her teeth, meets Cheng's eyes, then squeezes the trigger. Cheng falls. No! The room becomes chaos. An archduke tries to remove his dueling staff, but he falls dead. The master of order charges his foe before his legs buckle beneath him, a hole bleeding in his skull. Ariana shoots next, and ℏ𝘓𝑚, the master of disposal, falls to the ground, his brown robes turning red. In seconds, the leaders of the Skylands are dead, all except Master Coco and Marion of Sandoval. Marion is silent. Her loyalty to King Ulrich is clear. Master Coco stares at Teresa, her eyes full of sincerity. Teresa, you are my friend. We have been friends for decades. You were giving Master to someone else, Teresa says coldly. You ignored me. Always ignored me. Teresa, listen. But Teresa squeezes the trigger. And I feel I'm no longer present. I'm back to when I first landed on Venator and Master Coco came from the jungle, the torchlight on her face. She told us that she would teach us how to rise and hunt her. She did. And now she falls. The bloody sight glows in Uncle's triumphant eyes. He's done it. He has surrounded himself entirely with people loyal to him. His power is unbreakable. I'm sick. I'm shouting and crying. I rip free from the guards and bolt to Master Coco. Catch her in my arms. She's breathing quickly. A hole in her chest. Her scarred face, hardened from years of hunting, softened as she sees me, recognizes me. Then her body goes limp. Uncle stands above this room of death, victorious. His will to rise unmatched. His power solidified, never to be challenged again. Chapter 47. I sit on the benches that surround the famous scholar debate square. Dandon's hot air dries my skin. The sandy concrete grits under my boots as my knee bounces. This is the place where the most renowned duels of scholarly wit have ever occurred. This is the way scholars rise, through their ability to appeal to ethos, pathos, and logos. not the way 𝘚𝘪𝘵 did, murdering her own master. Uncle stands on a raised platform at the base of the amphitheater, addressing an angry crowd. They're all shaking their fists. News regarding the deaths of many of the masters and archdukes and archduchesses has spread. The public thinks the Lantians are responsible, but they don't know that minutes after the slaughter in the conference chamber, Uncle gave the order for the dreadnought to self-destruct, because it wouldn't have been believable that the 𝘍𝘪 managed to assassinate each of them individually. Something had to be sacrificed. Uncle knows all about making sacrifices to empower himself. I barely had time to get Erica, Pound, and Ella off with me, and was fortunate that the Gladian was ready to fly again. Hundreds of others on the king's ship were not so lucky. "The Dirt Eaters destroyed my ship!" Uncle cries to the enraged crowd. "They're not finished! Now they attack our very way of life, our meritocracy. Before she died in the explosion, the Master of Hunter," he says, his softened voice eliciting an emotional response from the crowd, "was planning on retiring that day." The crowd cries out, horrified. My hands ball into fists as I stare at the sadistic, cruel man above me. Uncle tells the crowd it was fortunate he wasn't on the dreadnought, or we'd have no leadership. He tells us he had to personally pick new masters because he's the only one we can trust. "They are here now," he says, waving his hand over the crowd. The masters arrive on cue, entering through the tunnels on either side of the amphitheater, all dressed in the garbs and colors of their trade. 𝘚𝘪𝘵 of Kyle leads the way, followed by the one master spared by Uncle, Marion of Sandoval. The crowd hollers in support for them. Uncle raises his hand to silence the audience. "This war is not over, Skylanders. We shall have vengeance against the Dirt Eaters for their heinous assault. To accomplish this, I am personally sending my nephew, Conrad of Irwin, to lead the invasion of the 𝘍𝘪. He has volunteered to go to the front of the lines, to fight and bring to justice all the vermin who murdered the master of his trade." The crowd turns and claps for me. My skin burns hot, and my gut squeezes with nausea. I feel like screaming out the truth, but Uncle has all the power. How easily he could reveal my true heritage. And even without him, that rumor might spread anyway. Sending me to invade the Lantian colonies is Uncle's way of getting rid of me. There will be some accident down there. I'll die, but Uncle has his heir anyway. Maybe he'll let Ella live, if she's compliant. Uncle continues speaking. Sand collects on my lashes as I scowl at him. This bastard sent me to save the Skylands, and that's exactly what I did. He's going to take everything away from me again. I stand as the people clap for him. My sister rises next. Then we turn away and start up the amphitheater stairs. The wind splashes through my hair, heating my agitated skin. �ᵐᵉ of Rebecca told me to not hang on to the dead, or they'll leave me with guilt. I'm not sure I agree. Master Coco's death doesn't fill me with guilt. It fills me with rage, and it will be the thing that propels me to my rise over my damned uncle. He calls me Irwin, but my name is Conrad of Elise. Once I've finished off this damn war below, I'll return. I will meet him at his perch on the highest high, and Uncle will tremble like the little boy I once was. He'll watch helpless as I break his cane and leave him begging at my feet. Soon, I will be his downfall. The end.